raining the moment I go live. Literally the second I go live on YouTube, it starts raining my game. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome back for another wonderful session of Dreamsnap Reviews. So if you're new to these review sessions, let me give you a quick breakdown on how everything works, whether you're watching on Twitch or you're watching on YouTube. There's some very important things I want to go over before we get into the review process itself. So, during these streams, they take place Monday and Tuesday. I get a lot of Dreamsnap submissions sent to me via our Discord. If you're interested in participating in the Dreamsnap review process, you will need to join our Discord. Just type !Discord, and then you'll read the How to Get Reviews channel, and then you'll read the Rules channel, and you'll be ready to participate if you're open to, becoming a participant. That's it. You don't have to. You can get a lot of great advice just watching us review other snaps. Now, the purpose of these streams is not to help people get rank 1. It's not to help people get top 100. It's to help ensure the snap has a strong chance for 4,000 moonstones. That doesn't mean a guarantee. Snaps are more competitive than ever since the bracket has been shrunk down to 4% for 4K. And there are a lot of people getting better and better at snaps. So, there are some snaps I'll see and I'll say, yeah, that's getting 4K, like no doubt in my mind. But most of the time what I'll say is, yes, this has a good shot at 4K. And we'll just, cover things like composition, beauty factor, lighting, and in particular, theme. Theme is very, very important. So during these streams, people are sending me these snaps, not to show them off, not to just have them on the stream. They're sending me these snaps, seeing if there's anything they could do to make it even better and improve. And I don't claim to be the very best at snaps, I just have a very good track record. I understand most of what the voters are looking for. I've participated in every Dreamsnap challenge there's ever been. And I have a very strong track record, got 4K for almost 2 years straight. So a very, very good track record with Dreamsnaps. I've been in the top 3 a couple times. But again, I don't claim to be the very best. I don't think I'm better than everybody else. The thing is, I have access to a lot of data as a content creator. So each week, people inform me about how they did. And then we take a look at snaps that got 4K versus snaps that didn't. We cross compare, and it gives us a very good idea as to what voters prioritize, at least on a massive scale. Everybody's a little bit different. So, I take that information and I build on it week by week, and then I share my thoughts in these review process. So, it's not that I'm the best ever out there, the best to do it or anything. Not the greatest of all time. I just have a good understanding of the system and what a lot of people are searching for. Let's get the good weather back here. I'm gonna have to pause my character again. It's weird when you do this pose, she does this really gummy kind of smile. But if you wait a second, you can actually get it. Like, see how you can see the gum line here? I don't like that. But if we just wait a second, she'll kind of close her mouth a little bit. There we go. Okay, now she looks good. Okay, perfect. All right. So before we get started with these snap reviews, one of the first things I like to do is revisit the theme, because that's going to be very important. And it'll give you a good idea as to what we're looking for and what we'll be prioritizing within this review process. Pup Wells, thank you for the reset, my friend, and welcome. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Also on the YouTube side, I see Ashley, I see Vortex. Hello, Vortex, you were early today. First comment of the day on YouTube. Great to have you. I'm excited. My first live stream review. Oh, nice, Vortex. Nice. Looking forward to seeing your work. Very exciting. This has been a tough challenge. I've seen a lot of people online struggling with it. Yes, it is one of those challenges it's sort of open-ended, and when it comes to creating a crafting scene, it can be tricky based on like what you choose to be crafting. You want to feature your character as some kind of artisan, whether it's a woodworker, a blacksmith, it could be pottery. There's a lot of different ways you can approach this challenge. And some ways I've seen some people going in directions that I don't think actually work with the theme, which we'll discuss when we get to those snaps. I looked through a lot of snaps in the Discord already, and I took the time to prepare some little examples within my valley to help, address some little things that I saw. But yeah, it's tricky to convey that you're a craftsman. You know, what we did with this example photo is we're showcasing, you know, we have all these birds around. So, you know, this fairy girl is obviously very fond of birds because there's like bird feeders in the back. There's a big nest. There's another birdhouse back here. And then we see her looking with pride at this birdhouse with a set of tools on the table right here. Now, that's another tricky thing. We don't really have a lot of tools in this game. Now, this outfit does have, like, a little hammer on the fit here. She's got some tools in the pocket. So, you know, if you go the fairy route, and she's got the tinker goggles. So, there's different ways to convey the theme. But I definitely think having some form of a strong pose where you can do a bit of storytelling is always going to be good. You don't have to do that to get 4K, but it is certainly helpful. Voters appreciate that a lot. But yeah, this is just a little example that we can kind of jump back to when we look at other snaps. This is not my dream snap. I don't think I'm going to submit this one. I have one I like even more. So I don't know. I do like this one. I do like this one. I think it would have a good shot at 4K, but it's already been circulating a lot because I put it on YouTube, and you know I like my snaps to be somewhat confidential. Bell B said hopped over here to drop a like. Thank you, Bell. Thank you. Ashley. Oh, we have another Ashley in the chat. Also, Marie, hello. Ashley says, hey, first-time review, super excited. Nice, that's awesome. So we got 2 first-time reviews today. Very cool, very cool. Well, great to have you guys. Thank you for trusting me with your snaps. And, you know, also, with these review processes, of course, at the end of the day, I want you guys to know these are your snaps. So, you know, it's my job to find, you know, anything I can think of that could improve its chances for 4K, give it an even stronger chance. And at the end of the day, whether or not you choose to take that advice is totally up to you. It's your snap, so don't feel like you absolutely have to do what I say if it doesn't vibe with you. That's fine, that's fine. Hey, Jen, thank you, my friend, thank you. Jen with the big 400 bits here, and we got a little hype train coming in, thanks to Crafty Joe with the resub as well. Thank you, Crafty. 2 months now. Thank you. And appreciate the 400 bits. We got 600 on the board already. Lunar says, I'm worried mine might be interpreted the theme a little too broadly, but I'll see what y'all think. Yeah, we'll see when we get to it, Lunaris. Maybe, maybe not. It just depends. Dekai, thank you for the 300 as well. Almost 20% on the goal already, and we haven't even done our first review yet. Thank you. Nanda, Natalie here. Hi, everyone. First time getting my snap reviewed, so slightly nervous about it. Whoa, dude. We got a lot of first-time reviews today. Very cool. Well, you're not alone, Nanda. We have Ashley getting her first review, Ashley Vidler. We have Vortex getting her first review, and we have you getting your first review. So we have several first-time reviews today. Very excited to see what you guys have in store. Possibly, Ashley, today's my first review. Okay, look, that's not true. Also, how did you get that Minecraft baby chick? That's a cute badge. Denny said, I think this week's theme can go a lot of different ways, though. Yeah, we like we discussed, Denny. So we already covered that. You can do blacksmithing, you can do woodworking, you can do pottery. Maybe you just got here, you didn't hear that part of the stream. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can communicate the theme. However, it still needs to be what the theme says. That's what we're getting into here. So when it comes to, and honestly, you can't really interpret the theme differently when it comes to the core of what it's asking. There is no like, here, let's just read the theme. Let's just look at the theme here. Okay. So this week's challenge is called, give me 1 second here. Crafted with Care. This challenge is all about craftsmanship. Okay, so that's not something you can interpret differently. The opening sentence tells you exactly what the challenge is about. Craftsmanship. And that needs to be featured. The title of the challenge is Crafted with Care. So you need to be crafting something. It doesn't matter how you interpret that. As long as you're crafting something, you will be on theme. But if you're not a craftsman or an artisan, and if you're not showcasing your ability to craft things, then you did not do the theme. Okay, that's what we're discussing. So there are a lot of ways to approach the theme. There are a lot of ways to highlight that you're a craftsman. But if you're not actually you know, showcasing that you are crafting or a craftsman, then no, you're not doing the theme. Now, can you still get 4K even when you don't do the theme properly? Yes. If your photo has a high beauty factor, it's still possible. So, I mean, we've seen people leave out parts of the theme and get 4K many times. Now, let's read the rest of what the challenge says here. So, opening sentence puts it very clearly here. This challenge is all about craftsmanship. The second sentence gives us a bit of insight into some examples here. Create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. Yo, Juju, thank you for the resub, my friend. So, here's some examples. You know, you can do woodwork, you can do metal, you can do stitching, you can do handmade details, but it doesn't have to be those things. There are other ways to highlight that you are a craftsman or an artisan. The final sentence gives us some insight into how to present the avatar. It says, for your outfit, choose natural textures and artisan accents. Okay, so natural textures, artisan accents, really you just want to highlight, you want to dress for the craftsman that you are. You know, if you're doing blacksmithing, like some overalls, or pottery would work with overalls. You know, for our little woodworking fairy here, we have the, you know, the crafting goggles, and we have this little craftsman outfit here. So there's different ways to deliver on that. But, again, when it comes to the core concept of the theme, you can't be on theme and deviate from being a craftsman. So, you need to be some kind of artisan. You need to showcase some kind of crafting. And that's not really, you know, something I would recommend deviating on if you want 4K. Pops, hello. Thank you for the bits, Dad. Good to see you. Welcome back. Jedi said voting on last week's Snap, and I'm seeing tons of just rooms, very few dreams. I saw a lot of dreams, Jedi. I saw a lot of dreams. I don't know if you're a YouTube channel member, but every weekend I've been uploading a member exclusive video of me voting. This weekend's came out on Saturday. But yeah, I saw several just bedrooms. And unfortunately, I think for those people, they read the first sentence of the challenge, but they ignored the rest of what it said. So if a bedroom is beautiful enough, I think it could still get 4K, but it's going to be much safer. I saw so many good snaps that showcased very good dreams, and we highlighted a lot of them on that video. So yeah, you know, even when we did the reviews, we had a couple of people that submitted just bedrooms, and I recommended, you know, it's okay to do a bedroom, but you need some kind of dream there as well. And we, you know, we saved some of the really good ones we found when voting, but I think you're going to have a stronger likelihood of 4K with the Cozy Dreams Challenge if you feature a bed or a bedroom, but have some kind of dream element there. That's what we discussed during the review process for Cozy Dreams. So, going to be very important. You also get a very nice beauty factor from incorporating those dream scenes as well. Dida said, my voting has been really bad. A lot of selfies, and I've done like 3 rounds of voting. Yeah, Dida, that's how it goes. This is also why we talk about, you know, prioritizing things like beauty and making your dream snap easy to understand. Because those snaps you're seeing, that's most snaps. Most dream snaps out there are hastily made submissions, selfies, quest photos, from people that don't really care to participate, but they just want to get the free moonstones. And that's actually a majority of players, not a minority. So those of us that put a lot of time and effort into our snaps, we are the minority. And this is why, you know, it comes back to voting. When we talk about what's going to do good, for those of us that put a lot of work into our snaps, you know, we might like something that's a bit more technical or a bit more advanced. But for the average voter, the average selfie submitter, they're just quickly deciding between 2 dream snaps. They don't really put a ton of work into their snaps, so why would they put a ton of thought or effort into voting? So they're going to look for theme and beauty, and it's really that simple. So if you can have a beautiful snap and showcase that it is on theme, then you'll do good with both crowds. You'll do good with the minority and the majority, which is very, very important. All right. Let's get started here because we do have a lot of snaps to review, of course, as always. So, first up today, Looks like we got Heathen Dove. All right. So we got 3 snaps here from Heathen Dove. Let's bring this one over. And then we got this one. And then we got this one. Okay. So a couple of deviations in the outfits here. And you said, I'm excited about this snap. As an artist myself, I decided to push in that direction with quote-unquote crafting. But I'm unsure about the outfit and whether I should put a border on or not. Thank you in advance for any advice. All right. Well, as for the outfit and time of day, like this one, you're in midday. This one, you're at sunset, so it has more of a warm tone. So I like this. But I did save something earlier today that I want to bring up because there's something important when it comes to... We've had a lot of challenges about art. So when it comes to painters or artists, painters can be considered artisans if they practice a trade, craft, or produce functional handmade goods using specialized skills. So while artists focus on aesthetic expression, artisans often create functional, tangible items like pottery or decorative items. The terms can overlap, but artisans typically focus on technical craftsmanship, and that's what this challenge is about. So, I have seen a few people doing art, like painting, drawing, and I think some people will vote for these, but I don't think it's the best direction for this theme. So, again, if we revisit the theme here, it states, this challenge is all about craftsmanship. Create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. And then it refers to artisan accents. So, somebody that draws or paints, that's not a craftsman. That's not a craftsman. Now, what you can do if you want to be an artist and a craftsman, you have these statues here. This is perfect. What if you pivoted just a little bit and you put some statues in your foreground and highlighted your work with crafting statues? Because then you're actually crafting a tangible item there. I don't think painting or drawing is the best direction for this challenge. But again, you could still get 4K, potentially. It really just depends on what you pop up against. But I think if you pop up against players that are showcasing themselves, making actual tangible items, as we saw in that little, excerpt that we read there, it's going to be more on theme. Again, you could play up the statues in the back a bit more. We're talking about handmade details. So, painting, the easel, this is not really a direction I would feel safe going. It'll work for some, but we've had a lot of challenges in the past about art. We've seen art challenges before, but we've never seen a craftsman or an artisan challenge. This is different. So I recommend for your snap, rather than worrying too much about the outfit, I would pivot to showcase. You can still have the art in the back to show that you're, an artist, but be sure to highlight these statues a bit better and showcase some handcrafting. So, just having the pencil and going with, the easel over here and the art on the walls, not quite what this challenge is referencing. All right, next up we got Lilo. Hope this suffices with the theme, and you can tell me, and you can tell what I did here. Thank you for the feedback. Okay. Looks like you work with clocks. Is there a name for that? Is there a name? What is the definition of somebody that works with clocks? Hang on, let me check. I know there's an actual artisan name for that. Thank you for not spelling out to me what you did, because it's going to be very important that I can tell, because the voters will need to tell too. They're called a clockmaker or a horologist. Okay, cool. And yeah, this works very well with handcrafted details and crafting. You're crafting tangible items with handmade details here. I really like the fact that you showcased this particular little Scramblecoin piece. Very good. And you have Cogsworth down here as well. Great villager to use for your concept. I love the little set of tools you have down here at the bottom. Very cool. Very cool. Great crafting table to use as well. It's got like the magnifying glass for working on clocks. You know, it's very, very, you know, there's a lot of fine details and small gears. And then you featured a lot of clocks in the shot, and you even have the hourglass here. So very cool, very cool. Now the memory here, maybe you're showcasing the birthday as like a, you know, like change in time. So I can see how that plays into it. And the outfit's very fun, too. I love that you have the necklace watch here as well. I think voters will be able to tell what you're going for here.
Senpai, change the scene, please.
Oh, crap. Thank you for telling me. There we go. Yeah, my bad, my bad. I still had that pulled up. Oh, and I think that means for the last one we were looking at, you guys probably didn't see that either, for Heathen Dove. So, yeah, this is the snap I was talking about before. So, for Heathen...
You're not sharing their images, Senpai.
Yeah, I know.
Smiley face emoji.
I know. They already told me. They already told me. I'm doing it now. I got you. I got you. Thank you, Vortex. Yeah, Twitch already told me. Yeah, my bad. My bad. I kept that screen up by accident. I kept the theme up there. Well, I think you guys did see this one because I opened the theme back up after we were discussing that particular one. So yeah, on to this one. Okay, now you guys can see what I was talking about here. So yeah, Cogsworth right here. We have the tool set here. Good crafting table. There's the hourglass. And then we have the memory on the right. Pocket watch on the neck. So yeah, I think this delivers on the theme really well. And it has a good beauty factor on top of that. You have a nice silhouette back here with the gold lights kind of coming through the clocks. The only thing I would really... And I love all the gears you have on the ground because that plays perfectly into the clock crafting concept here. So very good. Very... Yeah, this is a very creative approach to the challenge, actually. I really like this. And again, this works perfectly with what the theme says. This is a textbook craftsman or artisan. You know, we can clearly see what they're working on, what they handcraft, and what items they make. So very, very cool here. There's not much I would change with the structure of this snap. I think you did a great job with that. Lighting is very good. We can see your shadow going behind the avatar. You have great light pouring into the scene. I like the fireflies as an added detail there. The only thing I would slightly adjust here, if this were my snap, would likely be saturation. I would try to get a little bit more color into the scene. I wouldn't go crazy. You know, maybe boost it by 0.2 and that's it. I wouldn't take it too high. But a little bit more color, I think, would make this even more beautiful. We would get, you know, instead of the yellow light looking a bit pale back here, we'd get a bit more of a yellow note in that. And the colors on your outfit would pop pretty good. I think the saturation boost would be helpful as well, because when you use these memory frames, you get these white beams of light that kind of come out of them, and they're whitewashing your avatar just a little bit. Again, I don't think you need much of a saturation boost, but I would up the saturation just a bit, since a lot of voters prioritize beautiful and vivid photos. I think it would be a good play. But overall, very solid snap, executes the theme well. I think this has a very strong likelihood of 4K. Well done, well done. Oh yeah, we had Mushu as well. We'll do Mushu's next. So next up here, we have M's. I've never done an indoor snap, so I struggled with making it pop. I'm hoping it's still good. As always, thank you for any advice and feedback. Okay. Well, it came in a little small, so let's enlarge it so we can see it a bit better here. Daisy's a fun villager to use here. I like that a lot. And we can see that you're handcrafting this dress. So very nice. And I love that you have mannequins with dresses on display. Very good, very good. Now the pose of you down here working on the dress, I think is a fun way to communicate the theme for sure. Now, as far as getting it to pop, as you said, I know you said this is your first time doing an indoor snap. So one thing I always recommend when going indoors is to take advantage of the lighting control you have. It's totally different when you're outside. When you're outside, you're going to rely on time of day, and then there's, you know, items like the street lights where you can make silhouettes. But when you're inside, you actually have access to a bunch of items that cast light. So real quick, I am going to leave this scene. I'm going to go to my house. I'm going to show you what I mean here. And this will help you to make it pop, as you said. And this is something that's very important for indoor snaps. And after the video here ends, I would recommend going to Dreamsnap Tools in the Discord server. It's where a lot of my Dreamsnap guides are. I have a guide all about lighting, and it covers indoor lighting quite a bit. And it's a very good video to watch if you're working on an indoor snap and you're not used to them, because you can do some really cool stuff and really make a dream snap pop when you're inside. So I have a couple of different scenes here, or just basic setups. So in this room here, this is just an empty room. This is how the room is going to look, you know, when you're not casting light into it. So we have like this light here, which doesn't cast onto the walls when I drag it around. Now, after 6 p.m. local time, this will cast light on the walls, but changing your time offset will not affect this. So once it passes 6 p.m. your time, this will actually cast light onto the walls. Now, going back out here, here is pretty much the same setup, but with lights that actually cast. So chandeliers, there's a lot of chandeliers in the game. And again, if you watch my lighting tips video, it'll tell you exactly which ones you can use that always cast light, regardless of time of day. So, you know, like I said, with some of the other lights, you can't even change your offset to get them to work. You have to wait until it's physically that time. So if you want to make an indoor dream snap pop, utilizing items that cast light onto not just the walls, but you can see it casting onto the floor as well. This is going to give your snap a lot of good beauty factor here. Now, you're already doing one thing, which is very strong for DIMs. You're using windows to bring light into the scene. That'll change based on your time of day, like how the light comes in. And also, time of day is very important inside as well. Like, this is how it looks during midday, and this is sunset. So it's a lot warmer. You get the nice gold notes on the walls. But you'll also see the light coming from the windows changes throughout the day. So different hours will give you different, you know, light casting. So back to your snap here. One thing I think that would be good to utilize here would be a chandelier. You might not want to block like your windows or some of your decor. You don't have to have it like back here in this corner where we can see. You could pull it back a little bit and put it like right on the edge of the top of your frame, and you can get some gold light casting on this wall. And you could do the same thing over here on the left-hand side to get a nice gold warm light coming in down here. You can also add light to the front of your scene and your avatar with this same technique. So we can have a light here. With the white floor, it's a little hard to tell. But as you can see here, my avatar has now, you know, they have warm light, even without the character lighting boosted, and so will the other items in your foreground, even if we can't see this light. So you know, this light is not in the photo, but the light it's casting is in the photo. So that's a very strong way to make your, you know, your dream snap scenes that are indoors very vivid, very beautiful. If I pull up, I've gotten 4K on every single indoor submission I've ever done. I've never had an indoor submission get less than 4K. And you'll see that with all my indoor submissions, this is something I play up a lot. So we have Vitalis lanterns back here, boosting light in the back. There's a chandelier. This one is just called Chandelier. That's its whole name, Chandelier. You can get it from Scrooge, very early item, but we see it casting nice warm light onto this wall. We have another chandelier up here, casting warm light into this pocket. We have light coming in from the window here. And, another 2 chandeliers here. If these weren't here, this would look very dark and very pale, or just kind of bland. But getting that nice warm light on it really elevates the beauty factor of this scene. And this is something I do with all of my indoor submissions. Like this one was the bookworm one. And again, back here, you can see this very warm light on the door back here. We have these chandeliers tucked back in between these bookshelves, casting warm light onto the bookshelves as well. And with this one, you can't even see the chandeliers I'm using, but they're over the avatar, and they're casting a lot of warm light onto these gold piles. So yeah, big recommendation for you here, Ems, would be to play first. Check out the Dreamsnap lighting tips video. If you've never done indoor submissions, if you're new to it, that video is going to be super helpful. And you can, that's one of the biggest strengths about going indoors. You get such good control over lighting, way better than you do outside. So I would definitely play around with that. Again, you don't have to actually put the chandeliers in the scene at all. You can put them along the edge of the scene, casting some warm light into the base of the shot here and onto the walls. But yeah, overall, I think you executed the theme very well. As we discussed, artisans practice a trade, craft, or produce functional handmade goods using specialized skills. And a seamstress or somebody that creates dresses out of fabric, that's an artisan. That's a craftsman. So this works. This works very well with the theme. So well done. Main thing I would try to do is just play up the beauty factor more. Ultimately, performance is going to come down to what you pop up against, but I think you structured this quite well. I like the inclusion of Daisy. I think the dress you're working on is really cool. And I like the way you built out the room. It's a solid submission. All right, Mushu is next. All right, so we got another, looks like painting one. Very well-crafted scene. I like the lighting. I love the wall. This is one thing you should definitely try to do when you go indoors, is heavily decorate the walls or the structures here. But as we discussed earlier, an artist and an artisan aren't the same thing. Now, artisans can be artists, but since we're talking about craftsmanship in this challenge, I'm going to refer to this again. Painters can be considered artisans if they practice a trade, craft, or produce functional handmade goods using specialized skills. So while artists focus on aesthetic expression, which is what's happening here, artisans create functional, tangible items like pottery or decorative items. So when it comes to working as an artisan, some of the things in the back, like if you made these snippets, these could work. So there are elements within your scene that can, kind of like what we saw with this one, like having the statues is very helpful because that can showcase that they made these. I would just play that up a little bit more because we have way more wall art than we do, like, little handmade goods. So I would definitely play up this factor. And for this one, same thing there. It's a beautiful scene, but for me at least, if I had to choose between this and this, I would choose this. because this is more on theme. This showcases somebody that is a full-on artisan, a full-on craftsman. And again, we've had several art challenges in the past, but it's not quite what the challenge is asking of us. So the snippets work, the wall decor works if you're making this stuff as well. Like if you're making the clocks, if you're making the snippets, then these items back here work. But showcasing the painting table in the front and you working on a painting here doesn't communicate to me necessarily that you made, that you actually made these handcrafted items in the back. So finding a way to communicate that, I think, would be a really good idea here. Dreamer is next. Okay, so we got the mannequins in the back. You have the spindle. You have fabrics. Okay. You have the little crafting blueprint table with the fashion designs on them. Very good, very good. There's the other little crafting or like blueprint table over here. Now, the pose with the pencil, this looks really odd the way you're holding it. Like, it looks like you switched to it and then snapped the photo before it went to your shoulder. And you're holding the pencil like at the lead. So the pose is very strange here. I would definitely change it to where you're just holding it normally. Because maybe you're trying to make it look like you're drawing with it, but with the size of it, it's not really, it just feels weird. And you want your Dreamsnap to feel like, you know, you're looking into a movie scene. You're like looking into something that's happening. Like even when we look at this one, you know, everything makes sense with the poses, with the villagers. You know, this one as well. So I would definitely tweak the pose here a little bit. Let the pencil land on your shoulder if you want to use the pencil. But I wouldn't use the pencil here, Dreamer. It looks like you're working as a seamstress. You know, you're designing clothing. I would do a pose that plays up to that a little bit more, rather than posing with the pencil. Now, you could say, oh, you're sketching new designs, and that, you know, that could work, but I don't see why you would sketch them with like a giant pencil. I know it's the only pencil we can really pose with, but there is a cup of pencils in the game that you can craft from Storybook Vale, and you can just put that on a desk beside you, and then you can use like the footstool dog pose to like look down at the table at your designs. You know, that would work. And the other thing I would recommend here, Dreamer, is the same thing I was talking about for Em's shot. I would definitely get some light casting in here. A big part of making an indoor snap beautiful, like you do have good light casting in the back here with these hanging lanterns. Like that looks really nice. But it's very dark in the corners of the room. And especially on the things you've actually crafted. Like you have these mannequins with these outfits you've made, but there's not really any light on them. They feel kind of buried in the back. But if you had a chandelier over top, you would get some great light on them. You would highlight them a bit better. Overall, it's a well-designed scene. I think you're showcasing your workshop pretty good here. You know, with all the concepts you have at the base of the shot, with all the fabrics you have in the back, I think it's clear, you know, what you're going for, like what the idea is here. And, you know, again, a seamstress does work well as a craftsman and an artisan. So, you know, I think this is very much on theme. But I would definitely try to play.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Hey, thank you, my friend.
When
Thank
you're
you.
done with Dreamers, we missed Carolyn's snap. She was second to post for review.
Okay, I'll check it out. Oh, yeah, I see Carolyn there. Yeah, we'll get Carolyn next. Thank you, thank you. Also, let me update the goal real quick as well for that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Was that Ashley? I'm not sure which one of you guys that was. Yeah, it was Ash. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Almost halfway through the goal. 2,000 out of 5,000 on the board. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Today is big goal number 155. And thanks for letting me know. We'll make sure we get Carolyn next. Top priority, top priority. So yeah, my thoughts for yours here, Dreamer. Two things. You have a mix of the white and black mannequins. I would choose one or the other. Either make all the mannequins white or all of them black. I think they'll look a bit more uniform that way. And number two, I would definitely play around with your indoor lighting a bit. You know, it's very dark over here. And we only have one element of light casting, which is right here. So I would try to get a chandelier over this dark pocket here to light this area up. And you can also put some kind of detail down here as well. Like, you could always add a mannequin a bit closer to you. Maybe, you know, maybe instead of the pencil, like, maybe instead of these books, you can have a mannequin right next to you, like you're working on it as you're looking at your notes here. That could work. But yeah, overall, it communicates the theme well. So, you know, it has a chance at 4K. And the room's got some good details. But I would definitely try to elevate the beauty factor by playing around with the lighting. DreeGG. Oh, no. We got to do Carolyn. Carolyn next. Carolyn. DreeGG will be after that. All right, we got 1, 2, and 3. Not sure if it gives too much runway vibes and too little crafty vibes. Let me know what you think. Okay. Well, having the little workshop materials right here, I think, is good. You know, that kind of plays up to the theme. I think you have a good artisan outfit on for, you know, a fashionista or a seamstress. But I will say for the fashion builds, you know, like if you're doing a seamstress, I feel like indoor makes a little bit more sense as a workshop. This does have a good beauty element to it, though. I think what you might want to try here, Carolyn, I love your concept, but I would try to make an indoor version of this as well. And then you'll have two good options to choose from. It's not too tough to make an indoor seamstress workshop. We have really good items for it. You already have some here. You know, you have the you could do the same foreground inside. Like, you can have this mannequin top here, and you can have the same table on the right showing like the little measuring stick and the fabric here. And then you would have access to some great like wall items. The only thing that's a little strange with this is, you know, all of these workshop items outside, like on this kind of runway. So you have crafting elements here, and you have crafting elements here. But the backdrop, you know, with this all being outside and with the buildings, I think there are going to be some crafting scenes that feel a bit more authentic. Now, there are some things that you can, I think, make sense outside. Like if you're a woodworker or a blacksmith, it's going to make a lot of sense to do those crafting tasks outdoors versus indoors. But for a seamstress, you know, that's almost always going to be done inside. And you can get an even higher beauty factor than this if you go inside too. You know, it's not really a disadvantage to go inside. I know a lot of people get nervous about it because they're not used to it. They haven't done it often. But indoors is a very viable option. Like I mentioned earlier, I've never had an indoor submission get less than 4K. I've had a really good, consistent run with my indoor submissions. Most of what I do is outdoors because I like having more space to play with. But for certain themes, for certain concepts, indoors just tends to work so much better. And there are some really good wall items that work very well with these items you're using here. So what you can do, Carolyn, is you could just keep this one submitted, keep it in your gallery, but consider making an indoor one as well. Play with the lighting. If you're not used to indoor submissions, maybe check out that same video I referenced earlier, the 5 Dreamlight Valley lighting tips. Skip the, you don't have to watch the whole thing. Skip the part about silhouettes. You already get that. Go straight to the indoor lighting segment. And this is only if you're not used to doing indoor submissions. And check out some of your options there. And create an indoor workspace because I feel like that's going to feel a lot more natural for the seamstress situation here. I wasn't going to show the build I have, but I think it's somewhat important to showcase that you can make a very beautiful, indoor scene when it comes to working as, let's say, a seamstress. And this is still not done anyway. I would take this photo after 6 p.m. because then I can get light casting on this back here. And I'm going to add more details to this wall here and a window on this wall here. But this, I haven't had time to work on it. Been a little busy with Pokopia. I'm going to get in position here. But yeah, there's really fun items you can work on.
Have a refreshment.
There's some really fun items you can work with when you go inside. For one, you'll have access to... Let me get this centered properly. You'll have access to light casting options like chandeliers. You have these great cork boards that work really well with like the crafting table. And then, you can also have mannequins, like actual mannequins that you put outfit on. This is one of the reasons why I think indoors is better for the seamstress, because you can showcase what you've made. Now, the downside of doing it outdoors is you're not going to have access to those mannequins. You can showcase this as something that you've made, and then you can have these mannequins here with nothing on them. But if you were to go indoors, you could place your own mannequins, and you could put any outfit that you want on them to showcase your skills and your work. And you also get access to a lot of good wall items, and you can still have a very nice, very, very strong beauty factor. So ultimately, it's up to you whether you decide to go indoor or outdoor. It's your choice at the end of the day. But I would attempt to do indoor, and then we can always look at it in the re-review tomorrow. And if you like the outdoor more, maybe we'll both like the outdoor more. You can stick with the outdoor. But I would try to throw together a nice indoor workshop for your seamstress. I think it's going to resonate very well with the concept you're going for. And again, you'll have access to very unique outfits you'll be able to showcase in the build. So, just something worth considering, I think. Worth considering for sure. All right. Back to it. But yeah, you have a nice beauty factor in these shots. I would say this pose, I think, is my favorite because it showcases the gloves very well and the dress very well. And I like the foreground you've done. And if you go indoors, you can do the same thing with the foreground. You can do mostly the same thing with the structure. You would just have more things to play with in the backdrop. And if you don't want to have a lot of the ceiling featured, you can do like I did and go midway up to the room. And then you can kind of play with the walls in the back. But I would definitely try. I would definitely try an indoor build. It works very, very well for the seamstress idea. All right, GG is next. Okay. So it looks like you're tinkering with a lot of things here. We have like the anvil. There's this rope and twine on the ground here. Very cool. And you've made these little acorn teapots. I like the springs and gears over here. Yeah, you have a lot of tinkering parts throughout the build. It looks like you're kind of a jack of all trades. This is cool. I mean, you know, the challenge did say that you can showcase, you know, woodworking, metal, and fabric. Like, you can do it all. So I like the way you also, I love this spool string you have coming in on the left-hand side from that little tree. That's very cool, the way you have that coming in here on the edge. The pose is very interesting. The Tinkerer goggles with the gold orb here. And then we even have, like, the scissors hanging down from Tinkerbell's tree. A very fun fairy Tinkerer concept here. Yeah, great details throughout the build. And you do have some of your projects on display, like, you know, seeing this little acorn teapot down here. Kind of indicates that that's something that you finished. And there's, like, another one over here. I love that you put the acorns down here on the ground as well, like you're working with them. We have some little birdhouses in play. Now, the pose is interesting. You know, you have the Tinker goggles, and she's looking at this gold orb motif, which is really cool. A very interesting pose. Maybe she's putting magic, like, you know, into her works. Maybe that's what this is. Maybe that's what's going on here. Because she's holding this golden orb here while she's crafting. So maybe the concept here is that, you know, she puts a little bit of magic into what she makes. I think that could be a fun way to look at this pose. Yeah, very cool. And also a very high beauty factor. Again, I love the details. I love that you have so many tinkering parts around your workshop here. Like, you know, seeing the anvil here, the rope, the twine, the acorns, the gears, the ancient parts, all of these components, and then some finished projects down here. Very, very good way to highlight, you know, her work as an artisan. Now, I will say for the outfit, this is a fun outfit, but I do think the Tinkerer outfit would work even better here. Like, this outfit looks really cool, but the thing with the... you'll probably get 4K regardless, you know, even if you don't switch to this one. But I think if you're going to go with the Fairy Crafter with the Tinkerer goggles, using the outfit that pairs with those goggles, what's really, especially with you being so close up to the camera, what's really cool about having this one on is you're going to have a little chisel or, you know, there's like a little hatchet on your side. You have tools in that pocket on the chest piece here. And there's another acorn hanging, you know, off the waist. So, yeah, your outfit's very fun, but I think this one would be even stronger with the theme. This one does have a good beauty element, though. You know, it adds a lot of lush green into the scene. But with the other one, we would actually see, like, more tools on the character. And it would make her have an even stronger, like, craftsman feel. But that's probably the only thing I would change about it if it were my snap. But you don't have to do that. I think this will still very likely get 4K with what you have going on here. So overall, very, very strong snap. Well done, well done. Communicates the theme exceptionally well. Snowdrop. Snowdrop says, I'm a newer player, so I don't have a ton of items. Okay. So you're newer to the game here. So it looks like you're working a spindle. And you're crafting... Yeah, it looks like you're breaking down maybe cotton into rolls of yarn. Could be the concept here. Well, I really like the way you did the pose here. I think that's really fun. It looks like you're actually working the spindle. That's very cool. Now, the location of this is a little strange because, you know, your workshop is like right in front of your doorway. Like you have a chair and a spindle here. I think a scene like this with this pose and the chair, maybe you chose to do outdoors because you don't have good indoor items to push the camera up. Maybe that's why you chose to do outside. Because I know if you're a new player, there's items you can use to push the camera up, but a lot of them are landscaping items. So, but yeah, with the Corona set that you have here, like the table and chair, you know, if you have that Corona set, there's some awesome things you can use inside that would work really well with the concept you have going on here. Now, there are some strengths to this snap, and I think it does have a shot at 4K. The strengths would be that it's very simple to see what you're making. The fact that you're using the spindle, you have the rolls of fiber featured here and here, like you're selling it, you know? So this handcrafted fiber here on the little cart. Great storytelling there. And the pose showing you actually work the spindle is very clever. As far as results on this, ultimately, it's really going to come down to what you pop up against. That's always the case, but I think it's going to be increasingly the case on yours. And the reason why is there's going to be a lot of people, I think, that are able to do the theme. And if both of them do the theme, it's ultimately going to come down to the beauty factor, like which photo captivates the voter a bit more. And the risk with this one is with the tree leaves right up close, the house right up close, we don't get to see too much of a beauty factor here. Now, the avatar is very beautiful. That's a good beauty factor. And you have good lighting coming into your scene, which is awesome. But against other photos where there's a bit more detail. Now, I know you said you're a newer player, so you don't have access to a ton of items. So, you know, that's the tricky thing. Not knowing what you have access to makes it a little tough for me to give you ideas on a different way to approach this. But what I'll say is, if you have this Corona set, and you have the Corona pillars, and this Corona furniture, you could do a scene like this indoors. And typically players will be, you know, then you'll have access to things that you can put on the walls. You can do beautiful windows. And you can add a lot of great fine detail with an indoor build. Not to mention, if you check out my lighting tips video, even as a brand new player, you're very likely to have access to some of those items that cast light indoors. So some of the chandeliers, like the basic chandelier you get from Scrooge, and it's a very, very common item. But going inside, getting some nice warm light casting and making a little workshop inside, I think should be worth considering here with what you're doing. You could always keep this one in your gallery and attempt to make an indoor workshop where this would make a little bit more sense. And if you don't like it, just keep this one. But I would try. You know, use the Corona stuff. Use other hardwood decor that is similar texture and style to this. And very importantly, I would use some good light casting elements inside to really dress up the beauty factor. And don't forget, if you do go indoors, changing your time of day will change the lighting in the room. And you can cast light from different angles inside the room, which can also elevate the beauty of the Dreamsnap. But yeah, you did the theme, which is great. And you got a good beauty factor. Again, you know, the avatar looks really good here. But I would try an indoor for this and see how it feels. Because I think the location of this would make a bit more sense if it wasn't like blocking the doorway of the house. And I think you can get a higher beauty element if you go indoors, because you'll be able to customize your lighting a bit more. And you'll also have access to some fun wall items. You can make a really fun backdrop. The house is a nice backdrop, but, you know, a lot of what we see is like the hanging willows. But yeah, overall, it's a solid snap. I think it has a shot at 4K. It's really, like I said, it's going to come down to what it pops up against. And it might have a great shot at 4K because I feel like there's going to be... I've seen online a lot of people are struggling with this theme. And the concept you have here clearly delivers on the theme. So that's very important. If you don't pop up against a lot of other people that executed the theme that have a higher beauty factor, then this will likely get 4K. But if you do pop up against snaps that have a higher beauty factor, it can end up costing you the 4K. Ultimately, it just comes down to, you know, how lucky you are during that voting algorithm process. But if you're able to make an indoor build with an even stronger beauty factor, you'll have an even higher likelihood. So I would try it at least, and we can always check it out on re-review day. And if we don't like it, we can just stick with this one, because this is a strong snap at the end of the day. But we might be able to make it even stronger inside. Miss Spock is next. All right. Is this too simple? Sadly, I don't have a footstool dog, so the only pose I can think of when it looks like I'm looking at my plans is the max one. Unless there is another one that I'm forgetting about. Thank you for the reviews as always. Okay. Well, I really like Cruella back here. Wonderful lighting in the scene. Got very nice lighting within the build here. One thing I would likely change with the increased saturation, with the red carpet, red table, and red phone, this whole foreground element down here in the bottom left kind of blends together. I would consider trying a different floor. That way we can break up, we can see the phone a bit better, we can see the table a bit better, but all of this is blending together a lot. Or you could just swap out the table for something different, just to break up, you know, the heavy red we have down here, so we can see this element a bit better, but it kind of blends in down here. Yeah, Cruella looks great here. And also, since you're indoors, Miss Spock, don't forget about windows. Even if they're not featured in your shot, like you have this little alcove back here. If you put a window on the left wall or the right wall, let me pull up one of my snaps. This is from Cozy Holiday Cheer. You see this beautiful light we have coming into the room? It's a really great feature for indoor snaps. And you don't even have to show the window like I'm showing here. But this is something I do in almost all of my indoor Dreamsnap submissions. So here in Ola Casita, we have all this light pouring in. This is before we can add motifs, because I would have had one on the board. But we have all this light pouring in here on the easel. It's falling on me here. You can see it right here as well. So setting up some windows to have some light coming into the room is a great way to add detail without having to add additional items, like into the build. You can just have light pouring into the scene, utilizing a window that, you know, is not even in frame. So yeah, for this one, I like the outfit. I love Cruella here. And I think the workshop is pretty good. Yeah, this has a good beauty factor for an indoor workshop for a seamstress. Out of a lot of the seamstress shots I've seen so far, Miss Spock, I think for the indoor ones, this one has one of the higher beauty elements I've seen. because you did a really good job with the lighting. The gold walls really pop here. And I think it communicates the theme well with the crafting table here, the blueprints here. I don't think it's too simple. But I do think you could get a little more out of this. You can always do another table behind you with the sewing machine. It wouldn't cover... You could do a low table as well, like one that's not high up. That way it doesn't cover your outfits back here. But you can have one kind of here, right behind the crafting table, and you can put the sewing machine there just to fill this out even more. And I would try to get some light casting into it. And I would also try some different floors, see if there's something else that works, because if you did, this phone would really pop, and this red table here would really pop. I know it's tricky with the floors, especially since you're using this very busy gold wall. There's not a lot of floors that are going to pair well with that. Like, you're not going to want to use, like, a straight-up white floor. Because that just wouldn't really go along with it well. But I would experiment. I would play around with the floors and see if you can find one that'll break up some of the heavy red we have in the corner here. The other thing I would consider is matching your mannequins. You have the white, then black, then black. I would say if you want one of them to be white, do the one in the middle so it has like a little bit of balance. You could always just take this outfit, put it on the white mannequin, then move the white mannequin in the middle here. That would only take a second. And that could also help to really highlight this outfit in particular, because the only mannequin that'll appear as white will be this one. But we have black, black, then white, and we could do black, white, black for a little bit of balance here, since there is a lot of balance in the shot. Like, you have the window right in the middle. You have the light here right in the middle. You have the carpet right in the middle. So let's play up that balance by putting the only white mannequin in the middle as well, or just by making all three of them black mannequins. But yeah, overall, I think this has a good shot at 4K, Miss Spock. Like I said, this has a good beauty factor. She looks a little angry, though. And if you make your workshop good enough and communicate what you're crafting, you don't necessarily have to do a pose where you're looking at the plans. If you do a pose where you seem a bit more... Like, even a pose like this is totally fine, you know? I would consider taking a shot playing up the beauty factor as well. So yeah, you don't necessarily have to do this. Like, if you don't have the footstool dog, I mean, you can do this if you want. It's not a bad pose by any means. But I would try a different one. Then again, you're probably trying to not block your mannequins. You could try the dragon pose and hide the dragon. Kind of like with your arms open, like welcome to my workshop type of deal. So that's another thing you can attempt. Ultimately, it's up to you. But yeah, lighting is very good. Good beauty factor. Final thoughts here. I would definitely consider figure out what you want to do with the mannequins. Could do white in the middle. I still like this outfit in the middle, though. I would definitely keep this outfit in the middle. That's a great one to highlight. And good outfits overall to showcase here. Very good choices. The Sanguine dress and these other outfits from Cruella. Having Cruella herself there is very nice. I love the gold chandeliers. Love the gold planters. You did a great job adding detail to the ceiling, which is great to see. I would definitely try to break up all this red we have here in the corner so the phone stands out a little bit more and the table is a bit more visible. Yeah, and I would experiment with the pose. You know, maybe try the dragon pose. See if you like it more. If you want to go with this one, I think that's fine. Kimberly is next. All right, very nice, very nice. So we got you working on Ariel's dress here, getting her fitted. Very cool. I like the action shot. That's really nice. Good details on the build. You got some nice light coming into the room here on the left-hand side. You have these chandeliers back here. You got some light. Now, these chandeliers will only cast light if it's past 6 p.m. your time, by the way. I can't quite tell if they're casting because you have the white walls. I think they are. I think you might... Yeah, I think they are, because if I look at this rug here, I can tell it's really bright right here. So I think you do have them casting. Love the stars over here. Very cool, very cool. Mannequins in the back, and you got some outfits featured. Yeah, and a really good pose for the avatar here. Overall, very solid. A good workshop. Communicates the theme quite well. Very obviously working as an artisan. We can see your plans here. We see you actively working on a project. We see this nice, sewing machine table set up right here. Got the fabrics over here. And you utilize the mannequins, too. So yeah, Kimberly, overall, very solid, very solid. As always, performance will basically come down to what you pop up against. There's a lot of diversity this week. I've seen, if we go back here, there's a lot of shots out there that have a really high beauty factor like this, where there's like a lot of color diversity, a lot of good saturation. Personally, for me, I avoid a lot of white in my dream snaps. Not saying it can't do good. It definitely can, if you want to use like white walls and such. But for a lot of my indoor submissions, and just for my dream snaps in general, like if we look at like just all my dream snaps, I often avoid heavy usage of white and gray. Of course, in the snow, that's a little trickier, but I try to have a lot of color diversity, a lot of vivid coloration, and that works out very well for me. For indoor scenes, I think the only indoor scene I ever did, see, like here's another indoor, lots of golds. The only scene I ever did that had white walls, I had the walls so busy that you didn't see much of the white. It was for the Dreamlight Art Gallery. Yeah, and this is before we could swap out the ceilings. Actually, this wall is gray. Yeah, it's gray and gold. And we had the white pillars. So yeah, I try to stay away from heavy white. We do have some down here too. And even with the abundance of gray and white in this still got a really good rank. I think this got ranked 19. This is in a time before we were all pushing the camera closer too. But yeah, I'm not saying you can't use white. It definitely works. But you can always experiment and try other walls where light casting is a bit more impactful. Like when you have these chandeliers here casting light onto the walls, you don't get quite the same impact when they're white walls. Versus when we're using light casting on walls that have more of this like pink and brown note, or this like tan note with the little orange fans. There's a lot of beauty factor you can get inside to give your scene a really nice wow factor. Again, if you really, really want to use white, go for it. I'm not saying you won't get 4K for that. But I would love to see this same snap with a different option on the wall. You can just keep everything else the same, and we can see how it feels with a second option. And that would be a very easy re-review. Then we can compare. Maybe we will like the white wall more. You know, maybe we'll end up liking this one more than one with an alternate option. But the tricky thing with walls like this in particular is that they have like the beams that come down, and when you hang items on them, sometimes they don't feel quite right because the walls feel like they're kind of concave in these spots, like they're not flat, but then we have items placed over them as if they were. And there's other walls that can have, again, really nice color notes that can play really well with the rest of your scene. So yeah, I would love to see this with a different wall. And then we can choose, you know, we can decide whether this one is the best of the two or if the other one has an even better beauty factor. Again, you already have a great pose here, great communication of the theme, great items in play, love the mannequins, and a very great view of the room overall. And if you want, you can send, you know, up to 3 photos for review. So when we do a re-review, you could always send me the same photo with 3 different walls. You can try several different options. And like I said, at the end of the day, we might like the white one the most. But if we see it with a few other fun options, we might find something with an even higher beauty factor. So it's worth checking. It's worth checking. Mr. Left Shark. Here's my snap for this week. Okay. Oh, I really like the avatar here. She looks so serious. What a professional. The workshop is very nice here. Let's take a closer look. I also love how you featured your mannequins very close to the frame here. You know, you're showcasing your work very prominently. And I love the way you designed her. The white hair, the sunglasses, and her outfit is very business forward. She's got her computer. She's got her little coffee here. We got an open book. And then we have her projects in the background. And several very good dresses to highlight. Like, we have this one. We have the new Padme one. There's the springtime one. And they're all very different, which is cool, too. I like the way you set this up, too. Like, having the white one in the middle with the 2 cork boards on either side. It's a very well-structured workspace. Good light coming into the room as well. And the white table here. Hey, Left Shark, thank you.
I know there is a lot of white.
Yeah, there is. But it works good with your outfit. And the white hair here. We'll get to that. I like the glass table, too. I really like the glass table. Feels very professional. Yeah, you have the white marble roof and then the white wall here as well. Now, you are breaking it up well. And you still have a really strong beauty element, though, with the light coming in from the windows. Like, the light casting off of this mannequin looks really clean. And the same here. And over here. You have this beautiful light casting coming in, you know, across this whole side. Even with the abundance of white, I like this wall a bit more than this one, mostly because of how you structured it. You still have everything placed everything's very even. So, over this, like, little opening here, you have the board perfectly centered with the wall, and then these on the edge, and they both end in the same, like, little pillar of the wall here. Like, you see these little wood pieces that come down in between each of the rectangles. Like, this one ends on this, and this one ends right here. And yeah, it's a lot of white. But I actually like it.
Happy Monday, Senpai and y'all.
Hey,
Excited
thank
to see
you.
snaps.
Much appreciated, much appreciated. I mean, you did play up the white really well here. Ultimately, it'll come down to, like, what you pop up against. You know, the reason I like to avoid white, and I've had a lot of success with that, is because there's just a lot of snaps out there that have a lot of color diversity. And I think in a lot of cases, you know, the average selfie submitter, it's not that this snap is automatically better than this snap just because it has more color. It's not necessarily about what's better. It's about what is likely to get more votes. Now, for people like us, so when I talk about not using a lot of white and gray, that doesn't mean white and gray is inherently bad. That just means it seems to be less popular with the average voters, as vibrant, colorful shots tend to draw the eye better and give you a safer snap overall. So there's not anything inherently wrong with white. I just avoid it because I've had a lot of success staying away from it. But I do really like the way this scene comes together. You know, you have good light casting coming in. You played up the pale colors good. And the dark outfit and the sunglasses, you know, really pop here because of all the white. I mean, if you ended up changing the wall, I don't think we would get the same value out of the snap, to be honest. You made like a very modern, chic workshop here. Like, it has a very, very modern feel with the glass table, the light wood floor, and the white wall. So yeah, there's not anything inherently wrong with using white. In a snap like the one we were just looking at before yours, they could totally get away with a different style wall. So they don't necessarily need to use white with this build. They could bring something in that gives even more color and plays better with the chandeliers. As for you, you're not using light casting here, really. You have one chandelier above your head, and this one only casts light after 6, and it's not casting light right now. You're also using the daytime time of day, not sunset. So when you're playing up light casting, white isn't going to be the best for that, but you're not playing up light casting. You're mostly using the light from the windows. So I think you should stick with the white wall for this one because it works well for the modernized workshop. But in other snaps that I see where switching away from white won't hurt what they did, I'm going to recommend it every time. But I think in your case, switching off of white would be a negative. You already have a pale floor. You're using white mannequins. And you have very dark shades and a very dark vest and dark pants and a dark chair. And, you know, the modern style of, like, architecture and interior design plays up a ton of white and black. So that's kind of the style you went with here. Trying to switch off from white walls for something like this would, I think, ruin the photo. So I wouldn't move away from white for a photo like this. But for other shots, you know, where a different color wall can be used that can play up the light casting and play up the warm notes we see, I think would be a good call or one worth trying. You know, we might still like the white here the most, like we said. I would like to see it with something else. But for yours, I don't think we need to see it with something else. It wouldn't really make sense to have this same workshop without the white. Overall, very solid. Again, my favorite thing about this would probably be the light casting from the windows. Like, you're not using chandeliers, but You have light hitting the glass desk. We have light hitting the mannequins in the back, and it looks very clean. And the avatar looks very, very good here. She looks very professional. So yeah, overall, very solid, very solid. I think this is very likely to get 4K, unless you get somewhat unlucky, and you end up with a lot of selfie voters who just prioritize color, you know. But yeah, I think this has a high likelihood of getting 4K. Sabina. Oh, we got another clock crafter. Very cool. Second time I've seen somebody crafting clocks. Very fun. Yeah, and Cogsworth is so good to use for this. Very good artisan build here. I love the gears. I love the tinkering parts. Yeah, Cogsworth looks great in the back. Very good outfit for this, too. This has really good artisan vibes. I love that you're wearing a watch and you have the pocket watch, like, on your neck here. Or, I don't know. That wouldn't be a pocket watch because it's not in your pocket. But I like the little goggles. Yeah, very good artisan outfit here. You have the antique clocks over here on the right. We have these small clocks on the wall. One large clock right behind you. There's the little workbench desk. And you have all of these Wish Blossom Ranch clocks here on the left-hand side. This is such a good workshop. You also have a chandelier right above you here, casting some very nice light into the base of this shot, lighting up this little statue you have here. And I love the fact that you put this little motif on it, but shrunk it down, so it looks like it has like this very polished shine. Very cool, very cool. Good light casting coming from the window back here. And we have some light hitting, the front of this clock as well. Yeah, this is super solid, Lena. Super solid. I think the only thing I would recommend trying for this would be if you got another chandelier, not in frame. Like, I wouldn't have it come into the shot at all. But if you put it right outside of the frame here, past these clocks, like in a little bit, we can get some light casting onto the clocks we have here in the corner and some light in this corner. And it'll highlight these little clocks you have on the wall back here really well. Because on this side, you have great light pouring in on this clock. So it's like very bright and vibrant. And then you're very bright, but it's a little dark on this side in comparison to here and the middle. And you wouldn't have to do much for that. Like one other chandelier on the outside of the frame, so it wouldn't change the photo at all. It would just change the lighting in this top right corner. I think it's worth trying, but that's it. I wouldn't change anything else. This is really strong. Very pretty, very fun. And it's super easy to see, what your trade is, what your craft is. Yeah, you guys did a great job. I've seen 2 of these clock smith snaps so far, and they're so good. You guys did a great job with this idea. Very cool. Mama Dukes. Oh, we got another clock one. Let's go. Dang, dude, the clocks are popular this week. I like it. Fun pose here. We have you right in front of the workbench, and there's like this little clock here. You have these clocks in the back. Like all the cuckoo clocks. Crafting station over here. There's a little crafting sign. So, maybe you're not just crafting clocks. Because you have the clocks up here. You have the clocks in the back. And then we have the clocks here. But at the base of the shot, there's like the toys. There's the little duck on the crafting bench here. There's the Wish Blossom horse lamp here. There's the Yule Goat. Maybe it's more like woodworking. And we do have the table saw back here on the regular crafting bench. And you are in a, wood cabin here, so that works as well. These little pirate lamps have such good light casting. These are so good for indoors. beautiful little glows here coming off of these. And a fun avatar. I think the only thing for me with this one is that it's a little tricky to like pin down exactly what your craft is. I think it's woodworking, but the abundance of clocks made that a little tricky, because at first I thought this was like another clocksmithing one, but then I see like we have the wooden bear chair, and then we have the toys, and then we have the wooden blocks. There's like the little wooden lamp here. But I mean, it works, you know. The cuckoo clocks are also made of wood. I would say if this is more of a woodworking snap, it might be a neat idea to tone down the amount of clocks. Like, you can still have them in the shot, but maybe not quite as many. Basically, I guess what I'm saying is, I would consider refining what your trade is. With the amount of clocks, you know, at first I thought it was, you know, same as what we see here. But then when I started seeing what's in the foreground, it feels totally different than what's in the background. Because in the background, we have all these clocks. That's like the first thing I notice. But then when we look at the foreground, there's like not really any clockwork or clocksmithing happening here. So maybe the idea is woodworking, which would make sense because like everything in here is wood. And if that's the case, I would consider highlighting. You can still have, like, you know, a couple of the clocks up here, but I would consider highlighting some other items as well. And that would also give you good item diversity. You know, you have a ton of item diversity in the bottom, like over here and over here. But up top, the cuckoo clocks, maybe if we mixed in some other items in addition to those. I mean, you could even do more, because I see you have the Wish Blossom cupboards here, but they're kind of behind the lamp. You could always do those up higher. I don't know, might be worth trying. Beauty factor is there, though. So it has a good shot at 4K. The gold lights at the top add a very nice beauty element to this. You got a lot of really nice, rich, colorful, warm brown. Like with the hook lanterns here. It's got very good, vibrant color. And I love the light casting here. Like, notice how these lamps, they don't only light this section, but they're also lighting up this whole top part of the ceiling here. That looks really nice. Yeah, I think the only thing I would consider changing here, Mama Dukes, I don't even think you need to swap out these. I would like to see a variant of this with something breaking up the cuckoo clocks at the top just a little bit. Maybe there's some kind of other fun wall decor we can put up here. Like, you can always keep, like, you know, one of the clocks on each side if you want. But since the bottom of the photo has so much diversity, I think it would be cool to see a little bit of that up here, too. But yeah, overall, strong snap. Good shot at 4K. Communicates the theme well. You're very obviously a craftsman, and that's what matters. Tanya is next. Oh, that's a cool pose, Tanya. That's a cool pose. Very clever. So we have another kind of fairy crafting space here. Very high beauty factor. We have the greenhouse walls. Some of the fairy building sets from Pixie Acres. I love the pose where you're holding up this, you know, it's that lamp that hangs down with the fireflies, but since we can't see the lamppost at all, it looks like you're just holding up something you made. I think that's a very fun way to get across, you know, your work as a craftsman. You also have these topiaries down here. Got your little fairy workbench to the right. Really nice lighting, but you see your shadow going back behind the avatar here. Sun beaming into the shot. Lots of beautiful color diversity. This is one of the strengths of going the fairy craftsman route. You get a very strong beauty factor. The only thing is, if you do go that route, you want to be careful to make sure you communicate very well that you're working as a craftsman. And I think you did a great job at that. So not only do you have a good beauty factor here, but you're also communicating the theme well. Overall, there's not really much I would change about this. Maybe, yeah, I have one small recommendation for you, Tanya. One small recommendation. I think instead of luminescent flowers on this table, some crafting materials would be really good to use. So ancient parts, you know, like gears, or you can do acorns since you're more of a nature crafter. You know, you can dig up these acorns. There's one right here in Wish Blossom Ranch. In Pixie Acres, you're wearing one right here. What if instead of these flowers on top of this table, we used it as resources for our crafting? You know, that would be a way to communicate the theme even further. Right now, what you have communicating the theme is this workbench to your right and your pose holding this lantern. But we can further deliver on the theme by adding some crafting resources to the top of this table. So the flowers are pretty, but you already have plenty of glowing elements everywhere. You know, the picture has a high enough beauty factor. You get this gold color right here. We can see a little bit of fabric right here. You have more than enough, you know, light and glowing elements. I would say it would be stronger rather than having the flowers grow out of the table here to have some fun resources on the table. Again, acorns would be really cool. You could do gears, or you can just do natural resources. You know, it doesn't have to be the ancient materials. Like, you know, you don't have to do the gears or the screws or any of the time bending pieces. You could just do acorns and some other kind of natural material. But putting some natural materials on this table, I think, would really showcase this workshop even more. But that's the only recommendation I have for you. I think overall, this is a very strong build. You got a very great, a very, very powerful beauty element here. And you're communicating the theme very well. So I think you've done good with this. It feels like a craftsman. Well done, well done. Jingle bells! Hi, Zip. I wasn't fond of this theme at all, but when I saw the items in the premium shop and my Dutch origins made me want to do a portrait somehow, I think it kind of works with the background, and I'm liking it better. Any feedback is awesome. Okay. So we got this one, and this one. So we talked about this a good bit already today, but going with a painter isn't quite on theme for this. Now, you could be a painter and an artisan, but you would need to, you could do this exact submission, but I would highly recommend showcasing some of your handmade materials. Like, you have a pottery station over here, and showcasing some of the pottery, I think, would be a good call. You know, we discussed this a good bit today. The challenge opens up by stating this challenge is all about craftsmanship. That's the first sentence. And it's called Crafted with Care. So, you know, when people refer to painting, they'll often say arts and crafts. Arts and crafts. So, arts would be sketches, paintings. Crafts would be handheld items like pottery or little statues or trinkets or things that you're making. So painters can be considered artisans if they practice a trade, craft, or produce functional handmade goods using specialized skills. So inherently, just being a painter does not mean you're an artisan. And that's what the challenge is all about, is being an artisan. And most people have, you know, I think done a very good job at communicating that concept this week by showcasing their skills and, you know, working with handcrafted goods. But there's a lot of strong examples of this. But, you know, you do have a very, very good beauty factor here. You got this motif perfectly lined up on the portrait here on the left. It looks very good. And I do like the lady portrait. That's very fun. And you can still do this exact submission. But what you can do to sell your work as an artisan on top of being a painter is maybe highlight this pottery station a bit better. Like, what if we move the pottery station down here so we can see it very clearly? And then we put some pottery elements, you know, throughout the scene that show that you're also making pottery. That way you can likely still get away with, you know, painting the portrait. I do think it would be a lot safer to go with the craftsman route, like fully embrace it. But you do have a really cute idea here with the lady painting. And the beauty factor here is very strong, so you could still get 4K even if you don't change it. It really just depends. Most voters are your average selfie submitters, your average quest photo submitters. I think they're really just going to be looking for beauty. So if they see a beautiful snap, if something is being made, they're likely going to vote for it. However, there are a percentage of voters that are going to be looking for specifically what this theme states, which references artisans and craftsmen. And if they don't see that, then it might cost you a vote here and there. If you get unlucky and you get a lot of those voters, it could cost you 4K. If you get lucky and you don't get any of those voters, then you should be totally fine because you got a good beauty element here. As for me, I always take the theme quite literally, and I do the same thing when I vote. So, you know, if I had to choose between a photo like this or a photo like this, I would choose this one because it's a craftsman and an artisan being featured here with their work. Whereas, you know, this one is more of a painter or an artist as opposed to an artisan. But again, you could have the best of both worlds if you highlight your other trades here. You know, because as we saw with the little description, you know, a painter can be an artisan if they have an additional trade where they handcraft goods. So you have the pottery station here. So technically you can be an artisan. It's just very, you know, it's right on the edge of the scene. I think if you do want to take this route, I would highlight your pottery a little bit more. That way you'd be a little safer from the more critical voters. But yeah, very good beauty factor here. And between your shots, I definitely like the more open air scene here. The windmill looks really good back there. I like the motif as the sun. The fireflies are very pretty. This one's nice too, but it's really cool seeing that full windmill. So yeah, I'd probably go with this one. But yeah, these are both good. These are both good. Very, very, very good beauty factor here. Yeah, only tip here would be to play up the pottery element more to showcase artisanry. Black Knight is next. Hey, Zip, I struggle with several different builds, and I created this. I really love it, but I'm wondering if it's on theme enough. What do you think? Thank you for the feedback. You seem a bit more like a gardener to me. Like you have your spade, you have your little rake, you're holding a shovel. I'm not really seeing anything that indicates what you've been crafting. You got a really good beauty factor here, Black Knight. You know, the birds are very pretty. I like the trees. You have great lighting. But this feels more like a gardener build, especially with the outfit you've chosen with the spade and with the little rake and the shovel. It seems like you're a caretaker of flowers, not necessarily an artisan. Like, it doesn't seem like you're handcrafting anything. So I'm not really seeing the theme here. So I can see why you would, you know, you were already wondering if this was on theme enough. You know, and we have other photos out there that really worked well to showcase the avatar actively creating or crafting items. Like, you know, we have this one where he's thinking in front of this crafting station with all these handmade goods in the room. We have shots like this where the avatar is, or the player is showcasing the avatar, kind of admiring their recent work. They're facing their work, and then we see their work all throughout the environment, along with tinkering parts and tools and pieces. We have workshops where a lot of their handmade designs are on display. So if we look, you know, at the other snaps out there, it doesn't quite seem to be as on theme as many of the others that I've seen, which I think will be a little risky. In addition to that, we've had a lot of flowery challenges. This is the first time we've ever had like a challenge about being a craftsman, being an artisan. This is a brand new concept to Dreamsnaps. But, you know, we just had Spring into Style just a month ago, maybe a month and a week ago. You know, not too far back. We had a very flower-centric snap. And we've had so many of those throughout the years. I don't think this is the best direction for the theme. But again, you know, if you get lucky, you could still get 4K with this, because it does have a very nice beauty factor. I think it's very risky, though. You know, considering we don't have, you know, you posing with the shovel and the spade. I would go more in the direction of some kind of workspace that showcases what your trade is, what your artisanship is, and, you know, how you go about making and designing those things. So handcrafted items is what you want to highlight as an artisan. So I think this one, it would be pretty risky, but again, good beauty element though. I mean, it's an absolutely gorgeous snap, and that can often carry a snap to 4K, even if it doesn't, you know, nail the theme as good as some others do. Ultimately, it'll just come down to what kind of voters you get. But you do have good color diversity. You know, I love the green glow back here. You have great lighting. You know, the birds are captured well. But as for me, you know, if I saw this snap, I'm somebody that votes for theme and beauty about evenly. So, you know, if I come with another snap where it feels more like a crafting space, more like a craftsman. And it doesn't have to be a man, by the way. I know I keep saying craftsman, but, you know, I think that's kind of like saying human. You know, it's like anybody, you know, craftswoman, craftsman, whatever. But, you know, seeing a space with all these handcrafted goods really delivers. And the same thing for if you have a particular type of good that you make, like clocks. You know, I think these clock crafting snaps are very clever. But it very well highlights what their trade is and what kind of artisan they are. And because of that, I would be more likely to vote for snaps like this. And I don't think I'm alone in that. So if you come up against snaps like those and you get voters like me, then it could end up costing you 4K. But if you are fortunate and you get a lot of people that vote beauty first overall, then this could have a good shot at 4K. I would aim for something that has the best of both worlds. Aim to deliver a beautiful scene like this, but work to highlight what you're handcrafting. Like, what are you making in particular? And you could say that you're a florist and you're making bouquets, but I'm not sure if that will resonate with everybody. And I would also consider maybe highlighting some, like if we had bouquets, I think that could work well. But what if you did a pose? Like what if you put like, you know, some kind of bouquet, like you could use the, I think a good option. Because posing with the shovel makes you feel more like a gardener than a florist. And I think if you want to go with a florist trade, let me find it. This could be a really good bouquet, something like this. And if you put that, actually, can this go on a table? Hopefully it can. I think it can. Yeah. And then if we could have, let's see, what kind of pose can I use to put my hands on it? Doesn't have to be this one big either. But I would try to showcase some kind of bouquet that you've assembled and have some kind of pose interacting with it rather than posing with the shovel. Because again, I think the risk here with yours, oops, is that you feel a bit more like a gardener than a florist. And I also still think, you know, going as a florist as your crafting style, I think might still be a tiny bit risky. With the challenge description mentoring a scene with woodwork, metal stitching, and handmade details, I think kind of embracing things along those lines are going to be a bit safer this week. That's why things like clocks work so well, because they incorporate 3 out of, 4 of those things. Not saying you have to go with clocks, but I would be careful not to come off too much as a gardener as opposed to a florist. And even with a florist, I think there is some risk there. Switch Mama is next. I'm working on posing better with my avatar and using lighting and color to their full potential. Yeah, good job. You got great lighting, fun lighting here. Good beauty factor. My biggest concern, though, is being on theme enough. Should I try to get the pixie crafting table more in frame? Well, I think you've got it featured well enough here. I mean, we can see it. The bigger question here would be, like, what are you crafting? What are we making? You got some good materials in front of you here. And great job with the colors. I like the silhouette you got here. The blossom trees look really nice. But for other, like, similar snaps, You know, we had this one that had like a lot of artisan goods around. Like, you know, you could always put one of these acorn teapots in your scene. It's a good craftable. There's also crafting components like these acorns and rope and twine. There's all kinds of fun things you can put around. You do have some fun resources here with, like, you know, the goose feathers and the glowing moss. But showcasing some kind of item you've crafted, like this one, is very good. The fact that she's, like, holding this, you know, you don't have to do something quite like this. I mean, even, let me go back to my example scene. Since the goal of this challenge is to highlight your work as a craftsman, I think it's a good idea to make sure you showcase what kind of stuff you're making, rather than just showing materials. So I think that would make your snap even stronger. It does look pretty good so far, though. You did a really wonderful job with the lighting. And you have a great, like, workshop setup. I like the resources. The only thing I feel like it's missing is, you know, something you've made. And there's different ways to go about delivering on this. So in this example scene, you know, we have her here with our tools. We have a little workstation and the tinker goggles and the outfit, and she's looking at this birdhouse to kind of indicate that this is her finished project. We're showing what she's crafting. And I think it's going to be a good idea to do that. Which is why on Black Knights, I think they could probably get away with the florist idea if they came off, you know, if they showcased maybe a beautiful bouquet they assembled. I still think going with woodworking, metal, or fabric is going to be better here because it's directly referenced in the theme, so it's a bit safer. And again, that could be a number of things. I also think pottery is a good choice because we have a lot of good pottery items. But I would definitely try to choose something. I would definitely try to choose something that highlights your talents and what you're making rather than just showing the resources. Miss Spock, yeah, I can play any... Since you highlighted your message, I can actually see it in OBS without opening chat, which is fun. I can play any video game music, as long as it's not like a copyright thing. And Cult of Lamb music is safe, Dream of Valley music is safe. You know, they're both safe. I like the Cult of Lamb music more, though. So yeah, I think you did a good job with your build here. I think you got fun lighting. The motif here is a bit much, though. I would shrink it down if I were you, because if it's supposed to be the sun, it's kind of in front of the tree a lot. I would shrink it down and move it to the top corner here instead, so it's not in front of the tree, because this feels like a very bright flare, and you have so much beauty in the scene. This takes away from it, actually. You made this scene so good. You don't need this very bright patch. I would move it up and shrink it down, just put it up here. And yeah, the only thing I would worry about with this one, Switch Mama, is showcasing some kind of item you've assembled. Like, again, you could just place a little acorn lamp here. You know, you could do the same. You can get rid of this motif, get rid of this club brush, and just put an acorn teapot right here. That would be enough. That would be enough. Just one little item you crafted. And I think that would deliver on the theme well. But yeah, you did good this week. This is a solid snap. Very good lighting. And a good pose for your avatar. Poppy said, I have 2 snaps. This is my first ever indoor with an outdoor as well. And I have to say, not a fan of indoor. Any help would be appreciated. By the way, I got my highest rank this week, 134. So thanks for all your advice. Hey, let's go. Good job, good job. Congrats, my friend. Congrats. Hey, sunshine! That is so nice of you, my friend. Thank you, Sunshine. Thank you.
Happy Monday.
Same to you. Same to you. Thank you very, very much for the big love on the stream. Let me update my goal here. I think we had a super chat ad earlier, too. Yeah, it was Left Shark. And Cranny. So, that'll be 359 plus 2,000. So 43.59 is what we're at. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Been a minute since I updated the goal, so we'll add everything in now. Big goal 155 today. We've hit 154 consecutive goals on this channel, and it looks like we're on track for a big 155. A new record, a new record. Very nice. All right. So between your two options here, Poppy, when you go indoors, you're not going to have the sun hitting your character like this. So if you... Hey, let's go. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Bob's with a big 1K. The goal is complete. Let's go. 53.59 on the board. Thank you, thank you. Big goal 155. Y'all drop some love in the chat for Bob's. Absolute W. Thank you so much. Sunshine Bob's, thank you for clutching what remained of the goal. That was very nice of y'all. Thank you very, very much. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. Dang, dude. 155 consecutive goals. That's crazy. The streak continues to climb. Another new record. Beautiful. All right. So if you've never done indoor snaps before, Poppy, there's a little bit of a learning curve there. So what I would recommend doing if you want to try indoor is, number one, definitely go to Dreamsnap Tools and check out my 5 lighting tips video. You don't even have to watch the whole video. Just watch the segment on indoor lighting. It's very important. And it can be super, super helpful when creating an indoor snap. For example, you know, when you're outdoors, you're going to get good lighting on your character if you're facing the sun, if you got the sun angled towards your shot. But when you're indoors, you don't get that same light casting. So you're going to want to boost character lighting. So your scene's very bright, but your avatar, a little bit of light on your avatar would go a long way here. So light casting is going to be very important for indoor scenes. Now, the fun thing about this one is it has, you know, like I discussed earlier, I am not too big on a lot of white, but it does work very well with, like, the Cruella style. You know, when you play up the Cruella fashion and you have, like, the Cruella paintings. You know, the white, black, and red is kind of central to her style. So I think it can work really well. But for a lot of the indoor scenes I've come across, you know, I'm seeing some pretty cool builds with a lot of diversity and a lot of really warm colors that aren't playing up too much white, like these. Now, this one played up a lot of white, but I actually really like it because it has a very modernized feel. So I think it's pretty cool. You know, how it does will be determined by what it pops up against, of course. But yeah, the other thing is only certain lights indoors are going to cast light onto your walls and ceilings unless it's past 6 p.m. your time, because then most of them will. But when it comes to casting light, it doesn't do much when you cast light onto a white wall. It just gives it a shine. But as far as, you know, walls that have a bit of color to them, light casting can go a really long way. Like where we have these wood notes, you know, this is how the wood looks normally, this dark note. And then we get this beautiful, like, warm light all over the scene here. And that's kind of throughout the whole scene, which is one of the reasons this one got such a high rank. You know, it was a lot of good lighting elements. And that's the key when you go indoors, is to really take advantage of what indoors has to offer. But if you've never done indoors, you know, there's a bit of a learning curve there. You're going to want to boost your character lighting. And if you are using a lot of things that make your scene brighter, like different lights, if you have a lot of white in the shot, it can just get super, it just turns into a super bright white, which doesn't really help with the elevation of the photo. Which is why I think this is a good example of a indoor snap utilizing white, because instead of relying on light casting from light sources like this, see, this isn't actually casting light. The light is coming from the windows, and that actually looks good. This actually looks good. But it's tricky when you're inside and you have the light casting with white, because, like, look at how much light is bouncing off the table here. Your outdoor one, outdoor, indoor. This one's good. I mean, they're both good. I think both of these have a good shot at 4K. If you were going to go with this one, the main thing I would do is boost character lighting for sure to get some more light on the avatar herself and showcase her a bit better. The benefit of going indoors, of course, is you're going to have access to all these mannequins, which is really fun. And there's some great workshop things you can use, like, you know, these boards on the walls. Whereas when you're outside, you know, you're not really going to be able to put much on the walls. You're going to rely on these components that you can kind of drop into the scene. But I would say these are both, you know, these are both strong snaps. I think the indoor one for a fabric workshop has a lot more potential. But if you're not feeling good about indoors, you could always go with an indoor-outdoor style build like this. You just won't have access to things like mannequins to kind of show your artistry or what you're working on, but you do have a workshop. And Cruella looks good here too. Now, there is a mannequin you can put outside. It's under the Cinderella tab. It's a mannequin with a little dress built into it. I think that could be a good option. Maybe instead of the pencil, you could do a pose with that mannequin. You might have to shuffle things around, but at least that would show that you're currently crafting something and working on something. But even if you stick with this, with the pencil and with the rest of this, you know, we still see that you're working as an artisan, and I think that's what matters most. But I think some of the shots that are going to do exceptionally well this week are scenes where they are showcasing their project and their workshop. So being able to see the you know, you don't have to have that, but it's very competitive. That's what I'm getting at. So you don't necessarily 100% have to have your avatar doing something like this, but, you know, this is why I use this as my example. This is one of the more competitive ways to approach the challenge, because not only does it showcase your workshop as an artisan, it showcases your work as an artisan. And I think that's going to be great storytelling. That's going to make it to where when you pop up against other snaps that did the same, you have a good fighting chance. So a snap like this versus a snap like this is going to be tricky, because they both showcase a workshop. But this one showcases the avatar holding and being proud of their work, their craftsmanship. We can see what they made. Again, this still has a great shot at 4K. I think this is a bit trickier, and a lot of people are not going to be doing this, but this is the competitive route to take. And that would be a bit easier to do, I think, indoors. But if you wanted to do outdoors, you could use that Cinderella mannequin we discussed. I think it could be good. At least that way you would have some kind of project you're actively working on. And since you're a seamstress, I just don't know about posing with a giant pencil. I get it that we're sketching out ideas for designs, but, like, I think it would be better to do a pose that communicates, you know, you're not really a an animator or a, you know, sketchbook artist. You're a seamstress. So doing a pose that communicates that would deliver the theme a bit better here. Or you could just do a pose that delivers on beauty like this, you know. At the end of the day, these are both good options. If my indoor build wasn't so far away, I would kind of showcase it again. Actually, I think I can pull it up actually because I have a recording of it. Or at least of the one I made for the YouTube tips video. So, for an indoor scene, like I mentioned before, I'm not big on utilizing a lot of white. I like things that, you know, light casting can play off of. This isn't my actual scene. I actually have different walls and a different floor. I didn't want to share my exact scene on YouTube. Because there's a lot of people that, you know, they like to directly reference what I made for the video, which is totally fine, but, you know, I don't want 20 copies of my snap circulating. But yeah, if you're going to be playing with light casting and chandeliers, you know, utilizing walls, ceilings, and floors that can make the most of that light casting. And then highlighting your work, you know, like the mannequins being in the shot, I think is very useful. Of course, with the Cruella aesthetic, the whites, reds, and blacks are going to be really popular, but you don't have to take that approach with your walls and your floors. You know, there's a lot of different ways to build out your workshop. Final thoughts on these. They both have a good shot at 4K. If you go with the indoor, I would definitely check out the lighting tips video. I would boost character lighting. I would maybe minimize how many of these white and black carpets we have on the floor. Because they do look very bright in certain spots. And you can also add, if you want to go with this Cruella style workshop, you can add Cruella to this scene as well. Now, if you go with the outdoor submission, I would recommend adding the Cinderella mannequin that has a dress on it and posing with that instead of posing with a pencil to showcase your work. I think it would make this even more competitive. Bell B. I've struggled the last couple of weeks with zoning in and completing one idea. I do like how this turned out, though. Does it need anything? Thank you for your amazing feedback. Well, thank you, Belle. Thank you. Beautiful colors here. Very vibrant. We have the little crafting bench here. We see the tools here. Little Tinkerbell house. Great fairy crafting area. The only thing I would recommend here, Belle, would be kind of what we were discussing with the previous snaps, which is highlighting what you've constructed or crafted somehow. Again, it's not something you have to do, but I do think it makes your snap more competitive, which is why I keep circling back to this one. And I think another great example of that would be this one. Like, this is another wonderful example of that, where the artist kind of takes a step back and admires their work, and we can directly see what she was working on as an artisan. So that's really the only recommendation I have here. You have really nice lighting, very high beauty element, great saturation, a very magical little workspace build. The new tulips look really pretty here. I like the tools behind you on the table. So we can see that you're an artisan, but I don't see anything that tells me exactly what kind of artisan, and I think that would make it even more competitive. But it has a very high beauty factor, so it'll already likely be very competitive. But yeah, if you wanted to further that... Oh, we got thunder outside. I think it's going to thunderstorm today. That was loud. If you wanted to further that, you know, finding some kind of way to highlight, you know, what you've made, I think is a really good way to play up this theme. All right, Hope Band. So we have like you went the painting route, but you also showcased pottery. Very, very good. You know, I talked a lot about this today. Whereas if you just showcase painting, it's not necessarily working as a craftsman, but the pottery is. These handheld items or even display items are going to work really well here. So the fact that you showcase both, I think, is really good. But I would definitely change your ceiling, your walls, and floor. It's a whole lot of white. It's sucking a lot of the beauty and color out of your shot here. Like, you have these chandeliers that cast light, but notice how they're just making the white brighter and just putting a flare on the wall. If you chose a different wall that had some color, it would amplify that color. That's what makes light casting so good. But, you know, as I say, I really tend to avoid using a lot of whites and grays in my snaps, and it works out really well for me. I do think you can make white look good, but you got to approach it a certain way. Now you have some other options. There's one here where you're highlighting a completed birdhouse. Very cool. I also like that you included some other projects here, like the table lamp and the acorn teapot. That's very fun. And then we have a seamstress build where, again, I would definitely reconsider the heavy whites here. I think between the three currently as they are, this one's definitely the best. You showcase your work well here with the birdhouse. You got a lot of beauty element with your scene. I probably would have made this in the meadow, though. Avoid the Forest of Valor unless you have a really big reason to go there. The grass there is horrible. It's really tall. It's super disruptive. Like, we can't see your garden stones very good. And the grass is, like, clipping through them. So in the future, you also get a much more beautiful green from the meadow as opposed to the forest. I recommend always avoiding the Forest of Valor if the meadow is an option or the plaza is an option. The grass is more tame. You got a brighter, happier shade of green, and it would tie in really well with these brighter greens you have in the environment. But still, this is the best one of the three, Hope. I think you can lower character lighting a little bit. You have it a little too high here. You can roll it back just a little. And yeah, for the grass, not much you can do unless you wanted to pave a muddy path under the grass to tame it a little bit. But I would just say in the future, be very wary of Forest of Valor. I rarely use the Forest of Valor because the grass is so hideous there. Scylla, we got 1, 2, and 3. The light casting is a little too strong here. You see how it's kind of nullifying the details on that whiteboard you have behind you? You want to be really careful with the way you handle light casting. You don't need the light right up against the wall. You can move it away a little bit. And I would avoid putting, like we said before, when it comes to light casting indoors, I wouldn't really recommend using it against white surfaces because all it does is, blind you. Light casting is going to work really good for colored surfaces. Between the three, this one is the best because the other ones, it's just overly bright here at the top. And this one, same thing. Extremely bright here. It kind of takes a lot of the color out of the shot. We want to use light casting to amplify our colors, not to nullify our colors. So in this one, where it's a bit more muted, we still see some nice warm light on the ceiling, which is good. But we're not, we're not overextending with the light. Notice how you have these lights in this one way closer to the wall. And in this one, it's pulled back. Now, what I would do here is boost your character lighting a little bit. You don't have to take it too far, but I would highlight the avatar just a little bit more here. Overall, this one is strong, though. You know, it showcases your work as a seamstress well. I like the mannequins you got set up. Beautiful dress choice. I'd probably switch out the coral necklace. It doesn't really match with this dress. It's more of like an ocean-y dress. Or ocean-y necklace. Maybe some kind of gold necklace or something that's a bit more on theme with the dress. Small detail, I know, but I think it'll make the outfit look better. And yeah, I would definitely boost the character lighting a little bit here. And on the back wall here, it looks like you have a little bit of space in between. Well, you have this... I see you have this table turned, so you might not be able to put anything back here. I was going to say back here in this pocket, a table with a sewing machine poking up over your shoulder would be really nice. If you can fit one back there, I think that would be great. If not, I wouldn't worry about it. And with whatever time of day you're doing, I would move your windows around so you can get some light coming into the room. It looks like you have a little bit coming in right here. I can see what looks like maybe moonlight hitting your dress right here. The windows don't even have to be visible in the shot. You can just have them like on the edges of the shot, and they'll cast light into the room, and it can be really pretty. We saw that with Left Sharks. We get this beautiful light casting here on the table from this window. And then we have some light hitting the wall from this window. So keep that in mind when you go inside as well. Your time of day will determine where the light comes from. So if you want to stick with this time of day and get the same lighting, just move a window around until you find a spot where that light comes into the room a bit. This is something I've done with a majority of my indoor submissions. I don't do it every single time, but I do it more often than not. Like you can see it in Cozy Holiday Cheer with this beautiful light, you know, kind of bouncing off the carpet here, lighting up the red carpet here. Give me a second. We have a few windows in this one, but you can't see much, which is funny because this one got my highest rank of my indoor submissions. But yeah, I would definitely experiment with your windows a little bit and see if you can get some light to come into the room. But yeah, out of your options here, light's a little too heavy here. It's brightening out your colors, nullifying your colors, and this one, it's the harshest. So I think this one is the most balanced. I would swap the necklace and boost character lighting here. And maybe consider adding a few more details onto your wall. You know, when you go indoors, you get access to a lot of really fun items. So filling out your walls can be a great way to add detail to your scene. You know, I have these, like, this is like a towel rack, but I have it as fabrics. There's hats hanging here. We have the stars here. There's two mirrors behind me. There's this little frog light. We have this little hanging floral item. We have these flowers here. There's this villager of the month. There's this rotary phone. There's the boards. Just, you know, little trinkets and odds and ends you can put on the walls. Just try to make sure they feel balanced and they don't feel chaotic and everything kind of makes sense in the space. JMR. All right, we got a very sorry, I don't know why I was going to say Ursula. Getting my villains crossed. Very Cruella-inspired build here. I like the mannequin up close here. I think you could get even closer with the avatar if you wanted to. The workshop looks good. Mannequins in the back. The one mannequin here is rather tasteful. It shows, like, you know, what you've been working on, what your current project is. Cruella kind of as your mentor here. I like that. And good showcase on the right-hand side with the fashion designs. Very prominent in the shot. You do have some light casting back here, I can see. So I think you had a chandelier slightly out of frame here, but it's casting some nice warm light onto these mannequins, so good job there. And I like that you didn't put one too close to the white walls, because, yeah, it would have just made them super bright. There's nice light coming out of the closets. Since you're showcasing, like, a Cruella-style workshop, I would also consider adding some of, like, the Cruella art pieces just to fill out the walls a little bit more. Like, you can always take this corkboard here and move it. Oh, nope. You can't move it right. I forgot. These freaking closets, they have a big footprint, and you can't put anything right here at all. So you wouldn't even be able to move this over much. That's why I ended up not putting the closets in my indoor build. The footprint is really annoying, and it requires the walls to the left and right to be empty. Well, you won't be able to address that, so, but that's fine. I do think for your floor, since you have, you know, a lot of open texture here, you can break up some of that texture with a rug. I think having some kind of rug in your shot would be really nice. You can use the black and white Cruella rug, or if you wanted to use a red rug, that would work really nice too, because you have a lot of reds in the scene. We already have a lot of white and black, and we have a lot of white on the floor. You don't have to get rid of that, but I would break it up a little bit. A red rug would be nice. You can always consider, if you have it, I think even something like either this red rug from the Ultimate Edition if you have it, or you can do, you know, something like this. But I would experiment. I would try a few different rugs. Maybe have one here at the base of your workshop just to break up some of the white here. Overall, JMR, I think this is a solid snap. Has a good chance at 4K. Delivers on the theme well. Miss Joe. Very nice. Thank you for taking the time to review. Not sure if it fits the theme. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. And we have two options. Okay, very nice. Yeah, I like the new option a lot more. Instead of the crafting table here, now we have a book with some design concepts and the fabric here. We have the sewing machine. And a very pretty backdrop. I like the blossom trees over the edge here. I do think you could do something equally pretty indoors, but I know a lot of people get scared of going indoors because they're not as comfortable with it. But, you know, I really like the way indoor builds can come together, and they work really well for a seamstress-style build. But this is still very, very good. I think this is very likely for 4K. You know, the backdrop is very pretty with the blossom trees back here. And I like the birds holding the ribbon here. You know, almost feels like they're holding fabric. That's cool. And they're part of the Cinderella items. I like that you're using a lot of the Cinderella items here. A lot of people that went the seamstress route went with the Cruella style, but it's cool to see somebody embracing the Cinderella style. And you have the Cinderella walls, Cinderella fabric holders. This is that mannequin I was talking about with the dress. And I really like the little design book. Good character lighting here as well, and a nice light silhouette behind the avatar. The fact that you have the sewing machine right here in the bottom right is a very nice addition as well. So yeah, this definitely delivers on the theme. So I think you're pretty safe. And you got a good beauty element here. I think this is very likely for 4K. I don't think you really need to change this at all. You know, I think the only thing with it is that, you know, seeing the same dress in repetition. You know, it's a little bit repetitive with the mannequin dress. It's too bad we can't put mannequins outside. I hope they change that one day, even if they limit it to, like, you can only have 5 outside at once. Like, that would be fine. But I wish they would let us have mannequins outside. I mean, you could always just go down to 1 mannequin and find other items to put into the scene. But that's the only thing with the photo I think that can be improved. I really like the build overall. I think it's very solid. There's not a whole lot of the Cinderella, you know, seamstress style items. There's a indoor wall item you could use, but that's indoor only, and mannequins are indoor only. So I think you did very well for an outdoor build, and it's really cool to see a Cinderella style. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. It's very cool to see a Cinderella style seamstress build that's not going in the direction of the Cruella stuff. This stuff does look very good together. And yeah, I like the changes you already made from your first one. Like switching to where you have the fabric roll here, the book, and the sewing machine. This looks really good in the foreground. And it's like you're wearing, you know, you're wearing a dress very similar to the one we see here, which I think is nice because it's kind of showcasing your work like you're actually wearing your work. So that's pretty cool. Very good job, Miss Joe. Very good job. I think this has a strong likelihood of 4K. I think you're pretty safe this week. Nvaria. Okay, we have another Cruella one. I like these alcoves. These are really nice. That looks good. Gives the room some depth and dimension. Very cool. So we have the kind of concept board here. There's another one behind you. I do love the Cruella art. This breaks up a lot of the white. This is kind of what I was talking about for JMRs, but unfortunately, these closets have such a huge footprint that you can't put things next to them. But yeah, if you're going to use Cruella, you know, having her chair and having her art, I think is a really fun way to utilize her. A good shot of the avatar here as well. And same as the last shot, you know, it looks like you're highlighting your work by wearing your work. So I think this can deliver on, you know, this does deliver on the theme for like a seamstress build. And yeah, I think you did a good job breaking up some of the heavy white that we see. Being indoors, I definitely think utilizing a mannequin would have been really fun because you could showcase like another good Cruella style outfit. However, for the way you built this scene, there's not really a good place to put it. So that would be a little tricky. You know, if you put one behind you, you're going to block the table where the crafting actually takes place. If you put one behind this, we're not really going to see it. And then we already have Cruella here, so there's not really a good place for it. So yeah, you don't absolutely have to use a mannequin. If we had room for it, I think that would be awesome, but I don't really know where you would put one here. But yeah, overall, very solid indoor build, very simple, but delivers on the theme well. It's tasteful. It has a good shot at 4K. Ginger Snap is next. Had a hard time with this theme, and I'm not sure if it's clear what I'm working on. Excited to hear your thoughts. Thank you for the review. Okay. Well, it looks to me like you're making musical instruments. You have the broken piece of a musical instrument here. You have the piano in the back, and then we have the, is that like a ukulele or something? We have the little instrument here as well. Crafting desk here. Fun fairy style background. I like the tinker goggles. You know, good outfit for tinkering with things. I think it should be pretty clear what you're working on. Now, of course, there are ways to highlight that better. Like, you know, we see with some of the other snaps where it can be a bit more clear what you're working on. Like, if you use a pose to kind of interact with that item. This is what I was saying earlier when I was talking about the more competitive snaps. I think snaps will do, like this, will do very good on a competitive level. Because not only do they have a very well-established workshop and work environment, but they're highlighting their craft very well. So a scene like this where they're interacting with what they've made, or a scene like this where they're interacting with what they made, are going to be exceptionally competitive. Now, of course, like I mentioned before, you don't have to do something like this. It's just going to give you an even higher likelihood of 4K. So in your case, you know, you do have a very strong snap here. I mean, I can see what you're working on. I believe it's musical instruments. But if there's a way you can highlight that even further, I would definitely consider it. Like, maybe we can put maybe a harp back here behind the workshop, you know? Because we have, like, tall grass back here. But what if we had, you know, the harps can work really good with this. There's also a wooden fairy harp. You know, and if there's a way you can pose with those items or interact with those items, that could be a really fun way to indicate what your trade is. But at the end of the day, even if you don't do those things, I think you've still captured the theme here. You know, it's clear that you're working on things, you're tinkering things. And to me, I can definitely see it's that you're working on musical instruments. If you don't want to go through the trouble of interacting with them with a pose, I get it, because that can be rather tricky. But I would at least add a few more musical instruments to your build to make that part of the theme even more clear. Panda Pie is next. Oh, this is very clever. You're making cupboards. Okay. You're making furniture. Love the tool set here. The paint. So you're handcrafting these and painting these. I love the way this is exactly what I was talking about. Look at the way she's interacting with her work. You know, the way she's thinking about it, she's considering it. She's got her hand on her chin, you know, wondering if it's finished or if it needs any final touches. I love snaps like this that tell a story. And then we have the paint on the windows here. And with the time of day, look at all this beautiful light cascading into the room. We see it hitting the back of her shoulder here. We get this nice, bright flare of light on her back. And then we have that same light hitting the cupboard. We see it over here on this Forgotten themed style cupboard, or wardrobe, I should say. And then we see the light hitting the walls. And the walls also have this, like, very artistic, you know, style. This one plays up a lot of colors. The floor matches the environment very well. The wall matches the environment very well. And again, this is a very competitive Dreamsnap, as it communicates exactly what they're crafting by interacting with that item. This is very cool. And it's a rather simple build, too. You know, this is only a small corner of the room with a few items placed around. But what makes it a good snap is they did a great job with the lighting. They did a great job with the storytelling and explaining the concept and the theme. Having both the paint and the tools here to showcase that they're not only painting these furniture items, but actually assembling them, I think is a really, really cool way to deliver on the theme. You did a very good job with this, Panda. Very good, very good. I think this has a good shot at 4K. Ultimately, it'll come down to what else it pops up against, but you have a great beauty factor here, and you're communicating the theme very well. This is a great competitive Dreamsnap. Well done. Similarly said this week, I have too many ideas but not enough items, or I'm afraid they won't be suitable. I've done 2 different arts. I like what I've done, but I'm afraid I won't be able to stand out. Any advice will be welcome. Okay, so we have a seamstress style. And we kind of talked about this earlier. It looks like you're going with a florist. But I would be careful looking too much like a gardener. You know, you have the shovel, you have the seeds, you have the spade, the little rake here. I think this can be easily misunderstood, and you want to keep the theme very simple and very easy to understand for all the voters. So I'd be very careful not to come off too much like a gardener if you're going to be a florist. I would pose with completed work, like I would pose with a bouquet that you assembled. Maybe have some more bouquets around the build. I think your other shot is a bit safer with the theme. But with that said, the foreground feels rather empty here. You're posing very far away from the camera in both. You know, you're going to have competition where not only is the avatar much closer to the frame, which makes it easier for the voter to see exactly what's going on and to appreciate the concept you've done, but also a lot of these shots have a bit better what am I trying to say here? The environments feel a bit more natural. Like this one where she's working with clocks. You know, we have the wood ceiling. There's the wood wall here, the wood floor. And your indoor build, you know, this bottom texture feels like a carpet, but it doesn't really feel like a ceiling. You know, and having it on the top and bottom, I don't really think is a good call. You're not usually going to walk into a room where the ceiling matches the floor. You know, it doesn't feel quite right. I would reconsider the ceiling here for sure. And if you're going to use chandeliers to cast light into your build, I wouldn't rely on white too much. I would also be careful not to be so far away from the camera. You come off very tiny here. I do like that you're interacting with your work, but I would restructure this a bit. So in the bottom left foreground, we don't really have anything here. And in the bottom right, you know, there's nothing coming down to this corner here. When designing an indoor scene, you don't necessarily have to be far away from your shot. You want the things that are communicating the theme to be very present in your shot. So for this example scene here, you know, we have a yardstick, we have twine, and we have fabric, and she's looking down at it. So we have her finished productions in the back here. But having a beautiful avatar front and center is going to amplify the beauty element of your snap, and seeing some kind of expression from them, whether it's a proud expression, like for example, this one here, where we have the avatar interacting with what she assembled, but we're not far away from the camera. And we see this beautiful smile on her face. We see her raising her hand as if to take a step back from what she designed. We can see all the beautiful details in her outfit, in her hair. When it comes to dream snaps, getting 4K is harder than it ever has been because more and more people are getting good at dream snaps. Not only that, but they've shrunk the bracket for 4K. You know, it's only 4 out of every 100 players will actually get 4K. So how do you increase the odds in your favor? You know, how can we consistently land in 4K? Well, there's 2 things you have to prioritize, and they're about equal in terms of how important they are. Theme and beauty. This has theme, but it's lacking in the beauty element for a few reasons. Number 1, a good way to portray beauty in a dream snap is to showcase the avatar well. They're one of the most beautiful things in the game. We have access to beautiful items, beautiful expressions, these beautiful smiles, you know, showcasing that they're proud of their work. You can increase the character lighting on them so they stand out very well. There's so many ways to play them up. When you keep them far away in the shot, not only does it lower the beauty element, but it also makes it harder to appreciate the subject of the photo, which is the craftsman. This is all about being a craftsman. So putting that front and center in your shot is going to give you a higher likelihood of 4K. Your workshop is pretty good. You got some good items in here, you know. the Cinderella fabrics. You have the fabrics from Encanto here, the Mirabelle fabrics. You have some of the crafting tables from the Cruella stuff. But what I would consider here is restructuring your Dreamsnap a little bit. Instead of being further away here, I would bring myself closer to the front to showcase the avatar. I would change the ceiling out, and then I would also probably go with the same chandelier. Like, I would just buy another one of these LaBouffe chandeliers and put it here as well, instead of using the chandelier of the Deep and the LaBouffe one. We can just match them. And then instead of having your tables behind you, if you brought your avatar towards the front, you could have a crafting table on the right and then a sewing table on the left. And it's going to give more balance to the scene. It's going to fill the scene out a little bit better. So this delivers on the theme well. But in comparison to other snaps where they're highlighting the avatar very well, it's going to be hard to compete with these. So if you don't pop up against these, you'll have a chance of getting 4K. But as more and more people are getting good at Dreamsnaps, you're going to have a higher and higher likelihood of popping up against snaps like this. And you'll see as we look through a lot of the snaps we've seen today, it is getting more and more common for people to highlight their avatars very well. In fact, almost everybody we've seen is doing so. So, I don't think I would go with the florist concept here. I would definitely go with the seamstress. I think this is going to be a safer way to communicate the theme. But I would definitely consider restructuring the way you're building out this snap. If you go to the room where you're building your scene, and you stand right about middle of the room, that's where I am, kind of in the middle. And then you use an item to push your camera forward. You can highlight the avatar very well. You can put the crafting bench right behind him. So now we see this bottom right-hand corner of the shot is full, and the bottom left-hand corner of the shot is full. There's no empty corners. The mid-ground has a sewing machine. Then we have the drafting table. There's mannequins in the back. We can see, there's a lot of details on the walls here. And then we have matching chandeliers on the left and right, and a different one in the middle. So the way you structure your snap is going to be really important if you want to get 4K. And, you always want to avoid empty corners. So this bottom left corner and this bottom right corner. If we can see the carpet all the way through the corner, then, you kind of want to reconsider how you're approaching the composition of your snap. And I would definitely recommend showcasing your artisan a little bit better here. So final thoughts on how you could go about improving this snap. I would reconsider the angle. Instead of looking into the corner of the room here, consider coming into the center of your room. You'll have one corner here on the left, one corner here on the right. Look straight towards the back wall. Figure out your angle. Highlight your avatar very well at the front of the scene. You can put a crafting table or materials in the left corner, crafting table and materials in the right corner, and then you build out your backdrop with the items you want to highlight. You could take this little mannequin, the little, not the tall ones, not the regular ones, but the Cinderella one that's a bit shorter, and you could put that in the foreground right here instead of the fabric and the twine. We can showcase this mannequin because it's shorter than the avatar, and we can have her looking at that. And she doesn't even have to really be looking at it. That just makes the snap more competitive. You could always just strike a beautiful pose next to your work. That's also going to fly, Interacting with your work is important. but not at the cost of the beauty of the snap. You don't want to make the avatar hard to see. So if you want to interact with your work, you want to make sure the avatar is still beautiful and easy to see. Beautiful is very important. You want to make sure that they are the avatar is one of the best tools when it comes to amplifying the beauty of your scene. They are fully customizable down to the hair. You know, you can change everything about them. But notice how these people that are interacting with their work, they're still featuring the avatar very well and the beauty factor of their avatar very well. See, this avatar is absolutely stunning, and we see her interacting with her project here. So I would go for a scene a bit more like that. And if you have to, you know, if it's tricky to do something like this, you could just do something like this, where you just look at the camera, you know, strike a beautiful pose, show off your beautiful avatar with their work surrounding them. That'll work as well. Either option would be better than, you know, having the avatar far away like this. It's just a bit trickier to be competitive that way. And again, Dreamsnaps are getting more and more competitive. So if you don't start being consistent with what everyone else is doing, like if you don't start highlighting the avatar better, it's going to be harder and harder to obtain that 4,000 Moonstone reward. Takai says, gave 2 choices, had a hard time this week, not sure why. Hey, we got a new channel member. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Welcome to the family, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Oh, it was a gifted there. Thank you, Sunshine. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Well. Oh, Naya Space got it. Okay, nice. Well, Naya Space, if you want to participate in Snap Reviews, just let us know. Let us know. Whether it's a gifted membership or a recurring membership, you can still participate either way. Either way. All right, so we're looking at Takai's next. And you said you struggled with this one, but you're not sure why. I mean, it's a tricky challenge this week, Takai. It's a little tricky. It's a little tricky. Hang on, let's open a bigger version of that. There we go. That's better. That's better. All right. Very cool workshop. I like this. I like this. You know what we need for outdoors? We need a actual wooden path. You know how we have the brick path? We need a wooden path that you can drag, you know? Like, I know we have the tropical wood, but I mean, like, we need a wooden path similar to the leaf strewn path. It's too bad we don't have one yet. Maybe a DLC will have one eventually. Okay, so in this one, you're kind of reaching for the pencils here. We can see, it seems to me that you're a woodworker. I think that's pretty clear. Because we have the Wish Blossom Wheel shelf here. We have the barn wood. You have petrified wood. There's a ship. We have the wood chair. We have birdhouses. We have the ship wheel, coat hanger, clock, everything. All these things are assembled from wood. So I think it's pretty clear what you're going for here. And then we have 2 options. We have this one here and this one here. So in this one, you're utilizing the red workbench, probably because it has the table saw. But I will say, yeah, on this one, we can't see the table saw. You know what you could do, Takai, if you wanted to, if you didn't want to showcase, like, this whole workbench? You could always kind of switch up how you have the left side of the scene here. And you could have the right side of that table come into the scene to where we can see the saw kind of behind you. I think this pose is the better pose out of the 2. This one where you're kind of reaching for the wood, it's a good interaction, but it doesn't highlight the avatar very well, and it doesn't have a good beauty factor to it. If you're going to interact with your projects, you want to make sure that the avatar is still very visible and beautiful. This is the tricky thing with, like, some of the poses where people are, like, kneeling down working on dresses. Yes, it definitely does communicate the theme very well, but it's not going to be quite as beautiful as things like this or things like this, where we get this very good view of the avatar and a very strong beauty factor from that. So between these two poses, Takai, I would say this pose is actually better because it has a good beauty factor. Now, if you could do a pose where you showcase a beautiful shot of the avatar and what you're working on, I think that can go over really well. I mean, you can use this pose if you want. You know, I'm not using this snap, and this is a really good option for a woodworker. If you want to know exactly how to do this, because since you're working with wood, you can just do the birdhouse, but this coal is how far away I am from the Vizier alchemy table. As you can see, I have the birdhouse actually is behind me a little bit, but we're using the Pluto pose. Now, before I use the Pluto pose, I have to go into selfie mode and turn left about 45 degrees. Then I open the camera in portrait mode, and then I use Pluto. I think I might have gone a little too far there. So it looks like I'm too close, but then once we go Pluto, there we go. And the downside to this pose is that when she interacts with Pluto, she does this really weird kind of gummy smile. You see how you can see her gums? Like, the devs coded this weird. I don't know why it's like that. But if you let it play through, just keep pausing, and she'll close her mouth a little bit. Bam, there we go. Now she actually looks beautiful. She's not like, you know, it's not weird anymore. You get the beauty element there. And now, you know, we're facing directly towards our birdhouse. And of course, if you line your shot up with the sun, now you're probably facing away from the sun, but we can fix that by boosting character lighting. We'll also boost highlight a little bit. Let's bring character lighting back some, because highlight's going to boost that even more. And then we'll boost saturation. And now we have a really good shot interacting with one of the wood items we've crafted. Since you have a woodworking shop, I think this would be a really good idea for your pose, because, you know, you're going to get a very beautiful, and you don't even have to use these goggles like I am. You can wear exactly what you're wearing, but this would be a great way for you to showcase what you're working on and capture a beautiful shot of the avatar all at the same time. And you don't have to have any of this other stuff I have in my shot. But this is a very, very easy and strong way to interact with your environment. And I think this would look really good in your shot. You know, if you had a birdhouse here, and then you did the same pose I did, you know, you could be looking at it. And then you can just kind of move the rest of the stuff around to work with that. You have a great woodworking scene here with all the different wood-crafted items. And I see, you know, you were kind of torn on this table being here. I think that's why it ends up, you know, back here. But then you want to use the saws, so you kind of moved it up. I like the painting table being featured because you're also adding details to what you're crafting. So I would keep the painting table here. I think it looks a bit better. But for the saw, like I said, you could take that and put that on the right-hand side, so just the saw comes into the frame. So then we would see the wood-cutting saw, we would see the birdhouse, we would see the pose, and you can, you know, just as you move things around, just like move some of your details around and fill out the scene. But the coloration is really good here. The lighting is good. I think the concept is very strong. Again, one thing that would make this snap even more competitive is having some kind of interaction with your work that doesn't cost you the beauty of your scene, which is kind of what we see with this one. You know, you are interacting with your projects here. You are getting a little bit of storytelling, but it's not a good view of the avatar. Like, the eyes look kind of strange. We can't really see her very well. It doesn't show off the good details of this outfit, and this outfit is incredible. You know, like if we look at your other shot, what makes this better is we can see all your tools, all the tools of your trade. You know, you got your little hammer here, or axe, hatchet, whatever. You got your acorn, you got the scissors in your pocket, you got this little metal piece here. You know, we see all your tools, and we see the beauty of your avatar. We see the color of your eyes. We see the color of your makeup. We see the beautiful smile. You really want to play those things up. So between these two, you know, this one has a much better beauty factor. But you can have that same beauty factor and interact with your project with a pose like this. So, you know, I don't own this idea. I use this as an example just to showcase different ways you can interact with things, but since you're doing woodworking and you have birdhouses, this would be a great thing to do. And you don't have to do all the other stuff I did. You know, your shot is already good enough. I think if you took that route, it would greatly amplify the competitive nature of this snap, because not only would you have the beauty factor, you'd also have the interaction factor. But you don't have to. Maybe you'll find another way to interact with your scene that still keeps the beauty factor alive, or maybe you could just go with this pose. At the end of the day, it's your call. But I do like your workshop. I think it's coming together well. I would probably just move things around a little bit and try to create a pose where you're interacting with your environment that doesn't take away the beauty factor from your scene. Mama Bear Games, thank you for the resub, and hello, my friend, hello. Keto is next. Keto says, please tell me cooking counts. I really like this, but I have a weird feeling about the theme and it not being on theme enough. The bad gut feeling never makes me confident, but maybe you can talk me out of it or steer me in the right direction. I played with other ideas, just nothing that stuck. Thanks for everything. ETA second pick concept is creating. I know it's off season, but since he's in the shop, it feels safe-ish. Oh, okay, so this is your new one. And then you have this one. This is a really pretty snap. And to be fair, bakers are, you know, artisans. And they do handcraft these things. But expecting every voter to know that, I think, is a little risky. Maybe more than a little risky. Especially since the description of the challenge references, you know, it says create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. So, you know, that's with the challenge telling us, hey, create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. I think going the baking route is risky, very risky. And while bakers are artisans, the thing is, we've had a lot of chef-driven snaps. We've had a lot of food-driven snaps, especially when we got Tiana. These are things we've seen before, but we've never had a craftsman challenge. So this is a brand new concept. And I think going with something we've all seen before, you know, has its own element of risk, but the additional element of risk here is, you know, the challenge directly referenced woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. Now, while, you know, setting up pastries like this is going to give you handmade details, I think a lot of voters are going to be looking for woodworking, metalworking, you know, things you make in a workshop. I think that's more of the direction we're going to be seeing with a lot of the submissions. And I think that's also going to be the expectation of most of the voters. You know, that said, this is really beautiful. It's such a good picture of you and Tiana. I think the avatar is very pretty here. And I love the baked goods you've assembled. So it has a very good beauty factor. The kitchen looks very nice here. It almost feels like I'm looking at a cooking show. You know, I used to be a chef, so I love scenes like this. So it's a very, very cool scene. But I do think it's going to be very, very risky. But, you know, high beauty element. The two things that matter most are theme and beauty. And while it might not be as on theme as others, the beauty element could carry it to 4K for sure. Just depends on what you pop up against, and it really depends on what kind of voters you get. Like I said, I think a lot of people are going to be expecting, you know, it should kind of be a red flag for you that we've been reviewing submissions since 4, And we haven't seen a single cooking submission. I think that should be like a little bit of a warning indicator. You know, a little alarm bell should be going off there like, uh-oh, you know, nobody else is taking this route, even though we have really good items for it. Like when it comes to cooking, we have like some of the best items in the game are the dishes we can make. So why is nobody using that? Well, I think it's because of what this theme says. Create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. I would definitely choose some kind of artisanry that plays up those elements. And when it comes to craftsmanship, like while a baker can be considered an artisan, so can a farmer if they're crafting cheese or making wine or making preserves. They're also artisans. But are they craftsmen? Not really. It's not really a craftsman trade. It's an artisan trade, but craftsmen aren't always artisans. Or sorry, artisans aren't always craftsmen. So be careful not to, you know, overlook the first sentence of the challenge, which is this challenge is all about craftsmanship. So, you know, in a way this delivers, you know, like I said, a baker and a chef, they can be artisans, but the fact that nobody's doing cooking builds, I think it should set off alarm bells. Now for your alternate submission, and again, this has a very high beauty factor. I love Tiana. I love your character here. Very immaculate lighting. Very well-made scene. Beautiful pastries. So the beauty factor could carry this to 4K for sure. Now for this one, so you have cotton, you have gears, you have fiber. There's like a button here. Very cute way to indicate that you're building the raccoon. I wish you hadn't told me you were building the raccoon, because I kind of went into this knowing that, and I don't know. I might have been able to guess it since you have the cotton and the button here in the string. But this is also this is really pretty, but also very outside of the box for this theme. I think some people might think maybe you were making the dress, since, you know, Sally is known for being a seamstress, and we have like a lot of the thread, and you're also wearing the dress, and there's like, you know, thread in the scene. So I think some people might indicate seamstress work. And again, you know, with the challenge stating woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details, this does work for stitching, but it's definitely an out-of-the-box idea. You know, stitching like a sentient creature, like a little, you know, living magic raccoon. Pretty fun, but hard to say like how it would do, because it's very outside of the box, but it could do really well. You know, I can't really say. It's just going to depend on your voters. There's just, you know, most of what we're seeing, like what I would consider safe this week, would be these submissions that are very obvious, very traditional craftsman roles. Like this one is such a great example. Like this person is crafting furniture. You can see the wardrobes. We have various tables. We can see the paint here. We see that they're adding all these intricate details. We have this beautiful shot of them gazing at their work. We see the tools. So very traditional craftsmanship role here. Very simple, very easy to understand. Very safe, I think. And then, you know, we have other ones that I think are very safe. This one might not be as traditional because it's more fantasy inspired, but the fact that they're holding their work, gazing up at it, and, you know, it looks like something you would make by hand with like the vine and the wood base. Again, I think this would be a safe submission. And then submissions like this where we have these clockmakers. We've seen a couple of these clockmaker snaps where we have all these different kind of clocks in the build. And then the fact that they're interacting with their work here. You know, this is another more traditional craftsman role. So very, very strong beauty element on both of these. I think they're wonderful submissions in terms of lighting, saturation, color, avatar positioning. these both have a lot of strengths. Hey, thank you for the resub. Yo, Time to Pepper, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Long time no see, my friend. No way. Welcome back. Welcome back. Dude, it's been years, bro. Oh my god. Dude, it's crazy to see you. Welcome. But yeah, we have very, very good saturation, very good colors, very good lighting, very good avatar placement. But these both, I think, come with some risks. I think there are definitely safer routes you could take if you wanted to, Keto. But if you're really sold on these, you can always just full send it. Like I said, these are both absolutely beautiful, beautiful submissions. But I definitely think with your talents, there are routes you could take that would practically guarantee 4K. Like with what you're capable of, I have no doubt if you went a safer, more traditional route with these kind of beauty elements, you would practically be guaranteed 4K. I think these still have a chance, even though they're not quite traditional. But, they do come with a risk element, so it just depends on your voters. But I think there are, like I said, there are options, there are paths you could take where it would be pretty much guaranteed to get 4K. Lunaris. I figured we would see some potion crafters. Really tried to make sure I didn't go too magical with this and stay grounded in the theme. Well, I mean, if you're making potions, I think it's okay to be magical. Let me know what you think, if it fits, and if there's anything I could add or change to improve. Thanks for your advice as always. Well, it's a good workshop for sure. I like all the alchemic goods you have, back here. The cauldron, the potion in the center, the mortar and pestle, the book, the mushrooms, the candles. A very well crafted scene. And we can see your work highlighted here as well. I think it's very obvious what you're making. Also, very good beauty factor here. Very good beauty element. It just runs into, kind of the same things we saw earlier, though. Create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. I do think a lot of, and we have great potion stuff in the game, but kind of like what we were saying with the baking submission, we've been reviewing Dreamsnap since 4, so it's been 3 hours, and even with all this good potion stuff in the game, we haven't come across a single potion submission yet. So why is that? I think it's because it's not the most traditional crafting route, and the snaps that sort of took direct reference from the examples provided by the theme are the more safe routes. So woodworking, metalworking, fabric working, stitching, handmade goods is kind of the idea here for the most part. Now, alchemists, potion makers, in a fantasy world, these would be artisans. But it's kind of like baking. Would they be considered craftsmen? Now, if you're making the glass bottles as well, then I think you could get away with being a craftsman, because those are functional handheld items. Let me see. Give me 1 second here. Got a lot of pictures open here. This goes back to painters, but we're just going to skip that part. Artisans practice a trade, craft, or produce functional handmade goods using specialized skills. So, I mean, technically this could work. But for some, I do think it's not without risks. It's not without risks. I think the safer path this week is definitely going for more of what the theme said, Create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. Even the example scenes show like tangible items being crafted, like furniture. You know, we see furniture in this one, we see furniture in this one, we see clothing in this one. I do think potions could definitely apply here. But I think with so many good potion items in the game, it's interesting we haven't seen any potion concepts yet. You know what I mean? And I think the reason why that is because it's not necessarily the first thing that comes to mind when you think of a craftsman. It works for an artisan, but unless you're making the glass bottles, it's not really a craftsman. It's kind of like being a baker, you know? Like if you're baking, that's more in tune with the artisan side of things, but not necessarily in tune with the crafting side of things. But it could work. You know, it ultimately depends on what kind of voters you get. And most voters, I don't think are going to care. I think your average selfie voter, they're going to be looking for somebody that makes things and a beautiful snap. That's it. That's all they're going to care about. So what I'm saying only really matters if you end up being unfortunate enough to get the more picky voters, you know, like the 10 to 20% that take everything the theme says quite literal. But, you know, odds are you won't run into too many of those, and you got a good beauty factor, so if you want to keep this, you can. I do think there are safer routes where you can win the vote from both sides. You know, instead of catering to 80% or 20%, you can cater towards 100% and still make a beautiful scene if you go with a more traditional crafting concept, like we see with our woodworkers, or like we see with our furniture makers, or like we see with our clocksmiths, you know, whatever it may be. Honestly, I'm surprised we haven't seen any blacksmiths yet. Kind of makes me want to do a blacksmith submission. Oh, very cool pottery submission. Very good interaction. So you have a few different options. Okay, yeah, let's not do the harsh white wall with the gray. These are much better. The brick wall, I feel like, makes so much more sense for like somebody that's into pottery. Very good room here. Very good lighting. We got a nice silhouette around the avatar and the pottery you're making. I love how much pottery you highlighted. Like, you have a lot of pottery over here. We talked about this clay pottery furnace as well when pottery was brought up, because I have one of these in my like smithing area in my Mulan build, and I talked about these being wonderful options. So love that you have two of those back here. And even the furniture you're using has like china and pottery in it. That's so cool. We have like more pottery up here. We have these bowls. Yeah, this room is really, really highlighting your trade very well. You also have, you know, some mud here, but I know you're using that as clay, and it actually does look like clay. It looks more like clay than the actual clay in the game does. So I'm glad you used the mud. That looks more like formable clay. Great use of motifs as well. And again, finding a way to interact with what you're crafting while showcasing the avatar well and having that beauty factor is a very good play. Overall, I would say great job on this one, LSCR. I think this is a very, very strong competitive snap. You have great lighting, beautiful shot of the avatar. You're showcasing your work, and it's very obvious what you're doing here. And again, as we discussed, we have great things for pottery if you go with a pottery route. Only thing I would consider adding is maybe a little rug somewhere, maybe over here by the sink, like a little mat, just something to break up a little bit of the gray on the floor. A lot of the pots are doing the heavy lifting on that for you, but, you know, a little bit of detail on the floor itself, like maybe some kind of little mat down here by the sink, is really all I recommend. Very, very solid build, very strong. And I would definitely recommend going with, let's see, this one has the taller window. I like this one more. Like, I like the darker notes of this window and this one, but this one, it just feels a bit more natural. I think this window matches your shirt better. It feels more in tune with the way you design the avatar. You have this leafy earring. You have this jade necklace. And, like, the greenery on the window, I think, works really well. Yeah, I would go with this one personally, and I would add maybe a little, you know, maybe a little mat or rug or carpet situation just right over here by the sink. Very, very good job. Breezy said, I'm hoping my character's not super close to the camera. I wanted a food display since I went for the chef look here. I would really like to know what you think of this. So we saw a baking snap earlier, and you've done a food snap. So I used to work as a chef before I was a content creator. Now, I don't think this is what the theme is asking of us. A chef is an artisan, but they are not a craftsman. Like if, when I was working as a chef, if somebody was like, do you consider yourself a craftsman? That would be a big no. Like I'm an artisan. There's art in what I do, and I do create things, but I'm not a craftsman. So again, craftsmen, they make physical, like handheld things that you either display or use, not consume. That's why potions can be risky. That's why baking baked goods can be risky, and food can be risky. Now, not everybody knows the distinction there. So if you get voters that don't know or don't care, you can still get a vote. But also, as we discussed, we have received a ton, and I mean a ton, of cooking theme snaps in the past. This is something we've seen time and time and time again. But we have never received a Dream Snap challenge about craftsmanship. So food is something we've seen. And I would not go the food route because this is a new challenge. This is a different challenge. This is a challenge we've never had before. We've had a lot of challenges where this exact photo would have worked. But if you look at what most people are doing, I think this one's going to join the ranks of some of the best ones I've seen. But I'm gonna put those all up here near the end. We're going to highlight what I consider to be the strongest and most competitive snaps we've seen so far. All right. So, a craftsman and an artisan, not just an artisan. So, a craftsman makes physical items that can either be used or displayed. A craftsman doesn't make things for consumption. So, pottery is going to work for a craftsman. Clocks are going to work for a craftsman. And then display items like this glass jar, even though it's very magical and mystical, still works as a craftsman. Furniture, another example of a craftsman at work. So these are the competitive snaps. Not only are they good because they are very on theme, but all 4 of these snaps I just showed are equally beautiful as they are on theme, and every single one of these shows the avatar interacting with their creations, whether it be contemplating like this one is, or proudly holding them up. They're all finding unique ways to interact with the items. This one's actively making one, it seems. This one is honoring their work. This one also honoring their work, and this one contemplating. So all these snaps tell a story, and these are all craftsmen. They're making handmade items that are either for use or display. So, again, as somebody that worked as a chef for most of his professional life, a chef is not a craftsman. A chef is an artisan, but this is it's not entirely an artisan challenge. The challenge is called Crafted with Care, and the first sentence states everything you need to know here. This challenge is all about craftsmanship. That's why none of the demonstration photos have food. It's all furniture, clothing, things that are assembled, displayed, or used. So the question is, can you get 4K with a cooking snap or a baking snap? It's possible, you know. There are snaps that get 4K that don't necessarily deliver on the theme each week. If they're beautiful enough to get votes, or if they can be, you know, I don't expect every voter to know that a chef is not a craftsman. A lot of people, like even for you, you know, I think you might have gotten, you know, looking at the challenge and artisanry, I think you equated artisanry with, you know, what the challenge was all about. And anyone that works as an artisan can work for this challenge. But since the challenge opens with this is all about craftsmanship, unless you're making the dishes, the bowls, or the tables, it doesn't really apply here. So, could it get 4K? Yeah. It's got a good beauty factor. You got good lighting. You know, it's a fun little scene. I like the restaurant here. But, as I mentioned, we've had so many cooking challenges in the past. We've had a lot of chef-driven challenges. And this challenge in particular, the first sentence says it's all about craftsmanship. And cooking is different from crafting. They're very different things. So, I would reconsider this one, Breezy. You made a beautiful scene here, but I think there are much safer routes to go, especially if you want to be competitive, as some of these snaps here are. These are very good, very competitive snaps, and each one is highlighting exactly what I've been discussing. So, high beauty factor, showing very clearly what kind of craftsman you are, engaging with your work, and delivering on both theme and beauty. That's all going to be very important. Again, this does have a very high beauty element. Horizontal. Hi, thank you for all the advice on my previous snaps. I'm now on a 7-week 4K streak, which is incredible. What do you think of this week's snap? Dang, let's go, Holly. You're on a 7-week 4K streak. That's awesome. Oh, before I review your snap, Holly, quick side note. When you get a chance, I think you became a supporter on YouTube, right? And then we granted you access to the channel. I did make a special role in Discord for YouTube channel members. So, after Tuesday, after we do the reviews tomorrow, I'm anybody that has been given, like for you got your access to the review forum before we did a YouTube channel member role. So, we're going to remove all individual access from this channel. So if you want to access the review channel, since you're a supporter on YouTube, be sure to link your YouTube with your Discord so my server knows you're a supporter so you can keep access to the channel. If you look in the reviews, you'll see people with purple names and red names. Red names are YouTube channel members. Purple names are Twitch supporters. The reason we need to do it this way is because that way I don't have to do any maintenance on it. So that way everybody, it's automated. So anybody that becomes a channel member is automatically granted access to the channels. But we're going to set it up that way so it's fully automated. So just you know, since I'm on your snap, I'm sure you'll watch. If you're not watching this now, you'll watch it later. You're probably watching this now. But when you get a chance, if you need any help, reach out to me or a mod and we can walk you through it. But yeah, we did make a role in Discord for YouTube channel members. So, and it's all automated. But yeah, after Tuesday, individual access will be removed and your member role or supporter role will be how you access the channel. Okay, so as for your snap here, congrats on the 7-week streak. That is amazing. Well done, my friend. Well done. Solid build. We got a nice sewing system over here. We got some fabric. There's a bow. I like that you scattered some resources around you. I like the measuring tape snail. That's fun. You got a little reference book, and you're actively working on the base of this dress. Got a nice little drafting table here. More fabrics in the back. We got some light coming into the room from the window. Very nice, very nice. Overall, a solid build. Only thing I really recommend here is some ceiling details. Just like the floor, you know, you have all these great details on the floor. You can do some details on the ceiling as well. There's hanging braziers, there's different lights. There's even potted plants you can hang from the ceilings. But if you're going to show this much of the ceiling, I would put a little bit of detail up there. Just like the sky. When you do an outdoor snap, if you have a lot of exposed sky, I would recommend not keeping that fully empty. So, again, you can just hang a little plant down. There's all kinds of things you can do to kind of fill that in a little bit. Now, when it comes to indoor snaps, one of the greatest strengths you're going to have is how you control lighting. And it's something I talk about a lot, but, you know, chandeliers or other things that cast light are going to really elevate the beauty factor of your snap. Unfortunately, with a lot of white, like the white marble roof, the white wall, chandeliers and light casting elements don't work as good because they just make the wall more bright. You don't get any more color out of it. So you don't necessarily have to worry about light casting if you're going to use all this white. You got some good light coming from the window. I think that's fine. So you can always use lights that don't cast. But I would definitely get some kind of detail in your ceiling here. The workshop feels convincing. And I like the fact that you're interacting with your project. It's very clear what you're working on. And it's very clear what kind of craftsman you are. So this delivers on the theme very well. And I do really like the interaction pose. I've seen there are several people doing this one, so I think this one will be popular. The only minor drawback to this particular pose is there are other poses with other professions where not only do we still get the avatar interacting with their work, but we get the beauty element of the avatar too. So what I mean is, if we look at this one, we see this beautiful smile. We see her whole outfit. The avatar takes up a good portion of the frame. We see the same thing here. Avatar is very prominent. We see the beautiful color in her eyes, this light bouncing off of her. This one here, same thing again. We see the beautiful green eye there. Avatar very prominent in the frame. And this one in particular, you know, very strong here. Beautiful shot of the avatar. She looks absolutely stunning in this scene. The tricky thing with a working shot like this is this works very good for the theme because it shows you actually crafting, which is great. It's just not going to have the beauty element because this person is also working on their craft, but we get a much bigger presence and a much bigger, you know, beauty element. Unfortunately, there's not much you can really do to change that. You know, there's only so many ways to like work on these dresses. So at this angle, you're not really going to be able to get a good close shot of the avatar like some of these others, which do give them a more competitive edge, which is kind of what we were featuring with this one here. The fact that the photo showcases what she's working on and showcases the beauty of the avatar makes it more competitive. But overall, I think you have a great shot at keeping your streak this week because your workshop is very cohesive. Everything looks like it belongs. You have a good pose that delivers on storytelling. I think the only challenge for you here, voting wise, would be if you pop up against other crafting snaps that, you know, have a high beauty factor, or if you pop up against snaps that are doing everything you're doing but have added benefits, you know. So, like, for example, this snap is doing everything you're doing. It has a great build, great scene, and they're actually working on a project. But unlike yours, it showcases the beauty of the avatar even better. So, but pictures like this are rare. You know, we've been doing this all day, and there's only 4 of them. There's only 4 shots where people are actively working on a project very clearly. Like, the avatar is actually engaging with that project. So don't worry too much about that. I just wanted to point out, you know, the only case in which this might have a little bit of a challenge, I think. Overall, it's a very solid snap. I think it has a great shot at 4K. Those snaps, of course, I think would give it a little bit of an issue. And then, of course, the other caveat would be with indoor builds that use a lot of white or a lot of gray, I stay away from those colors for the most part. They can look really good. I think I've seen some snaps where they look amazing. But each week there are just so many snaps that have, like, very vibrant colors. And your average selfie submitter, your average quest photo submitter, when they're running through the votes, moving quick, making decisions in a split second, just getting their 50 daily moonstones, they will very commonly, you know, gravitate towards photos that have a high beauty factor and vibrant color displays. So an indoor build like this, where we have vibrant colors and high levels of lighting, can perform very well for people that vote, you know, for color and beauty. Theme is very good here, but a lot of empty white in the ceiling. I think if you work on the ceiling a bit, this will have an even stronger likelihood of keeping your streak, but I think the chance is pretty strong. Chica is next. Oh, very interesting, Chica. Very interesting. All right. So we have a crafting table behind you. There's this floating table with, like, screws. We have screws here. We have rope. There's a bicycle seat, fire extinguisher. Well, it definitely looks like you're a craftsman. It looks like you're working with metal, because I see, like, the bronze pipe sink back here. There's the bronze pipe bookshelf back here. But then there's things like, I mean, maybe you're just crafting different art pieces with, like, wood and metal. We have, like, this beast dummy thing. There's the dragon. These lights that are made with pipes. There's a lot of pipe crafted items. And you have some materials here. You definitely feel like a craftsman in this photo, so that's a big plus. Like, I think it's pretty clear that you're working on things. But I do think the photo could be even stronger if we were to see you interacting with some kind of item, working on something, so we kind of have an idea of exactly what you're up to. You know, like in this one, we see her working on the dress. It's very obvious what she's making here, like what kind of craftsman she is. Here, very, very clearly pottery. Very clearly furniture. Very clearly clocks. That makes these snaps a bit more competitive because we can see exactly what kind of craftsmen they are. Now, between these two, the one with the removed vignette definitely feels a bit better. But there is a lot of gray since you're using so much of this wall. You can always, you know, you don't have to do the super high wall. Actually, I think you might be in the meadow, or you're somewhere using the cliff because you're putting another wall up here. Yeah, I was going to say you could have trees come up over it, but I guess not. Not if you're up against a cliff there. Hard to say. Strengths here is that it's clear you're crafting. And I think you captured the avatar really well. And I think you're well dressed for working with, like, metal and wood. But one of the drawbacks is there's not really anything at the front of the scene that indicates what, you know, like what you're working on. And I think that would make the snap even stronger. Again, you know, these are the most competitive snaps I've seen. And the one thing they all have in common is that they're all actively showcasing something they're working on, which is something I talked about in my tips video. You know, that's why we highlighted her interacting with this birdhouse. We have the tools behind the birdhouse. She's looking at it happily. We have all these birds flying around. It's very clear that she just made this birdhouse. Now, you don't absolutely have to do that. You're still on theme, even if you don't do that. But All I'm saying is it would make your snap even more competitive if you were able to find a creative way to showcase something. You could even take one of these items you have in the back, like this, pipe sink, and bring it up with you guys. Or maybe the bookshelf, or, some kind of little item. Bringing it up and having it towards the front of the scene and having some kind of pose interacting with it could be a great way to communicate the theme even further. So I think it's worth considering. If you can come up with a creative way to do that, your snap would be even more competitive. But you're doing the theme, you have a chance for 4K here. Sleepy T, hello, hello. Thank you for the advice last week. It's rare I get to join a stream because of time zones, but the vibes are immaculate and your community is lovely. Thanks for all you do for us. This is my snap this week. I know it's a little bit of a risk. I feel it could be taken as an off theme, but this is my first idea and what I had the most items to do at the time. Well, you know what? I'm glad you already addressed what I was going to say before I said it. I think it's totally fine to submit a snap even if you know it's risky. As long as you know it's risky, I'm happy. That way, if you don't get 4K, you're not beating yourself up. That's why when I saw the other potion snap, I pointed out that there was some risk involved. Because, when the challenge talks about craftsmen, it talks about woodworking, metalworking, stitching. And, while artisans can be a lot of things, craftsmen, not so much. You're making physical items that are either for display or some kind of use day-to-day, whatever it may be. They're not typically for consumption. And that's the risk here with going with potions. It's not necessarily a traditional craftsman's role. It's more in the fantasy line of things. And it's also more of an artisanry than it is a craftsmanship. But you're already aware of that, which is great, So I don't have to go into detail and tell you what the risks are. Sounds like you already know. And sometimes you just got to make what you want to make. You know what I mean? Screw the results. You can still get 4K even if you break theme a little bit. Last time I did that, last time I took a bit of a risk, I think was Until Midnight Transformation. The challenge talked about showcasing a transformation. The title was Until Midnight Transformation. And a lot of the snaps I saw were very, very good scenes of people showing, like they had the swirling magic and they had Fairy Godmother waving her wand. They were showing Cinderella transforming. They were cosplaying Cinderella. But for me, the sentence that stood out that I really wanted to dive into was at the end of the challenge, it said, recreate Cinderella's enchanting night. And I thought that sounded so fun. And I was like, I'm going to be the prince and I'm actually going to use Cinderella. But it was a risk. Now, I did get 4K for it, but I didn't get my usual rank. This ranked around like 5,000, which means I was only a couple of thousand away from missing out on 4K. Whereas I usually rank, top 1,000, top 100, somewhere around there. So I got a much lower rank, but it worked out. And I did what I wanted to do. But I also knew the risks. I told everybody, I might not get 4K for this snap because I didn't do what is more popular. I didn't do what is more on theme. I kind of ran with my own thing. And you can do that and still get 4K. On my end of things, as the person doing the reviews, I just find it very important to communicate the risk. That's it. That way you're aware of it. If something goes wrong, you're not sidelined or just like, what the heck happened? Why didn't people like this? Or not, why didn't they like it? But, why didn't it perform better? So, it's totally okay to go, as long as you're somewhat resonating with the theme. So while this might not be your traditional craftsman or necessarily a craftsman in general, it is an artisanry. And you are making something, so, it's kind of the same thing with, like, cooking and baking. You still have a chance at 4K. It could be a higher chance with something else, but at the end of the day, as long as you're aware that it's a risk, I think it's a really beautiful snap. There's definitely a lot of things out there that are, much stronger with the theme. But potion builds are fun. They're fun. They're neat to do. And it's very pretty. It's very pretty. Ultimately, your results will be determined by what you pop up against and what kind of voters you get. So, Oh, very cool, Alex. Very cool. Open to any critiques for improvements. Thanks for taking the time to do these. Well, this is a neat one. So we got a sculptor here, but instead of pottery, we're making statues. I love the room, the workshop feel, like having these iron shelves with like the boxes and materials, the industrial lights. And look at how he filled out the ceiling too. I was talking about that earlier. I think when we were on Holly's Snap, you know, we had a very empty ceiling here, which I cautioned against. Now we get to yours, and we only see a little bit of the ceiling, like maybe a fraction of what we saw in that one, but you filled it out very well. You had these potted plants, we had the vines, we had the manta, industrial lights. Good light casting here as well, since you're not using white walls. We get very nice warm light here along the window. And it's also hitting these statues here, bringing attention to them in the back. I love the way you've gathered all of these small statues as well. Like we have this raven, there's the lion, there's the dancing statue, the jester statue, the Phil statue, the pandas. And I thought about this one. I saw it in my furniture, and I was like, dude, if anybody does statues, having this one near the front would be really neat. I'm glad you got that in there. Iago, very cool. And I think one of my favorite things about this is you also have marble down here, which is, you know, kind of a staple since a lot of these are crafted with marble. So the fact that you actually have marble on the ground is a great detail. You have some marble and stone here. There's some water for forming. Very cool. You have clay here. Well, it's mud, but it looks more like clay. And then on the little, you know, pottery spinning thing, you got this Gaston statue hitting the flex, which very, very fun. I also love the way you styled your avatar. You know, she looks very artsy. She looks like somebody that would be very much into artisanship like this. So very cool. Yeah, I don't really recommend any changes here. I think you absolutely knocked it out of the park. A very good job on your lighting. It seems you also boosted your character lighting a little bit, or maybe you have a chandelier slightly out of frame, but you have great lighting on the avatar. You're interacting with your work. And you have a very, very convincing workshop that makes the theme extremely obvious. So congrats, Alex. You will be joining the ranks of the other extremely strong snaps we mentioned earlier. Our most competitive snaps of the day. I'm trying to keep these together because they're great reference points for other snaps we come across. But yeah, you're part of them now. You're part of them now. Because not only are you interacting with your work, and not only do you have a very convincing workshop, but you also presented the avatar beautifully here. We can see her expression, we see the beauty in her eyes, we see her makeup, we see this joy on her face. Very, very good job here. Great competitive snap scene. Danielle, we got this one and this one. So, Danielle, I'm not really seeing the theme here. The theme this week is crafted with care, and it's all about being a craftsman. So, making things. You know, that could be clocks, you know, glassware, furniture, pottery, statues. In this one, I see like a fruit stand. You have it's really just a combination of the new premium items, it seems. Like you have the new premium windmills, the new premium buildings. So yeah, I'm not really seeing the theme here. Now maybe you want to come across like you're crafting birdhouses because you have a bird and there's a birdhouse, but there's nothing here to indicate that you're making the birdhouses. Does that make sense? So what you're going to want to do is make a workshop and show us that you're making the birdhouse. But yeah, unfortunately, neither one of these are on theme. Sarah Lilies is next. Okay, so we have a painter here. Now, I love the statue in the back. This actually puts you more on theme Because the risk with doing a painter, painters can be considered artisans if they practice a trade, craft, or produce functional handmade goods using specialized skills. So that's what a craftsman does. They produce handmade goods using specialized skills. And not necessarily, it doesn't always have to be handmade either. It could be things that you display as well. So clocks, you know, they're just not typically things you consume. But just strictly being a painter does not make you a craftsman. It's kind of like when we were covering chefs, right? Like I worked as a chef for most of my professional life. I was not a craftsman. You know, I was an artist because there's a lot of art that goes into conceptualizing, plating. I went to food competitions. I competed with the best chefs in the area on, you know, the way you display your food, the artistic creativity in the dish. It's an art form, just like painting. But just like painting, culinary art is not craftsmanship. Painting is not craftsmanship. Now, making a statue, that could be a craftsmanship. You know, you could be a craftsman making statues. But painting, if I were you, I would lean more into the statue concept. Now, you may still get 4K for this. You know, it's got a lot of beauty. Got some good light coming in on the side. Good character lighting. Really nice light here on the statue. But, you know, if we look at, you know, again, the opening sentence of the challenge stated, this challenge is all about craftsmanship, right? So we have a clock maker, there's a glass maker, there's a furniture maker, pottery, statues. All of these people are crafting physical items. Unless you make easels or the portrait itself, painting a portrait, it's art, but it's not craftsmanship. That's why they call it arts and crafts. You know, they're two separate things, but they commonly go together. So you can have your art in it, and you can still highlight the fact that you're an artist, but I think it's more important to showcase yourself working on the statue than it is working on a painting. Because we want to see what your trade is, and we want to see exactly what you're crafting. So we had some other ones that you know, I think were good examples of this. Like for this snap here. This person is working on paintings, like they have paintings in their workshop, but also notice how much pottery they have here. They're showing off all this pottery. Which is why it's very, very good that you have the statue here, but I think it's quite risky to just have the portrait or painting here. And just like last week, how I told you guys I saw a lot of people online saying this isn't on theme for like some of the dreams, some of the, you know, there were people making cozy dream submissions that were just using the new celestial stuff, but they didn't have any dream elements, and people were commenting like, oh, this is not on theme. I've seen the same thing with painting snaps. I've seen people say, I don't know, I don't think this is on theme. A lot in Facebook groups, so I would be very careful. You can still showcase yourself as an artist, but I think it's more important to prioritize the crafting of like physical items. And again, if we look at the theme, you know, it was pretty clear. Create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. So we're talking about making items by hand. Now, if you're painting something you made, like you're painting furniture, and you made the furniture, then yeah, that still applies. But I would be very careful there. Can you get 4K for this? Absolutely. Absolutely. But as with many other snaps, it's definitely a risk. It's definitely still a risk. I would vote for, you know, I would prioritize all of these over a painting snap because it's not necessarily a craftsman. So I'd be very careful here. Ultimately, you know, I mean, there's so many selfies out there. There's so many quest photos. So with the beauty factor as good as it is, like your lighting is really good. Your avatar looks great. So even if you keep this, you could still get 4K for it. You can get a great rank for this. But if you pop up against actual craftsmen, I think that's going to be harder. But, you know, these are more rare. Selfies and quest photos are more common, so you have a better chance of popping up against those. But you could contend with both if you embraced crafting a little bit more. Whoa, this is crazy. That's pretty neat. Jedi Lauren. I know the bubbles don't go, but I like it. Made it for me. What do you think? The glitch to hide the poles doesn't work anymore. Could just be me, but the lighting would not show when glitching the poles. Two good tricks gone. Thank you as always. Yeah, I tried to mess around with the poles. Like, I think a couple of weeks ago when it was being wonky. Yeah, maybe they did change it. I don't know. Well, this is a fun workshop. Very sci-fi, very techy crafting area. I like the ancient parts here. R2 is a fun addition. And you look like somebody that works, you know. You look like a scientist. That's very cool. I like the safety goggles. The outfit's very fun. The techie ceiling, techie floor, concrete walls. The memory pillars, very cool. Lots of fun sci-fi elements. So, very outside of the box, but it works, you know. And it looks like you might build robots, because you have the mannequin back here with the robot head, like under the Endemo machine here. And you also have R2. It looks like right here, that's the head of the Eternity Isle robot. I do think it would be really cool if you could showcase him. Like, if you can get him to walk back here a little bit. That way you would have, like, 3 robots in your scene, and it would be even more obvious that you're somebody that crafts robots. But very cool, very interesting. I don't know if you have the Big Hero 6 bundle, but that they have a toolbox with, like, tools made for working on robots. And there's also a computer that has, like... let me find it. There's this computer that has this display. You know, with all these statistics, that this could work really well with your robot idea. So very fun, very creative. I've seen a lot of, you know, this works because fairy and fantasy crafting works. So, of course, sci-fi would too. You know, we have, like, this fairy fantasy crafting situation. This is just the sci-fi version of that. So, very fun, very fun. I would try to highlight the robot a little bit better. Good light casting in the back. And yeah, I do think it would look a bit better without the bubbles, but it's your snap if you want to keep them. It's too bad they changed that lightning effect. I'll have to play around with that and see if there's any way to still get it to work. Crafty Joe. I designed 2 scenes. One's a fashion studio and one a blacksmith. Oh, I've been waiting to see a blacksmith build. I'm thinking about going with the blacksmith, as I've seen a lot of fashion studios. Okay. Very cool. Dang, it's awesome to finally see a blacksmith build. And then we have the fashion one. Oh, this is such a good fashion one, though. This is really good. I love your blacksmith one, but your fashion one is stronger. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't go with the blacksmith one. I think you should just change the angle. So, I would love to see you do something like this with this build. Like, get closer to the camera like this. Maybe interact with your work. But I love this environment. Also, you really need some light casting. You have this light above you here. But getting some chandeliers closer to the walls so we can get some light on the walls would look really good. Especially since you're not using white walls here. But this one, the lights, the decor on the walls, the rugs, you've actually texturized and built this room really well. This looks a lot better than a lot of the fashion builds I've seen, actually. And between the two right now, I think it's the stronger of your two snaps. If you did go with this one, you definitely need to boost character lighting, though. You look dark compared to the background. But this is such a good scene. Now, I would love to see you go with the blacksmith idea, because I've been waiting to see a blacksmith snap all day. I even thought about doing one myself because no one's doing them. But if you do go with this one, remember, beauty and theme are equally important. This one has a very high beauty element, and it does the theme. This one has a mid-range beauty element, and it does the theme. So as of right now, this is the better option, because most people just decide based on beauty. They don't decide based on how common something is. They don't decide based on, oh, I've already seen a bunch of fashion snaps. It comes down to beauty. And it doesn't matter if they see 100 fashion snaps. If yours is one of the prettiest ones they've seen, they're very likely to vote for it. And this is one of the prettier fashion scenes I've seen. A lot of people really struggle with indoors, and you did a very good job on this build. Now, how can we make this as competitive as this? Well, for starters, you can do the same type of angle. You know, I wouldn't... You don't have to be pulled out and back to, like, sell this blacksmithing idea. There's so many good foreground items you can be showing off. You know, we can show more of the ceiling. We can get some light casting. We can get closer to the avatar. I would love to see you display your blacksmithing scene more like this and have some good lighting in there. Right now, the blacksmith scene is very dark, and we're really far away from the avatar. And I would not submit this over this. No way. This is so much better in terms of beauty. But if you worked on this, changed the angle, improved the lighting, and got closer to the avatar, I would choose this over the other one. But as of right now, you know, I'm glad you did a blacksmith one, but it's not nearly as competitive as this one is. But it could be. It's a really good build so far. I would love to see you submit this tomorrow for a re-review. I would love to see a version of this where you're a bit closer to the camera. I would love to see a version of this where you play with lighting a bit more. You know, it's very dark in this corner over here. You have this awesome, like, lion mask back here. You know, what if we got another chandelier, like one of the candle, and also candle chandeliers. You don't have to use these regular chandeliers. Since this is, you know, a smithing area, flame is kind of synonymous with smithing. So using the candle chandeliers would be very cool in here. But yeah, I would love to see you work this over a little bit more, if it's the direction you want to go, because it would be so cool to see a good smithing snap. Sunshine, thank you for the gifted. We got another gifted here. Let's go, let's go. Also, I think that went to Precious or Precious resub, one or the other. Sunshine, you're actually next. Good timing, good timing. The gifted, very nice of you. Okay, very pretty, very pretty. Lots of bold, well-saturated colors here. With the rainbow in the back. Like the tinkering outfit. Only tough thing here for me, Sunshine, is I can't really tell what kind of craftsman you are. And one of the best ways to be competitive this week, to stand out amongst the competition, to give any Dreamsnap a run for its money, is to showcase what you've made and interact with it somehow. Like, this is such a good idea. You know, this is just that lamppost that hangs with the fireflies in it, but they've hid the top part, and they're using a pose to, like, hold it up as if they made it. You know, this person is standing back, honoring the work they've made. This person is contemplating this furniture, you know, wondering if it's complete or if they need to add any finishing touches. You know, these all tell a story. This person is working on their pottery. So not only did these very strong snaps here showcase the theme perfectly and showcase exactly what kind of craftsman you are, but they also show them actively engaging with their craft, which is a great element of storytelling. This will do numbers when it comes to votes because it's something a lot of snaps do not offer. If you can find a way to do this, it's going to give you a competitive edge against most players. So in this one, you got a beautiful scene, and we have crafting tables at the front. But the only like handcrafted item I really see, it looks like it's the acorn teapot, but it's kind of further back. And then you're also holding a pickaxe, which, you know, as far as poses, you know, pickaxe is, that's more for, that's not really a crafting tool. It's something you see more for a gatherer role, you know, like somebody that mines. So I think something that would make this snap more competitive would be to showcase some kind of item close to you and interact with that item to showcase what kind of craftsman you are and what you made. But if you don't, this still has a good chance at 4K. I mean, you have crafting tables, you have materials, and you have a very, very strong beauty element. So this is still very likely for 4K, but I think if you were to, you know, dive more into the storytelling element, and give yourself that competitive edge, you'd end up in the higher ranks of Dream Snaps this week. Like, you know, maybe even top 100. You never know. So yeah, overall, very solid Snap Sunshine. Great lighting. Great color diversity. Very strong beauty factor. My only recommendation would be, you know, if there's any way you can showcase exactly what your talents are. It looks like maybe woodworking, maybe a little bit of, you know, sewing, because we do have the spool seat back here. And then we also have, it looks like you might be like a jack of all trades, because there's like little metal components. There's, yeah, metal components down here. We have thread here. We have acorns, pine cones. And then we have the fairy crafting stations. But maybe some kind of pose interacting with what you've made, or contemplating it, or being proud of it. I think that's going to set you apart from the other very strong snaps. Because right now, you know, this can match the other strong snaps, but how does it beat them? You know, how do we just lock in and guarantee that 4K? Very likely for 4K, though. You know, I'd be surprised if this didn't get 4K. So yeah, only thing that would make its case even stronger would be some kind of storytelling and showcasing of craftsmanship. Fem, happy review day. Hello, hello. Excited to hear your thoughts on this, per usual. As always, muchas gracias. De nada, de nada. Very, very good job. We got a good pose here, interacting with the birdhouse. You're looking directly at it, so it's very clear to me what you've been working on. You got the tools behind you. We also have some wood on the ground behind you. Good beauty factor here. Lots of fun colors. Love the aurora in the sky. Great lighting from the sun. You're using either the meadow or the plaza for your environment on the floating island. So great call there. I always prefer that over the Forest of Valor. The grass there is a pain. I like the rug behind you. I also love that you have this anvil in the back and the fairy harp. You got a lot of wood crafted items back here. So it looks like you're a woodworker, but also you work with a little bit of metal smithing. So, you know, you hint the anvil, hints the anvil there. So that's fun. And yeah, the fact that you got a pose kind of interacting with the birdhouse here makes this very strong. One way you could sell the idea of crafting the birdhouse even more is maybe have a little bird with you. You can always put a cozy companion home outside of the frame. I know you're hiding your companion right now to use this pose. But if you put a cozy companion home outside of the frame, you can put a couple of birds on it. Put a bird feeder behind your workbench here, behind this bench right here, and they'll fly right over to it. Then they'll fly back and forth. So when you place a companion interaction item, pets will travel to and from that item from the house. They'll go to the item, they'll go back to the house. They'll go to the item, they'll go back to the house. They'll keep doing that. So if you place 1 or 2 birds on the house and place a bird feeder behind you, they will fly into the scene, as long as the house is not too far away. So yeah, the fact that you're making a little birdhouse, a good bit of storytelling would be to get a little bird in here. I think that would be great. But yeah, overall, very solid, good colors. You know, like we see the tools here, good crafting table, and the fact that we actually are showcasing your work makes this very competitive. Well done, well done. This has a very high chance for 4K. Good job. Okay. Denny is next. I'm not sure what route to go. The safe one with an artsy snap, which has a bright color, or the darker snap with a crafting in space feeling. Crafting in space. Okay. Well, as we discussed, this one's not really on theme. You know, it could potentially get 4K, of course, because you don't always have to do the theme to get 4K if your picture's beautiful enough. Some people just overlook it. But, you know, first sentence of the challenge states, this challenge is all about craftsmanship.
Notice me, senpai.
So
Notice
very
me.
important there. Hey, thank you, thank
I'm very
you.
late to chat because hands have been tied and you were on the big screen.
No
but thank you
worries.
for your review, senpai.
Of
I'll
course,
see you
my
tomorrow
friend.
with a completely different snap because I'm too scared to risk potentially 17 weeks of 4K.
Yeah, you've had a hell of a streak. I wouldn't want to lose it either, Keto. I wouldn't want to lose it either. They're both very beautiful, though, Keto. Your snaps are so pretty. I do feel like there's some risk involved, though. You know, it's the same thing with art snaps. You know, as we were saying, like if you're being a painter, you know, culinary art is also art. And you're definitely an artisan, you know, if you're doing culinary art. But you're not necessarily a craftsman, which is what I'm getting at there. You know, I worked as a chef for most of my professional life. I would never consider myself a craftsman. I was an artist. I was an artisan, but I was not a craftsman. And that's what's important. I think a lot of voters will be forgiving on that, but it's much safer. And with your talents, you can definitely do something else that is equally beautiful and safe. And that's what I think you should do to keep your streak. You know, take the safer route. So yeah, kind of the same thing here. Now, we do have pottery showcased in the back, so that's good. We have this vase right here. It's just that, you know, the easels and the paintings are definitely taking up a bit more space here. But yeah, the opening of the challenge here is, you know, it doesn't leave much for interpretation. It tells you in the very opening sentence, this challenge is all about craftsmanship. So crafting things. So arts and crafts, right? They're separate, you know. You got arts and then you have crafts. So crafting would be pottery, statues, you know, and those things can count as art as well. But you could do this photo. So a craftsman can also be an artist. So if you want to highlight art in your scene like this, you can get away with it and you can still appease what the challenge actually says if you include and prioritize craftsmanship. So what I recommend if you want to take this route, if you want to go with an artsy direction, do something in the lines of pottery or making statues, and then you can have your paintings in the scene too. There's nothing in the challenge that says you can't do more than one thing. As long as you showcase some kind of workshop and you're handcrafting some kind of item. But that's the thing, you need to be making some kind of item. Like this person is making clocks, this person is making statues, this person is making pottery, this person is making furniture, this person is glassworking. And the challenge also gives us some pretty clear examples. Create a scene with... It's not even examples. It's just telling you straight up what to create a scene with. You know, these aren't really recommendations. It's telling you point blank. Create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. So, woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. But again, you could go the art route. And even if you don't change this, you could potentially still get 4K for it. Just know that there are risks there. Like, personally, I wouldn't vote for a painting snap this week. But that's just me. I'm going to be specifically looking for craftsmen. So I wouldn't likely vote for a painting snap. Now, I would vote for it if painting is just something in addition to what they're crafting. Like, we saw some snaps earlier where they had paintings in the snap, but they also had pottery. This one. So I would vote for this because they have all these pottery pieces that they've actually crafted, because we see the pottery stand here, and then they have paint here because they're painting their pottery pieces. So these are physical things that they've crafted. And we also see that same thing with this one. This player is also painting, but they are painting things they physically crafted. They are a craftsman. They made furniture and they painted that furniture. So if you want to do painting, if you want to showcase your ability as an artist, why not paint the things you crafted? That way you can have the best of both worlds. You can be a painter and a craftsman. Or you can have your paintings and you can have a pottery system. You know, you can have the little pottery spinner. You can have some clay jars around. There's different ways to sell that. But I would definitely, personally, I would need to see those elements in order for me to want to vote for a snap this week. You know, because I'm one of those voters that takes the theme very literal. Not everybody is, but I definitely am. Now, as far as your other options here, we got one more. You know, I kind of like your other... I like the Padme dress more. This one's fun, though. I mean, you know, the outfit change doesn't really alter the photo too much. Rather than worry about the outfit, I would, you know, I would be more concerned with the opening sentence of the theme, saying it's all about craftsmanship, and more concerned with the follow-up statement of the theme that mentions woodworking, metalworking, and stitching. So, yeah. This one could work, but it's very dark. It doesn't have a good beauty factor. And I also can't really tell. You know, it's a workshop, but I can't really tell for what. I would stick with your original concept with the artist concept. And all you would have to do is add some crafting to this. That's it. So you have the painter's table. You can even keep the easels. You could just add a pottery spinner here, or add some furniture and interact with it like you're, you know, working on it, like you're painting the furniture, like this. This is such a great idea that delivers on a craftsman's role and the work of a painter. You know, it delivers on both, because they're actually crafting these, you know, they're painting these as their crafted goods. But yeah, I think you have a very strong snap here so far. And if you just added some craftsman, you know, element to this, I think you'd have a good shot at 4K. Because you have good lighting. You have all this light coming in from the windows. Good character lighting. Good color. I like the green plants down here. And you already have some pottery and a topiary. These two things can count as handcrafted. If we added some workshop elements here that showcase that you made the pottery, that's all you would need. Simple as that. And then you can keep the paintings as well. Then you can have the best of both worlds. Scuttle is next. We got 1, 2, 3. Okay. I had some time Sunday, so I made some changes. Comment, update the snap. I had fun with this one. I saw in real life, and I knew instantly I wanted to take that route. I really wanted to go down. Thank you for all your advice. Okay. So it looks like this is your final option. I see you switched out the ceiling here and added a rug. You also went with a lighter tone floor. I like the details here. I'm glad you embraced alternate colors. A lot of the fabric workshops or seamstress workshops I've seen have been very white you know, not a lot of color. This is fun. You got great light casting, fun colors on the ceilings. I think great choices for the rug. The wall is very well set up. You know, you have fabrics here. You have sewing materials. Got a couple of very good mannequins. And we see you looking down at your concept book, some fiber, and some fabric. I would maybe consider swapping your light bloom to 1%. Light bloom is on by default, and it's off when you set it to 1%. The reason I would turn your light bloom off is because the only thing about this photo that I feel like could be a bit better is this is really harsh, really bright. If you set light bloom to 1%, it would be a crisp orb, and we would see the wicks, but you'll still get the same light casting. You'll still get light casting, but it's going to nullify the outer glow of this a little bit to make it a little bit less over the top, and it would make the whole shot a bit more balanced. That's the only recommendation I have for this one. Scuttle, I think you did pretty good with the changes you've made already. I mean, I do really like the gold dress here. And the red ceiling is pretty nice. I mean, these are both good options, realistically. But yeah, I like the new wall you chose with this dress. I think these work together really well. It communicates the theme well. Got some good beauty elements here. Showcase the avatar well. Ultimately, it'll come down to what you pop up against, but I think you did a good job with the theme. Miss Saint is next. Oh, okay. I like the pose. Hand out towards the birdhouse. A great showcase. A great showcase. And oh, I love that you're using the witchy house with this. That does work really well with the fairy build. Great silhouette in the backdrop here. Well done. Good way to seal off the snap. Give it a very magical glow. I see you don't have the sun hitting your scene, but you boosted your character lighting so we can see you well. Good job there. And yeah, I like that you're facing out towards the birdhouse. You're smiling at us, but your hand is extended towards the birdhouse as if to say, look what I did. So I think that showcases quite well what you're working on. However, there are a few things I think you could do to make this even stronger. First off, if you're a woodworker, like if you made this birdhouse, we can play that up a bit more by adding some different items here. Like you have two of the fairy crafting tables here, and then we have the glowing flowers down here. But what if we added a wood pile, you know, as for the resources you're using? I think that could be nice, because we have another crafting table here. So there's 3 crafting tables at the front. I do love the colors in the back with, like, the blossoms. But I would love to see a little bit more of a workshop around you, because the whole workshop element you're giving us is 3 of the same table. So we have the crafting table here, here, and here. Now, you did turn them well. Like, I like that they're both facing inside. Like, so the lamps are kind of facing each other. But a little bit of diversity in your work environment, I think, would be really good here. So, like, in this scene, you know, we got an interaction with the birdhouse, but we have a little table in the foreground with tools. There's a little cup here with pencils. This is a craftable from Storybook Vale. There's also the little acorn teapot, which is also an item crafted from wood. And if you're a fairy that's crafting with wood, you can add things like acorns and pine cones to your scene as tools that you're using. You can add an anvil. You know, there's all kinds of fun things you can add to your workshop to give it more of a craftsman workshop feel. And I do think that would be a better option than fully relying on the same table 3 times. I do like the way this flower looks in the foreground. And the way these other 2 tables are positioned is fun. Ooh, that thunder's loud. But maybe we can do something, you know, over here on the left, you have another birdhouse. What if you did something different over here? You know, what if we did a little table set with tools, or what if we did a table with some acorns? Could be fun, could be fun. Food for thought. I mean, it's a solid snap. I think it communicates the theme well. I think it's very clear that you're woodworking. My only little 2 cents would be finding ways to make your woodworking workspace feel a little bit more like a workspace and a little bit more diverse. But that's it. Even if you don't change anything, I think this has a good chance at 4K. You did a good job on this, Miss State. You communicated the theme well, and you presented the avatar well, and you're interacting with your work. So, good job. Caroline Rose. This is what I got. I don't have much time to go back and fix it. I did work on it a little bit this morning and move things around, and I think I'm happy with it. I just hope it works. Wish I had another outfit, but oh well. Okay, okay. Well, you have a lot of good crafting stuff around you. Very nice. So we have pottery. We have a lantern. We have musical instruments. We have statues. We have this Snowdrop flower. We have fabrics. Very cool. Well, this feels a lot like a workshop. And this is what I meant earlier when it comes to paintings. You can get away with paintings. You just don't want to make that your whole gig. Because you're not a craftsman if you just paint on a portrait. That doesn't make you a craftsman. That makes you a painter. You know, it's an artist, but there's a difference there between an artist and a craftsman. So, knowing that you made this from scratch, that you made this statue from scratch, you have fabric spools. You know, we have all this fabric here. We have a spindle here. We have clay wares. So very good. Also a very good beauty factor. This is kind of like a jack of all trades crafting workshop, but I think it's a very solid workshop. I think you did a good job with this. And honestly, the jack of all trades idea works really well if you think about it, because the theme did state create a scene with woodwork, metal stitching, and handmade details. Now, you don't have to do all of those. A lot of people just picked one to go with. But the fact that it says "and" really shows that you could be a craftsman that specializes in every bit of it, which is a really fun way to do the theme. And that's kind of what we have here. You know, you have clay wares, you have fabrics, you know, we have musical instruments, we have statues. Very cool. Yeah, it's very clear you're working as somebody that loves to tinker and craft and create things. So overall, very solid. I won't worry too much about telling you how to improve it because you said you don't have time. So, you know, overall, good job, good job. Hope it gets 4K. No point in, you know, going through the trouble of being like, oh, if you try this, yeah, if you don't have time, like, we got a lot of snaps. So we'll go to the next one. Marie. Hello, Sabai. I did not have a lot of time this week to spend on this snap. I threw this together quick. Any advice? I will have time before reset day to work on this more. Thank you as always. Well, I love your outfit. Wow, you know, this is exactly how I would expect like a modern, fashion-forward, you know, a fashionista to look. She looks like she's really into fashion. You did a great job designing her. I love the high boots, the low skirt, and the ruffled top here. Very cute. And really good dress to choose here as well. Now, you see this table back here with the little book on it and the sewing machine? This book is actually its own item as well, and it actually looks a lot like this dress. I love that you have the ribbons down here because there's ribbons on the dress. I think it would be really cool if we had another copy of this book in the foreground. So it shows that, you know, you can even set the book right here by your feet because it's very similar to this dress. It'll look like you're working off your own composite sketch, and I think that would be really clever. Again, you did a really good job on the avatar here. Good light casting in. And, you know, again, I'm not usually a big fan of white. I think there are a lot of alternate colors you can use. But it works really good for a modernized, you know, fashion workshop. So it works in this case, you know. I don't think you have to change it. I think the avatar looks really, really good here. And I think she has a very strong beauty element. If you did change the workshop into, you know, kind of a different environment, just like Mr. Left Sharks, it wouldn't really match the avatar as well. So I think when you go with, if you're going to go with like a white and black kind of modernized seamstress workshop like this. If you build the avatar the right way, I think it works really, really well. But if you have a more colorful outfit on the avatar, I think making the workshop more colorful works wonders as well. I do like the high boots, but I don't know. If you got closer to the avatar, we won't get the same feel for her look. I would love us to be a little bit closer to her, but I wouldn't get too close. I wouldn't go past the skirt here. Yeah, I would definitely bring the book up and highlight that. And if you wanted anything else to bring in here, something that would be easy, you could always throw Cruella in here. You can put her behind this workbench, like in front of this fabric, like she's looking over your work. You know, you could be like a seamstress interning under her. Could be fun, could be fun. But yeah, really good job with the details here. And it's a very good scene of you interacting with your work. I think you did a good job with this. Ultimately, performance will be based on what you pop up against. You know, there's a lot of really colorful, very high beauty snaps out there that I've seen. This does have a great beauty factor, but with all the white, it can be harder on the color factor. But again, if you were to change that, the outfit won't really fit the environment quite as well. So I would stick with it. Mama Llama. Okay, so we got some seamstress work here. You got a sewing machine. You got a couple of outfits. We got fabrics. And then we have Rapunzel over here. You're kind of leaning towards the painting here. It almost looks like... I do like Rapunzel here. But with the pose, it's more like you're interacting with the painting than you are with the crafted items. Like, the outfits are the crafted items. I would consider, if you're going to do a pose, kind of interacting with something in your space, I would recommend leaning towards interacting with, you know, the items you've physically crafted. Like, you know, we see with these furnitures, with the pottery, with the statues, with the clockwork. Again, painting and crafting are different things. Kind of like baking and crafting are different things. Creating pastries is an art, but it's not craftsmanship. Creating high quality culinary art is an art. It's something I did for a lot of my life, but it's not craftsmanship. It's the same for painting. But luckily for you, I think you can get away with this here because you have craftsmanship in your scene. Like, the whole right-hand side of your photo is fabrics, outfits, outfit design. So it works. It's just weird that you're leaning away from the handcrafted items and leaning towards the painting. But it's still cool. You know, I think this could still get 4K. I would consider hanging something over this window a little bit because it does feel empty up here as opposed to the walls. I don't know if there's anything you can put right above this window. There are these little red curtains in the game that could work well. You could, I don't know, even if you change the pose, I feel like that would be tricky. I think you're pretty safe. I think this has a good shot at 4K. I mean, it does highlight craftsmanship really well on the right-hand side here. And if you did change the pose to interact with something you handcrafted, I feel like it would be kind of tricky because then you're just going to block this cool Rapunzel scene. And I wouldn't want to block the Rapunzel scene because it does look good. All right, Ashley is next. Oh, another clock one. Very nice, Ash. I love these clock snaps. You guys really knocked these out of the park. This is such a cool idea. So we have like gears, springs, screws. We have all these different clocks layered in. And I like the back wall you did here too. Good lighting. And you have like a motif pose. I'll say though, the one thing I'm not 100% sure on here, Ash, is the pose. Because all the clocks you have around you, they all feel very real and like very much part of the environment. But since you're at an angle, like it kind of looks like you're holding the clock, but the clock looks so artificial here. It looks so two-dimensional. I would experiment because you have a really strong scene. If there's something you can come up with, like maybe one of these like clocks that are close to your height, maybe if you could bring it up somehow and interact with it. I don't know if there's anything you can do to interact with something that feels a bit more real, I would go for it. But this is a very strong scene. Even if you keep the motif pose, I think it has a good chance of working over well. But again, to make it more competitive with some of those other very good 4K snaps, you know, seeing people interact with real items within their scene, I think, and you can add motifs to amplify that, like we have the little light flare motif here. I think is worth considering because I think it amplifies the wow factor versus the motif. But still very solid snap. Even if you keep the motif pose, I think it has a great chance at 4K. But I would love to see you conceptualize a different pose interacting with something that's physically in the environment. Mom Bear Games. Got 1 and 2. Worked on this late. If that plays into lighting so far, this is the only 2 ones I like. Don't know if I should add more, only because there's a weird glitch that doesn't let me put items on tables in the middle. Oh, yeah. That glitch has been in the game for a while. If it won't let you put an item on part of a table, I hate that you have to do this, but rotate the table the other way. Make it face the other way, and then it'll let you put an item there, then rotate it back. It's really stupid, but that's how I get around it. Now, for your scene here, Mom Bear Games, you know, we've talked about this a lot. I would really like to see you get closer to the avatar. So, your avatar is the craftsman. And this challenge is all about craftsmanship. So, highlighting that craftsman is very important. You're kind of burying her behind the table here. You know, take note of your competition and how well everybody is highlighting their avatars. You know, we've talked about this a good bit, Mom Bear Games, and you've gotten 4K on several submissions. You know, I don't want you to stray away from highlighting your avatar well. It's very important, very important. You have a good-looking avatar here, but they're so far away. So when you build your scene, Mom Bear Games, bring the avatar up first. You know, push the camera towards the avatar and then build around them. Play up to that avatar's strength. You have a pretty good scene here. You know, good light casting with the orb lights here. You know, good decor on the walls. I would consider adding a rug on the ground as well. And I probably wouldn't use a gaming chair with the work table over here. You know, this is definitely like a gaming PC chair. It feels kind of odd with the table. Just like a traditional chair would work much better there. Like even a fancy chair. But yeah, another thing too is if you're going to be indoors, why not use actual mannequins instead of just the furniture mannequins like these? You can place mannequins and put your own clothes on them. That's one of the big benefits of being indoors. Like look at Marie's shot here, how she's working on this dress. So you can place one of these mannequins and you can put any outfit in the game on it, showcasing what you're making. And that's going to be important this week, is not only showing your workshop, but if you want to be competitive, showcase your work, you know? So, final thoughts here, Mom Bear Games. I would certainly consider showcasing the avatar a bit better. And you don't have to show the whole room, you know? Like for this, I'm right in the middle of the room with the camera pushed up, and it more than delivers on the concept. Like we have her looking at a yardstick fabric twine. We have mannequins with outfits. And we have the avatar featured very prominently here. So, you know, you don't have to show this much of the room. You could get a bit closer to the avatar. And again, I would use actual mannequins that you could put outfits on. A very, very, you know, good play if you're going to be indoors. And you can only do that if you're indoors, so you might as well take advantage of it, you know? Beyblade is up next. Hey, Sebai, happy Monday. Love your latest Pokopia build. Thank you in advance for the advice. Hey, thank you for watching it, my friend. Yeah, I put up that build video Sunday night. I worked on that TikTok and YouTube short Sunday. And, dude, the Pokopia build is looking so good. If you guys haven't seen that video yet, you can check it out on YouTube or TikTok. But I put a new video up yesterday, and it's looking crazy. Also, last night, Beyblade, I started adding the minecart system that goes through the cave. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Looking forward to sharing that with you guys when it's all done. Very good job here. So we have you highlighting your work. You're using that same pose we discussed, the Pluto pose, at an angle, showcasing your work on this lovely little acorn teapot. And we have the acorns right next to it. So you're like very happy that you've been able to craft this little guy here. A good workshop, too. You know, we talked about this earlier on, you know, I liked this snap a lot. This one was really pretty. But we talked about making the environment around the birdhouse display feel a bit more like a workshop, and you did this very well. So we have the fairy crafting table here with, like, the pin and another acorn. There's, like, the glowing jar of pixie dust, and then we have a table here with a lantern, a book, and pencils for, like, planning. And then we have a mushroom table with screws on top. You know, there's all these different workshop elements throughout the environment. So really good job there. And the backdrop is beautiful. I like the Tinkerbell house. And you know, the Christmas lights here is pretty fun. It looks like something you handmade as well for your little workshop. So good job. Very beautiful shot too. This has a high beauty element. Very good lighting. So yeah, overall, very solid snap Beyblade. Good job. Good job. No recommendations on this. I don't think you need to make any tweaks or adjustments. I think it's clear what you're working on, and you have a very, very clearly defined workshop and a very well-presented avatar. This has a very high likelihood of 4K. Alfira, you made this in an hour? That's crazy. This actually looks so detailed. I made this in an hour. I was pressed for time. I would really appreciate suggestions. Make it fit 4K. Thank you. Well, it's funny. We just had a snap featuring the acorn teapot. Now we got another one. Good item, though. Very good job here. Great pose interacting with your workshop. You have I love the way you angled this table. The teapot is close to us. The tools are, you know, a little further down, and then the pencil here for, like, planning and sketching. I love your workshop, too. This is really good for something you did in an hour. This goes to show, you know, to make a detailed, beautiful snap, you don't need to spend 6 or 7 hours on a build. I mean, for most of my example scenes, I make these in, like, very little time. Like, I think this one, much like Alfira's, this was thrown together in about an hour. You know, didn't take too much time to put this together. She's trying to hump the birdhouse. Give her a second. So yeah, you can make a great snap with limited time. But you did an excellent job on this. It communicates the theme very well. We can clearly see what you're working on. You're engaging with your work, which is fantastic. We have the wood stack behind you, showcasing your materials, a workbench behind you, and then we have more crafted items like birdhouses, the fairy harp, there's the ship in the bottle, pixie dust. Very magical work site here. Lots of item diversity for something you put together so quickly. I don't think you need any changes here, Alfira. I think this is very likely for 4K. I love the little scarecrow, too. What a fun addition. Yeah, this is so good. You really knocked it out of the park with limited time. I don't think you need to make any tweaks or adjustments. I think you're pretty safe this week. Very nice, very nice. Bella's next. Even when I try to do things simply and quickly, this still took me 2 hours. Anyway, I don't have the pixie goggles, as I haven't done the Tinkerbell quest yet. Okay. Well, the regular goggles are fine. A lot of people are using those. You get a nice crafting table behind you. And it looks like you're interacting with the fairy harp here. Yeah, the pergola as like a little workstation is pretty fun. You got a nice little lantern here at the front. And it's good that you highlighted an item you're working on. This is very important this week. So good job there. And the build is good, you know. I like the flowers around. It's got a nice magical feel. And yeah, you don't have to have the pixie goggles. That was just that's just a recommendation of like a good item to use. Regular goggles are fine. Makes you look like a craftsman. This outfit feels more like a gardener than a craftsman, but it works because it does have tools on it, and I feel like tools are really important, so I would stick with it. Overall, I think you executed the theme well. You have a nice little workshop here. You know, item diversity is huge for workshops. I think you two definitely work at different paces. Like, this took Alfira an hour, this took you 2. But I think this suffices. I think it has a good chance for 4K. You featured the avatar very well. You have good lighting. You've featured your work. You've created a little workshop. Are there things that could make this stronger? Of course, of course. You know, you could expand on the workshop a bit. You know, like if we look at this workshop, we have a crafting bench here, a couple of birdhouses, ship in a bottle. There's pencils, there's tools, there's wood for the wood crafting. You know, we have a lot of different elements, a lot of item diversity. But you have limited space here since you're using the pergola. So for what you're going for, this is pretty solid and has a good beauty element. So I think there's a good chance you'll get 4K for this, Bella. Ice Baby is next. As always, appreciate your feedback. Thank you, thank you. I really like the ceiling you did here. Wow, that's cool. Putting the lights inside of these circles is a really fun idea. So we got a nice silhouette on the avatar. Looks like you're kind of contemplating your work here. You have these 3 designs in front of you. A good workshop. Then we have Cinderella over here. So, good job on the workshop. It is cool to see you interacting with your work. Though I do think poses where we can see the expressiveness of the avatar, this adds such a high level to the beauty element of Dreamsnaps when you can see their emotions. It makes the snap a bit more relatable when we see how proud they are in their work or how satisfied they are. You know, that's what I really like about some of the strong snaps we see, where this one is more contemplative. And in this one, you know, we get a great showcase of the avatar, and we can see that she's very happy with what she's creating. And that, you know, kind of the same thing here. And this makes the snap not only beautiful, but relatable. So you don't get that same element when you face away, but that doesn't mean you can't face away. You know, I got rank 2 for a snap where I wasn't facing the camera. But my avatar was standing and waving at a villager, so it was a little bit, you know, the avatar was a little bit more prominent. Overall, I think this has a good shot at 4K. I love the inclusion of Cinderella, and I do like that you made more of a Cinderella-centric seamstress build rather than the Cruella one, because it does offer some very fun and diverse colors. I feel like this will do quite well during the voting phase. I think your only issue here, the only thing I would be concerned with, is running up against snaps where people are interacting with their work just like you, but they're featured a bit more prominently because they're not sitting and they're a little easier to see, and we can read that emotion. That's something I try to do in most of my snaps, is convey storytelling through expression, like whether it's a smile or a contemplative look. It's you know, it's something that voters tend to really appreciate, which, you know, facing your work like this is another element of storytelling. It works good. It just doesn't have that facial expression quality that we get from some of the others. And if you pop up against photos like that, it could end up being the deciding factor for the votes. But, you know, there's not... It just depends on what you pop up against at the end of the day. If you wanted to try a restructure for the re-review, you could always submit a different version of this where we do get to see a bit more of you and we have your work featured a little closer to the camera. Like you could take this dress, like, you know, this dress on the right side. You can always put that next to you here on the left and then do a pose interacting with that. And you can still have these mannequins in the back too. But since this mannequin is shorter, it wouldn't obstruct your frame too much. Might be worth playing around with if you want a re-review, but if you don't, you can just stick with this one. It has a chance at 4K for sure. Beagle Mama says, I got 3 options. I really wanted to do crafting with metal, so I went with smithing, robo-crafting for options 1 and 2. Wanted to do a robot/research lab, but not sure if it fit all the aspects of the theme. Mainly worried about the natural artisan outfit part of the challenge. Thoughts? The third one is my safe option. The prompt voters will see mentions woodworking, so I'm worried all 3 options are now a little risky. No, I wouldn't worry about that too much. It's weird that the voting prompt only mentions woodworking, but I wouldn't concern myself with that too much. Most people don't concern themselves with the prompt when voting. It's the title everyone's more conscious of. Because the prompt, when you're voting, almost always leaves out key details of the description. But the title is always the same. Crafted with care. So at the end of the day, you just want to make it very apparent that you're crafting something. Weird that the title, or that the voting prompt only mentions woodworking, though. That's bizarre. Anyway. So we got... Oh, a blacksmith one. Very nice. Also, I wouldn't worry too much about the outfit. Simply dress for the crafting job you have. So, what the outfit description said was, for your outfit, choose natural textures and artisan accents. So, what would be considered an artisan accent? Well, that depends on the artisan, you know? Like, the leather hat here with the metal works really good. You know, that's got good artisan accents for a blacksmith for sure. And then for the outfit, you could just do overalls, honestly. You know, like that would work for a blacksmith. But yeah, this is really cool. I really, really like this one. This is actually the first very good blacksmithing one I've seen. So I'm going to favor this one a lot. And then you have this one, which is like the robot crafting. Yeah, the Endemo machines are very good for this. Oh, and you do have the Big Hero 6 table I recommended earlier for this. Very nice. And yeah, BB-8. The outfit works really good here too. And then we have a fashion one. Dang, you're kind of a jack of all trades this week. You did one of each. Fashion, you did a great job on the indoor build for this fashion scene, I think. I like that your hand's kind of extended towards the giraffes. But I've seen a lot of these, and these are all very beautiful. So if they're equally beautiful, let's not go with the most common option. Now, the robot one is cool, but personally, I'm really, really in favor of the blacksmith one, especially because of the villager you chose. You chose 2 strong warriors, Mulan and Merida. You know, two villagers that would be in need of new weapons. So very, very good choice on the villagers here. I love that you included the bow staves for Mulan in the back corner here. And Merida looking excited about, you know, the sword you're forging is very cool. And you're like checking the tip of the sword. So you're interacting very well with the environment. The flame motif here hidden on the side, very clever, very clever. And then you have the little quelching station in the back. The anvil here for forming, and then you took the broken sword and put it at the base of the frame so it feels like a full sword. You also have really, really good light casting here because you're using the chandeliers to cast light and the hook lanterns, which cast warm light on the walls. Overall, I really like this one the most. I think this is definitely the strongest of the three because it's just as beautiful as the others, but it showcases the avatar very well on the interaction aspect. And it's really unique because good blacksmithing, good blacksmithing craftsman scenes have been very hard to come by. I've seen one other good one, but it didn't feature the avatar quite as well, and it was a little zoomed out, and it didn't have the best lighting like this. So this is definitely the best crafting or blacksmith one I've seen. And I love the way you showcase the villagers here. So, yeah, I really like this one. But these are all good options. But since this one is doing something directly referenced in the theme, which was metalworking, and this one is also doing something directly referenced in the theme, but it's more common, I would go with this one. The robot one's really cute too, though. I mean, if you really wanted to go with the original idea, you can. I think this has a good shot at 4K as well. But the lighting on this one is superior. And the interaction with, you know, what you're crafting is very strong on this one. Well done, Beagle Mama. Well done. Very, very solid snap. Dewdrop! Hey, so definitely feeling a little torn this week. I made 2 different snaps. I'd love to know your thoughts, what you think would be best going forward, or any advice and tips you have. Appreciate it as always. Thank you in advance. Of course, of course. So we have one indoor seamstress build. Well, the phone's very active here. That's fun. That's fun. I like the staircase there. I think a darker ceiling here would be good, since we have a light back wall, like this light brick. Like the floor is dark, and then we have a light wall and a light ceiling, which is it throws off the balance a little bit. I would go with a dark ceiling to match the dark floor. That way the light wood wall and the white walls would feel a bit more balanced with the rest of the scene. And then your other one is a fairy-inspired crafting scene, which these are good. These are good safe options. They have a high beauty factor because you get all the nature elements and all the fun colors. You also get access to fun things like the Tinkerer goggles and this really nice little Tinkerer outfit, which is a great artisan fit. I like the fact that you got all this wood scattered back here as you're woodworking here. You also got some iron ore here, so you're working with wood and iron. Fairy crafting table here. Looking towards your projects here. Ting Barrel's also fun. And great, you know, great job filling up the sky with the aurora. So these are both very solid. If you know, ultimately I would say follow your heart on which one you want to go with. If you do go with this one, I would definitely recommend going with a darker ceiling to balance out with the floor and the light walls. But I do think this one may be the safer option of the two, because you have really strong lighting here, really good color diversity, a very high beauty factor, and, you know, access to a really good artisan outfit here. At the end of the day, they're both prime candidates. You know, like if you're really, really fond of the seamstress build, you can go in this direction. Now, if you know, I did have one recommendation for this one, which would be swapping the ceiling for a darker ceiling. For this one, I would consider expanding the workshop a little bit. Like you have this wood back here, but we can't really see it. We can already see the wood back here, so that's more than enough. I would get rid of this wood and then, you know, maybe feature more of your work here. Like you could do the little ship in a bottle, or you can do another table with materials and tools. You already have the crafting bench behind you here, and we have some materials featured here. And if there's any way you can feature what you're working on, like maybe it's the birdhouse, but it doesn't look like you're observing the birdhouse, so it looks like it might just be part of the environment rather than part of your work. If you want to showcase the birdhouse, I would recommend having it more at the forefront, but choosing some kind of item and highlighting it, like interacting directly with it, is a great way to sell the theme this week. It's obvious that you're a craftsman. You know, we see materials, We see a workbench. And we see a birdhouse back here. But I'm not really seeing anything to determine exactly that this was just crafted or you crafted this, because it's kind of behind the bush. It feels like it's part of the yard. So if that is the intention, I would position it in a way to where you're interacting with it, or, you know, acknowledging it, you know, like having it right in front of the avatar with your tools, you know, and you're like angled towards it. Can work really well. But that's really the only recommendation I have for your scene here. It's a strong scene. It's got great color. It's filled out very well. You sealed it off with the foliage panels. It's got good color diversity. But if we were able to see, you know, the item you're working on showcased, we would be able to indicate exactly what kind of craftsman you are. And if it is the birdhouse, you know, positioning it in a way to where it's a little closer, a little bit more at the forefront of the scene and a little bit more of a part of the workshop would be great, because apparently the, you know, the part of the theme we'll see when we're voting mentions woodworking for whatever reason, and nothing else, I guess? I don't know. That's weird. All right, Nanda is next. First time sharing here, so definitely a little nervous about this. My take on Crafted with Care, definitely struggling a bit with the theme, as I much prefer the more magical and pretty themes over this. Yeah, you know, but you made it very magical and pretty, though. You know, that's the fun thing about Dreamsnap. Sometimes they push us out of our comfort zone, and we still end up making something very magical. That's what I like about challenges like this. They're not my cup of tea either. Like, I like challenges like Cozy Dreams or Marvels of Nature way more. But finding ways to make a craftsman challenge beautiful is a fun challenge in itself. And you did a very good job with that. Using the new buildings with these wood pieces to, like, make a workshop was very clever. This is very clever. This actually makes me consider getting these buildings, since we can use them this way. That's really cool. You have great lighting. Light, you know, sun is right behind the camera coming into the scene, lighting up everything we see here. I love the magnolia branches coming into the workshop. Very nice, very beautiful. All this nice sparkles here. And then we have some clay to your right. I know it's actually mud, but it looks more like clay than the actual clay does. We have some pottery here. And then you have all this pottery in the back. So I think it's very clear what your trade is, what kind of craftsman you are. And it's very clear what you're working on. You've also highlighted the avatar very well, and you have a very beautiful scene. So I think you're very safe for 4K this week. I think it's highly likely you'll get 40K. From my perspective, the theme is very clear. You look like, you know, the headwear and everything, you look like you're here to do pottery. You've got all of your work on display, and you're actively interacting with your work. So, you know, overall, I think this is very strong. I don't think you really need to make any changes or adjustments here. Beauty factor is very high. Theme is very well delivered. And overall, it's just a very solid concept. And you've highlighted the avatar very well. You've made the interaction with your work here the forefront of the scene, which is one thing I've been really encouraging a lot of others to do, because it sells the theme better than almost anything else you can do. So, fantastic job, Nanda. Wonderful work, wonderful work. Bob's is next. Oh, beautiful, beautiful scene. I'm going to admit something I may or may not have used a scene from Tiny Theme a while back. Yeah, I knew this looked familiar. So I went with the Tinkering Fairy theme. Don't judge me. There's a lot of Pokopia to do. I feel you. I feel you. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. But it works. You know, if you're going to do a fairy tinkering scene or a fairy crafting scene, if you've already got a build set up for that, you might as well use it. Then you only have to worry about the foreground, really, and midground, where you kind of set up your workshop. Makes your job a lot easier. And honestly, that's only going to matter if people know that, and nobody really is going to know that, you know, unless you tell them, like you told me. But no judgment, you know. I've reused backdrops before. Some weeks are busier than others. You got to do what you got to do. Overall, solid workstation here. You know, you got the painting table for adding some details to your projects. You've got a little work table back here. I like the little spork. What's his name? I can't remember. But yeah, that's pretty fun. Looks like a handcrafted project. We have the little acorn teapot here. So we see some of your works behind us. And it looks like you're kind of checking out the celebration day basket, like you just put this whole party basket together. So it looks like you're actively, you know, looking down at or interacting with something that you have just assembled. And yeah, nothing wrong with reusing an area you've already built up if it works for the concept you're doing that week. So, not to mention, you know, again, this outfit is very strong for this week. It's definitely a craftsman-inspired outfit. You have the little axe here. You have the scissors, you know, the apron, the pouch, the acorn, and the safety goggles ties it off as well. So, a lot of really, you know, good features to the avatar. And they're prominently featured and actively interacting with what they've been crafting. So overall, I think it's a strong submission. Has a good shot at 4K. I haven't seen anybody highlight like basket assemblies like this. So I'm not sure what to expect from that. You know, seeing something you've made out of wood, or especially with the challenge stating wood, metal, or stitching. I think maybe the fairy harp right here could be better. I mean, I do love the colors on this, though. But there's not really anything in the environment to really showcase, like, glass forming. And then some of the stuff, I don't know. I'm just torn on the basket as the item. You know, I'm wondering if there's just a simple change you can make, like swapping it out for another item that feels a bit more handcrafted than this basket does. The basket feels kind of hand-assembled, like you gathered some things and put them together. But your workshop looks like you do a lot of tinkering. You know, you have a little sporky here. You have the acorn teapot. Some kind of item that looks a bit more tinkered, I think, would be really fun for this scene. And you already have the wood on display here. So a wood item like the fairy harp could be good. I mean, the basket, like I said, it does offer really fun colors. But I'm wondering if there's another item you can display that would be a better option. Gryffindor Panda is next. Look forward to hearing your feedback. Thank you for all the work you do to help everyone. You're very welcome, Gryffindor. You're very welcome. So, looks like this is your workshop here. You have some fabrics in the back. So, right off the bat, your workshop doesn't have a lot of things to indicate your work. You have the mannequins, yes, and you have fabrics, but no sewing machine. No drafting tables. Now, if you don't have Wish Blossom Ranch, you won't have, like, the drafting tables and some of the fabrics. But with the Cinderella stuff that you get very early on, there's a table with a sewing machine. You don't really need a piano in your workshop. You know, if you're somebody that makes clothes, the idea with this theme, Gryffindor, is to sell the idea that you are a craftsman. And the best way to do that is to not only showcase your work like you're doing here, but to show us your work area. This doesn't feel quite like a work area. It feels more like a living area. Like we have a TV and a chair and a harp and a study desk and a piano. None of these items really feel like they belong in a workshop. Now, back here, you have good workshop items. And I think you do have Wish Blossom Ranch because this is from that. If you check out the video I did on Thursday, Gryffindor, I covered a lot of really good items to use if you're doing a fashionista or seamstress build. So there's this crafting table right here that has like the scissors and it has this mannequin. There's this sewing machine. There's also the Cinderella sewing machine table. There's these red, white, and black fabrics that you can craft. There's so many good items to create a fashionista workshop. And I would definitely consider swapping out the non-workshop items for those items. Like if you got rid of the piano and added the workbench here, and if you got rid of the TV and the harp and you added like the mannequin bundle or more fabric, there's a lot of things you can do to make this feel like a more convincing work area. Because as far as indoor scenes go, like this is your competition for 4K. Look at how much of a workshop feel this has. You know, only 4 out of every 100 players are going to get 4K. So you're going to have to contend with some pretty good snaps if you want to stay in that range. And this is your average competition here. Actually, I would say this is above average, but you get the idea. The entire build, everything they've placed here is placed because it is part of their workstation, their workshop. We have hangers, we have pearls, we have gemstones, we have fabrics, we have the workbench, we have a drafting table, we have an iron, we have this concept table in the back, we have the fabrics, we have a sewing machine here. There's all these different items that are here because they fit into a seamstress workshop. Whereas yours is, you know, you have elements of a workshop, but it doesn't seem to really be exactly what the build's about. You have a lot of other things here that don't necessarily belong. And if you swap those things out for things that did belong in a workshop, your snap would be stronger for it. Also, I highly recommend getting a bit closer to your avatar. You know, if you look at these, if you look at your competition here, again, this is what you're up against. A lot of the beauty element, and that's what people vote for, theme and beauty. A ton of the beauty element in Dreamsnaps comes from your avatar. And when they're far away and tiny and barely visible, that beauty element is greatly downsized. But when they're up close and you can see their makeup and their smile and their hair color and the details on their outfit, well, that beauty element is greatly amplified. Like, look at how good the avatar looks here. It is going to be very hard for this to compete with this. So, what can you do to be more competitive? Well, you can showcase your avatar better, just like these players are doing. And you can make sure everything in your scene is intentional. So, if the idea this week is to showcase you are a craftsman working in a trade, everything you put in that Dreamsnap should have something to do with that, unless it's just the background. So when you go indoors, so like, you know, you can choose any windows you want, you can keep the pillars. But the piano, the TV, stuff like that, and the harp, there are so many items that would be better for you to use. But the main thing I would do is definitely get closer to the avatar here. And if you do get closer, and this is why a lot of people consistently get 4K, not only do they showcase their avatar well, they do the fine details. This is why getting close is good. We can see that Bob's here not only chose a really good outfit, but styled her makeup to match it. So we have a green leafy outfit with dark green eyeshadow and a light pink lip. Absolutely stunning look on the avatar here. She looks beautiful. Highly amplifies the beauty factor. In yours, not only are you far away, but as far as I can see, you didn't do anything with your makeup, lip, or any of that. That's often what separates a 4K snap from a 2500, a 1500, or a 1200 is that attention to detail. If you want to beat 96% of players in this game, and think about that, that's what you have to do to get 4K. You have to beat 96% of players. If you want to beat 96% of players, you need to put just as much thought and effort into your snap as they are. So taking time to style your avatar all the way. Not just choosing an outfit and a hairstyle, but choosing your makeup, choosing your lip color, choosing your eyeshadow, and then getting close enough to make that matter. All of that is very important. This one is another great example of exactly what I'm saying here. She styled her avatar perfectly for her profession here. And if we look, she has this light pink bandana. And then when we look at her eyeshadow, what do we see? light pink. We look at her blush, a very opaque light pink. We look at the lip, more bold pink here. Perfectly matching the aesthetic of this avatar and amplifying the beauty of this Dreamsnap. So, my advice for you here is I would definitely detail the workshop a bit more. I would prioritize the theme over everything else. If an item has nothing to do with the theme or the concept, unless it's just a background item, I wouldn't utilize it. I would recommend always prioritizing items that, you know, amplify what you're trying to communicate. And number 2, I would take advantage of the impact of showcasing the avatar better. You know, here again, we see this golden Padme dress, gold eyeshadow, gold necklace, you know, the bold lip, all these things done to make the avatar even more beautiful. If you're not willing to take these steps, or you just overlook them, it's going to be hard to compete with the people that are, you know? And these extra steps don't take very much time. You know, if you just go into the wardrobe menu and fully customize your avatar and then present them in a bold, meaningful way, you'll be surprised at how much of an impact that can have on your results. So that's my big recommendation for you, Gryffindor. You know, rework the scene to really build up on that workshop feel. As a craftsman, that's what we were going to need to see. And number 2, I would love to see you showcase the avatar much better than this. Not only getting closer, but putting in that time and effort to really customize them, to make them very beautiful, make them stand out. MJ is next. MJ says, still new to this and learning. Okay. Well, great job with the avatar here. I like the overalls. Feels like an artisan. We got a little painting crafting table here, and it looks like we have some clay for forming, and you have some clay goods in your environment here. There's even a little sewing machine over here, so you look like you might be a jack of all trades. We have statues. We have clay. Now, one thing I would recommend right away is I would definitely swap out the ceiling texture. It's easy to forget about ceiling texture, but altering this one too, I think we still have the default ceiling here too. So when you go indoors, don't forget about the ceiling texture. If we notice on this one, you know, we have the dark hardwood floor, we have the red brick wall, and then I have a like redwood style ceiling here. It complements the hair very well. Complements some of the, you know, this desk is almost the same color. So it blends really well into the environment. That attention to detail will be very important. Now, one thing you did very well, MJ, you did a great job highlighting the avatar. You got her nice and close to the camera. You got a beautiful pose. But when you do get close to the camera, this is an opportunity to really showcase your details. You have the great eyelashes here. That's just an attachable option when you do the eyes. But make sure you do the eyeshadow too. It looks like you gave her purple eyes, which ties in very nicely with the hair. What if we did a light or a dark purple eyeshadow here as well? That's going to amplify the beauty factor even more. So I would, you know, don't forget about your eyeshadow. That's huge when you're close to the avatar like this. You know, as we saw with these other snaps we were reviewing, you know, that's one of the things that makes this such a strong snap is they're paying attention to every element of detail. You know, even things like blush and eyeshadow. And we see the same thing, you know, with Bob's. You know, with a lot of players that perform well in snaps. So don't sleep on eyeshadow and that extra customization. It goes over very well with voters. Now for your workshop here, I like the stuff you have on display. You know, the display pillars, you have some good pottery. The painty windows are fun. Definitely recommend swapping out the ceiling texture for something different than just the pale white. I try to minimize how much pale white I use in my snaps because color diversity goes a long way. And then we have, I think you have a light or chandelier above you because we have a lot of light coming down here. I love the light casting from your windows in the back. That looks very nice with the time of day you have. One thing I would swap out aside from the ceiling, is this item here on the right. I think there are better items you can put here. I honestly think if you took this pottery making table and put one here to showcase your skills in clay forming, I think it would be more impactful than having this drafting table with like the paw prints and stuff. Like this doesn't feel too much like an artisan's work right here. The table is very pale, so it's not offering good color. Whereas this pottery table would be a much better option. You could even keep this one back here, right? Don't even move that one. You can keep that one back here. And you could put another one right here. And on it, you could put a vase or some kind of clay item. And it'll showcase that you're painting it. Because you have your paints here. So what if we had a potted, a vase on a pottery table that you were actively painting? You can even add a motif to that pottery to showcase that you're painting it. Just food for thought for some fun ideas about how to really sell this concept. So I would consider, some kind of pottery here. And since you're painting, I would showcase that you're painting the pottery that you formed and crafted. And I would also swap out the ceiling texture and add eyeshadow. I think if you did those things, you'd have a pretty good chance at 4K. It's a good looking snap. You've done well with it for somebody that's still learning. I think this is a good job. All right. I think we're finally caught up for today. Dang, it's 9 o'clock. Another long day of reviews. We had a lot. M's 0220 will be first tomorrow. Looks like you submitted at 3:05. So we got everybody done. M's will be first tomorrow. Followed by Cyber Lucy. I think those are the only two that came in after 3 today. Nice. Yeah, everybody got their snaps in. Well, we might have more now because I haven't reloaded the channel in a while. Yeah, it looks like everybody got their snaps in early this week. Good job, you guys. Good job. I mean, I know not everybody can. Yeah, we do have Bobbity Boo as well. Submitted at 3:59. Bobbity Boo, before, you might not be here, but you'll be getting reviewed tomorrow, but I would not do bakering. Bakering. I would not do baking. It is an artisan trade, but it's not a craftsmanship. So I'm going to go ahead and cover that now so you can apply for a re-review tomorrow. But yeah, I wouldn't do baking. Craftsmanship, you're looking to create things, as the challenge said, create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. You're not making items for consumption. You're making items that are either used or displayed. So some people have made clocks. Some people have made pottery. Some people have made outfits. Some people have forged weapons. But these are craftsman trades. Some people are making outfits, robots, woodworking, like we have this wooden harp. We have this acorn teapot. So, when you think craftsman, think about stuff you can make at a crafting table, not a cooking table, right? You're talking about crafting things. I like your comment, though. You said, can't bake a real pie to save my life. It is a very pretty snap, though. Like, this is really pretty. I just think it's really risky because it's not necessarily a craftsman profession. It does qualify under the umbrella of an artisan. And, as somebody that worked as a chef, I would consider myself an artisan when it comes to food, but I'm not a craftsman. I don't craft a dish. I cook a dish. All right. Well, that was a nice long stream. I haven't been able to check in with you guys in chat forever. How you guys doing? Everybody doing good out there? Yeah, on review day, I barely get to talk to you guys. There's so many snaps to look at. I mean, it's 9:15 and we just finished. So, yeah, it's tough to it's tough to keep up with you guys when we're working on all these reviews. But we're done now. We're done now. So I can at least catch up with you guys before I head off. Yeah, I saw Nanda say something as well. Mama Duke says somebody doesn't always see chat when reviewing. Yeah, sadly not. Sadly not. It would be cool if I had time to keep up with chat while I did the reviews. But with so many reviews, if I tried to keep up with chat while I did this, we would probably be live until midnight. I would probably end up streaming until midnight or 1 a.m. So it's already been like a, well over 5 hours. But if I did, if I tried to read chat at the same time, you can add like a few hours to that. I'd be here for so long. So I try to stay focused on the reviews just to make sure everybody gets a fair shake and everybody gets, the attention they deserve. Because if I did chat a whole lot, I'd probably end up getting behind. And then by the time it hit like 10 o'clock and I started getting tired, I would probably start rushing through reviews and I wouldn't do as good of a job. So, yeah, I hate not being able to keep up with chat because that's something I pride myself on as a streamer. I'm typically very engaging with chat, but on Mondays and Tuesdays, it is very, very hard for me to be interactive. So I do apologize for that. I need to make a reoccurring comment. I'm going to use my chat bot. I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm going to make a reoccurring comment that pops up every 30 minutes that just says, hey, everybody, thanks for watching. I can't read chat while I do reviews because we have so many, yada, yada. That way, new people will know as well. Because I always feel kind of bad when I miss comments. Nance says, fully get that. First time posting, so I didn't realize a lot of people told you if they wanted commentary on something specific in their snap. So I said that in chat. Now I know for next time. Gotcha. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. What I would recommend is when you get time, especially if you're new to the snap reviews. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Anybody that's new to the review process, I highly recommend just taking a peek at the rules. It's really just so I can be more efficient. Yeah, the big thing with the commentary is I never want to know what you're trying to convey with the snap because you won't be able to tell voters that. So I want to be able to figure it out on my own. And then the other thing too is that the advice I give is like fully optional. So you never really have to like defend your decisions or explain why you did things a certain way. Whether you want to take the advice or not is fully up to you. And then, but if when I did reviews, the reviews I did where I critique certain things, if a lot of people were to try to explain the actions or decisions they made, and I had to revisit that, then sadly I would just be here. I would be here so long. But yeah, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it, my friend. Don't worry about it. And yeah, if you're new, highly recommend checking out the rules tab. It's right above the channel where you submit the reviews, especially if you are interested in doing a re-review tomorrow, like a secondary review. The secondary reviews have a few extra rules. So if you guys are going to do secondary reviews tomorrow and you're new, I will need your old snap, your new snap, and a brief description of the advice you received and how it was implemented. That way we can kind of cross-compare. Sometimes the original snap is the better option. But, it's never a bad idea to try something different. That way we can take a look at both and we can decide together which one has a higher likelihood of 4K. And a big thing to consider is, the advice I'm giving doesn't mean there's anything wrong or bad necessarily about the snap. Sometimes there are bad things like inadequate lighting or something like that. But the advice I give is not about what's good and what's bad. It's about what voters tend to gravitate towards. That's the big thing. Just because a snap gets more votes than another snap doesn't mean it was a better photo. Art is in the eye of the beholder. There's not really a way to say for sure what photo is best because everyone's going to have a different perspective on that. So I don't give my advice based on what I like more, because there's things I like that most voters don't like. I would say a big example of this would be I'm actually a very big fan of complex snaps, but voters don't like those. Not as much as they like simple. Like, I love snaps like this, where there's a ton of depth and a ton of detail. I love scenes like this, and I love creating them. But I wouldn't advise this, because voters like this way more. This is what voters like. So even the feedback I'm giving is not necessarily what I think is better. It's what is more likely to get 4K. So always keep that in mind when I'm giving a review. It's never about what looks better necessarily. It's never about, you know, what I like the most. It's about what goes over better with voters and what gives you the highest likelihood of 4K. That's the big thing. That's the big thing. And that's the whole point of the review process. Dan says, I love complex snaps. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm a crazy perfectionist, so even if my snap is 4K, whether I always obsess over small things. What if someone resubmits, but you didn't get advice? So honestly, it depends on how many resubmissions we get. Some people do that every week. Like, there will be snaps I see. I'm like, I love this. You did a great job. I don't really recommend any changes. And then the next day they send me like the snap and they're like, I know you said not to change anything, but I did this. What do you think? That's okay. That's okay. You can do that. As long as you received a review on Monday, like let's say, you know, even if your snap had a good shot for 4K, but you wanted to tweak something and see how I felt about it, feel free to submit that as well. We won't spend that much time on it because we're going to focus more on the snaps that really needed improvement. But I do like seeing, you know, if you guys do change something, you know, we can always look at it. You know, we can always check it out. We can always check it out. Lost in Neverland says, I agree with you. Well, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Bob says, hi, it's me. I'm part of the problem. Dude, I was literally thinking of you when I said that. I was literally thinking of you. I was like, Pops does that every week. Like, back of my mind. Literally thinking about that. That's so funny. That's so funny. I wasn't going to say your name or anything. No, you do that every time. I know, but it's cool. It's cool. Sometimes you just really, you know, it's just fun to work on them, you know? And if you make, you know, if you make some additional changes and you just want to, like, you know, weigh the new one with the old one. Because sometimes, you know, when Bob's makes changes, she'll send me the old snap and the new snap, and I'll be like, the old one is still, I think, a better snap, and she'll go with the old one. So if you do make changes to your snap, even if you didn't receive advice, you can send me both, and we can still go over it. We won't spend as much time on it as, you know, compared to the people that really need improvement. But, you know, we can just pick between the two real quick. You know, it's not a big problem. I can know them as I go. I mean, it's just fun to work on them, you know. It's just fun to work on them. I get it. All right. Well, you guys, I better run. It's almost 9:30. I'm getting pretty tired. Another big day tomorrow. We'll have a lot of re-reviews to do. So we'll look through some snaps that have received advice or not received advice that have seen some changes. I kind of like both. It really depends on how it's executed. Well, I'll say this much about detailed snaps. Here's the interesting thing. I love snaps like this, you know, or snaps like this. But when it comes to the results they get, it's always not what I expect. Like, they perform lower. And I see the same thing for my community members. When people make more complex snaps like this, or more complex snaps, like, you know, this did get 4K, but it ranks around 5,000. This ranks around 100. And this took 30 minutes, whereas this took 5 hours. But here's the thing. People like you and people like me, we're going to like snaps like this because we are big Dreamsnap enthusiasts. we put a lot of work into our snaps. We put a lot of time into our snaps. We put a lot of thought into our snaps. And we understand how much time and effort and work something like this takes, you know, because we build stuff like this. So we can look at something like this and appreciate it. But here's the thing. We are the minority. The average snap you see when you vote, that's the average voter. And you already know if you spend 30 minutes voting right now, you're going to see a bunch of selfies. You're going to see a bunch of quest photos. You're going to see a bunch of yard sales. And by yard sale, I just mean somebody in a field with like 6 items dropped around them. That's the average snap, you know. That's why if you put work and effort into your snap, 4K is very possible because most people don't. And since most people don't put work into their own snap, they're not as inclined to appreciate. They don't know how much time this takes. They don't know how much effort it takes to make something like this. And they don't really care. They don't put much time or effort into their own snaps, so they're not going to put that much thought into voting either. And that's why for people like that, simple, pretty snaps do very well. But here's the interesting thing. These snaps also do well with people like us. So, and just because a snap is simple doesn't mean it's basic or boring, you know. This snap takes a fraction of the time that this snap takes. A mere fraction. Like I would say 1/8 of the time in comparison. But if this snap pops up against a snap like this that has a higher beauty element and it's less complex and easier for the average voter to understand, they're going to gravitate towards something like this. It's easier to see the subject. Everything's close in. The beauty's right in your face. So the average selfie submitter, the average quest photo submitter, they're going to appreciate something like this. But so will the people that care. You know, they'll appreciate this too. But they'll also go for something like this. So simple, beautiful snaps, they resonate really well with the entire voter pool. Whereas complex, more detailed snaps resonate with more of a portion of the voter pool. The people that know the time and effort that goes into stuff like this. And that's the interesting thing about it. So personally, I love snaps like this. I would vote for this. You know, I vote for a lot of complex snaps. I really like them, but they always end up performing lower than they should. You know, you would expect to see more stuff like this in the top each week, whereas usually it's stuff like this. And it's just, you know, the trend I've realized that, and it's not just my results, you know, mind you, ever since the conception of snaps, I've been getting feedback from hundreds of people telling me how they performed and showing me their snap, and we've cross-compared and looked at what has been popular with voters. And since the conception of snaps, that has been simple and beautiful, tends to perform very well. That doesn't mean a complex snap can't end up in the top 3. But I mean, even if you look at the snaps I have that have been in the top 3, like this one, very simple, very beautiful. Now, again, simple and beautiful doesn't mean it lacks detail, but all the important things are very close. You know, the Curious Labyrinth comes right up to the top of the frame. Mad Hatter comes up to the top, occupies the backspace. Cheshire Cat's tree is right up in the front with Alice, and the avatar is front and center, well featured. It's a very beautiful snap, and I'm happy it got Ring 2. But, you know, this is what I would recognize as a simple snap. Again, simple doesn't mean it lacks detail. Like, we have all these different foods on the table. But this was Topsy-Turvy Tea Party. And what made this simple is that the theme was very easy to understand, and the subjects were very easy to see. This was a challenge we got when we first received Alice. So featuring Alice in Cheshire very plainly here, and then showcasing that it was a tea party by having all this tea and biscuits on the table with the tea kettle right at the front, you know, made the theme very clear, very obvious. And there's not, you know, a ton of depth of field with a extremely high amount of detail. And the other snap I had that got ranked 2 was this hiking snap. Again, I'm a little further away, but again, it's very simple. The background is not super far away. We're using the lagoon so we can have this waterfall. And I think one of the reasons this did well is it had a lot of color diversity. In a lot of the snaps from Take a Hike, people had very traditional forests like pine trees, and I've always been good on playing up color diversity and bold colors. So, you know, we added yellow trees, red flowers, pink trees, blue trees, green. You know, we have all these funky colors in here. And then we have this nice, like, exploration scene, waving at Donald, little capybara, some purple butterfly flowers. So lots of really pretty details, but it's simple. You know, the forest doesn't span the entire, you know, biome. Things are pretty close in. Everything's easy to understand. The theme is very, you know, easy to see here. And there's not even a ton of detail on the path here. It's a very wide path. But it was simple and beautiful, and it performed very well. I think another good example of this would be this rank 15 snap. This was like one of my laziest builds. I couldn't believe it got rank 15. But this was called Your Luxe Look. And it said, dress in a look so luxurious, even Scrooge would be impressed. So since it mentioned Scrooge by name, I threw him right in the front, flipping this coin. And we made a money vault. And this vault took me like 7 minutes to make. I dropped 2 big gold piles here, 2 small ones at the front, a nice little couch, some gold decor, some safes, a window. That's it. That's all I did. And this gets rank 15. It's very simple. You know, luxurious look, riches, Scrooge. Meanwhile, you know, a snap that I spend, you know, 6 hours on gets like rank 5,000. Now, that's not to say I haven't had complex snaps do good. Like, this was a really good complex snap that got, like, in the top 100. I think it was, like, rank... Well, not quite top 100. It was top 200. But, you know, this one was Snap 27 Arendelle Showcase. And I spent, like, a whole week on this snap trying to get the moon perfect. Because there was only a 1-minute window to capture this each hour. Like, I would have to roll back the hour if I missed it. And on that minute, I had to make sure every character was facing where I wanted them to face, like all facing towards the camera, the entire Frozen cast. So I kept on having to retake this over and over. And it has a lot of depth of field, a lot of blue zircon. You know, there's these deer. There's a lot of light elements, a lot of depth of field. So, you know, more complex snaps can and will do very well. But basic snaps, simple snaps, take a fraction of the time and perform better more consistently. So, you know, again, the advice I give isn't necessarily about what my favorite type of snap is. It's about what's the most likely to get 4K based on past performance and current theme. All right. Now, this is Spiral, if I ever heard one. It was a little bit of a spiral for that one, but I wanted that moon to be perfect. That was actually, I think, the first snap ever where I spent, like, that much time on it. It was a lot. Nah, Nanda, you can get, I mean, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but you can get rank 1 with a complex snap. So, again, it's not about, you know, it's not that complex snaps can't get a high rank. They can. We're talking about, you know, on average, what performs very, very well. Complex snaps can do good. I've had plenty of complex snaps that have done very well. But my best performing snaps are always the simple ones. But every week, there's going to be complex snaps in the top 100 every week. You know, it comes down to what they pop up against, and that's every challenge. Here's something interesting. Let me put it to you this way. I have a really good answer for that, actually. I want to show you something. Any snap can not only, as long as it does the theme, can not only be in the top 100, it can be in the top 3. So this is the rank 2 submission for a challenge we had called Coziness Beyond the Stars. This was rank 2. Let that sink in. Rank 2. And it's an empty room with just the new Naboo furniture, and that's it. No lights. No food on the table. And it got rank 2. So how does that happen? Well, you shouldn't be too surprised. Ultimately, the rank of any Dreamsnap is determined by whether it's better than what it pops up against. So in the case of this snap, it just popped up against people that didn't do the theme or people that just did not make a good snap. And that happened so consistently that it got rank 2. Okay? So what I'm getting at here is that any snap can get in the top 100 as long as they do the theme. As long as people see the theme, the only deciding factor is going to be, is it better than what it pops up against? So having a complex snap get a good rank should not surprise you. It should not surprise you at all. This should not surprise you, that this got rank 2. Because that's just how voting works. There's no way to control what you pop up against. And this is not a random outlier that happened once. We've had multiple challenges where at least one of the photos in the top 3 didn't really make a lot of sense. So what I'm getting at here is literally any snap that does the theme can be not only in the top 100, but literally in the top 3. So of course a complex snap can get in the top 100, guys. Come on now. If you think I'm saying a complex snap can't do good, you need to reassess what I'm trying to get at here. Essentially, what I'm trying to explain to everybody here, or what I'm trying to voice, is that voters eat stuff like this up, and it takes far less time. Now, if you have a lot of time on your hands and you want to make a complex snap, go for it. I still do that plenty of weeks myself. I'd say this is rather complex. This is rather complex. There's a lot of complex snaps out there. And I still do them. I mean, even this one got a good rank, and this one's pretty complex. There's a lot going on here. What I'm getting at is you can put in a fraction of the time and get just as good of results, if not in some cases even better. But ultimately, it comes down to 2 simple things, which is very, very easy to understand. What you pop up against and what kind of voters you receive. So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day what snap makes it to the 4K, because any snap can make it to 4K. What matters is consistency. Staying in 4K week by week for years at a time is entirely possible. Even if you step out of the norm and you do something a little bit different. Now, it's not very likely a snap like this, snaps built like this will consistently get 4K, but they can get all the way up into the top 3. Does that mean we should all start making snaps like this? No, not at all. That's absolutely not what that means. It just goes to show, anything can get in the top ranks. And I still like doing complex snaps, but voters eat stuff like this up. They eat it up. They love it. Good saturation, good lighting, a very easy to understand theme, especially if, I like playing other games. Dreamlight Valley is far from the only game I want to play. So there's a lot of weeks where I'd rather not spend 8 hours on my Dreamsnap. I would rather just spend 20 to 30 minutes on it like I did on this week and then end up in the top 100. So if you want to do something easy and get a great rank, I'm just pointing out that that's entirely possible. And I'm also pointing out that voters love this. They love this. And people that like complex snaps also tend to like this. At the end of the day, there's one thing over everything else, whether it's simple or complex. It just needs to be beautiful. That's the key. So whether you make a snap that's extremely complex or a snap that's extremely simple, it just needs to be beautiful overall. You don't want anything to take preference or priority over beauty with the exception of theme. Like this one was another top 100 for Marvels of Nature, and it had a very, very strong beauty element. It also has, good storytelling with the avatar there. But there were a lot of people that had some really creative concepts for, let's say, small wonders. Like LOTR Lady did this very fun and clever picnic basket build. It was a very good way to deliver the theme. It was more of a complex take on the theme. And it ended up not getting 4K. Whereas so many of these very basic builds, like this Small Wonders build I did, got 4K. Simply because they had a higher beauty factor. So regardless of whether you do simple or complex, at the end of the day, it just needs to be beautiful to get 4K. You'll never ever hear me say on this stream when I do a review, oh, hey, your snap is too complex. You need to tone it down. You need to make it dumber. You'll never hear me say that unless you made it so complex that the theme is hard to understand. That's the only exception. So if you build a snap where I'm looking at it, scratching my head, trying to figure out how it's on theme, I'm going to recommend change. But there's never going to be a time where a snap is complex to the point it has to change. LOTR said, yeah, I'm ready to just do safe snaps now because of that. Yep. Nanda says, I think true Dream Snaps lovers love all the small details and the complex snaps, but most quick and easy voters are not like that. And they are the majority. I get that, but doesn't mean I like it. No, I feel you there. I wish the algorithm and the voting pool was a bit different, But as it stands right now, like I said, you can still do complex and do very well. You just need to make sure, that beauty is very strong in a complex snap. And a lot of the times, for more simple snaps, it can be so much easier to deliver on a beauty angle because everything's a bit closer in. Making a complex snap more beautiful, is a bit more complex because you have more space to cover, you have more to work with, and you want to make sure that beauty element is stretching from scene to scene, which is why, creating snaps like this is so easy and they perform so well because everything's closer in. There's not as many details. It's just a high beauty factor. It's a lot harder to get the beauty factor that strong when you make a very complex scene. It's going to be a little bit trickier. But it's possible. And even if a complex scene doesn't have like the greatest beauty factor, it can still do really well. It just depends on what kind of voters you get. So at the end of the day, theme and as I always say, theme and beauty matter most. Theme and beauty matter more than simple versus complex. Because even the quick voters, even the average selfie submitters, or the majority voters, they will vote for a complex snap if it's more beautiful than the snap it's next to. I feel like that's how most people engage. I think very few people out there choose who to vote on based on who has more details. Even I don't do that. I don't look at a snap on one side and a snap on the other and say, this snap on the right is more beautiful, but the snap on the left placed more items and has more depth of field, so I'm going to vote for the snap on the right. I don't do that. To me, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which one has more details. It matters which one's the better photo. Just like a lot of the other voters out there, I prioritize beauty over everything else, except for theme. And that's how that's how the majority of voters are. Beauty is so important in the Dreamsnaps voting process, which is why it can be tricky sometimes, that's why a lot of people that do more artistic approaches and use like filters and nullify colors, they end up not getting the results they were hoping for. Sometimes they will if they get the more artsy voters. But a lot of the times, the beauty element comes from the lighting, the color diversity, the composition of the scene, and even more obscure things like villagers or symmetry and the presentation of the avatar, like all of these things. But yeah, whether you do complex or simple, at the end of the day, it's about beauty and theme, Senpai, with so many great ideas, have you had time to think about which one you'll go with for your snap? Yeah, I think I have a good idea of where I'm going to go with mine. I mean, I might end up, I've even considered switching everything up and doing a blacksmith one because I only saw 2 blacksmith ones today and one was really good. But I do already have a scene made that I'm very fond of, so I don't know. But I'll have to think about it. I don't know if I'll have time, though, because I'm really busy. And since I already have one made, I don't know if I'll have time to do, like, a blacksmith build. So, yeah, still a bit undecided, but I'll figure it out. I did a blacksmith one. I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, the blacksmith builds are cool. I saw some really good ones today. Nightfall says, I feel like nowadays closer picks are ranking more than being really complex. Well, I agree with you there, Fall, but I don't think it's necessarily just because they're simple versus complex. I think it's easier to sell the beauty angle a lot of the times in a more simple snap, kind of like what we were discussing. When you build everything close in, you can have a lot of beautiful elements closer to the frame. And also, the avatar is very beautiful. The avatars in this game are gorgeous. And if you do their eyeshadow and their hair and you give them a fun outfit, having them close in, and not just them, but villagers as well, like Pocahontas during Marvels of Nature, having Pocahontas close in, she's beautiful. And that's the thing is that's what does best in Dreamsnaps is just beauty. Beauty often outweighs being different or having a unique concept. Just being on theme and having a beautiful snap is a majority of what gets you 4K. There's a lot of people out there that are like, oh, I wanted to do a fairy wood crafting build, but everyone else was doing that. Well, still though, it doesn't mean and then they end up doing something that's like so obscure that it's like hard to make it beautiful. And then they end up not getting 4K. Whereas if they just did what they could have made beautiful, they could have gotten 4K. Now, I'm not saying this is just an example, guys, by the way. There's so many different beautiful snaps you can do. As we saw today, I actually had snaps from, I think, each category is my favorites. So we had like a statue one, there was a clock one, there was a fairy one, there was, the statue, I think I said that already. The clay one, like pottery. So there's a lot of different things you can make beautiful. But sometimes people will choose not to do what they can actually... They'll choose not to do what they actually have the items to do because they get so caught up on wanting to be different in their concept when that's not what matters to voters. What matters to voters is theme and beauty. So you always want, if you want the safest path to 4K, prioritize what you feel you can make the most beautiful and appealing that fits with the theme. Unless you just don't care and you just want to do something different, I do that sometimes. Sometimes I'll take a risk because I just want to have some fun. It's a video game at the end of the day. You should be having fun, too. Yeah, I really liked Beagle Mama's Blacksmith one, Johnny. That one was really cool. Lost in Neverland, it's not about cute stuff. I think you might be misunderstanding here. You said I actually don't like that because some of us want a theme and go for it. No. You need to prioritize the theme and beauty. You can't just ignore the fact that this is a photo challenge. And in a photo challenge, you're trying to get votes. That's the goal. That's the goal of Dreamsnaps, is to get votes from other players. Everyone's doing the theme. You can't just do the theme and run with it, and it doesn't need to do the theme and be cute. You need to do the theme and make a beautiful photo. That's how all photo challenges work that involve voting. It's going to come down to which photo is the most appealing. If you just do the theme and run with it, you're not really trying to appeal to the voters. You know, like if you're just like, oh, make a, so the idea is crafting. Okay, well, I'm going to drop some crafting tables and I'm going to make a dark room for my blacksmith. And there's like no beauty element and it's very real and gritty. Well, how are you going to compete with people that did the theme and brought in beauty? You see what I'm saying? So it's not that people just want cute stuff. Like, I'm one of the voters that I'm talking about. I am one of the voters, and many other people here right now are one of the voters that prioritize theme and beauty. So if you're not willing to do that, yeah, you're not going to consistently get 4K. Dreamsnaps are not just a photo you submit and you're done with. There's a whole thing with voting. And in order to win votes, you need to make your photo appealing. So if you just take the theme and you run with it and you disregard that you're going to be up against beautiful photos, yeah, you're going to have a hard time consistently getting 4K. That's the challenge in a Dreamsnap challenge, is that not only do you need to deliver on what this theme says, but you also need to create a photo capable of winning the vote against the other good players. So, and that's any photo challenge in any environment that involves voting, not just Dreamsnaps. That's just the nature of a photo challenge that involves voting in general. And again, it's not about cute stuff, you know what I mean? It's about beauty. It's about making an appealing photo. I never said the word cute, so this is not really what I would consider cute. It's beautiful, right? And there's, some cute elements here and there. Like, it's a Disney game, so there's going to be cute stuff. But it's about beauty. It's about making an appealing, photo. If it pops up and the voter's like, wow, look at that, you win the vote. So creating a photo that sells that and sells the theme, that's the key to getting 4K. Now, that's a little bit easier to do when you play your cards close to your chest like this. Like when you have the beauty elements very close to the scene. Like when you can show off your deep purple eyeshadow with your light blue and your deep lip and your gloves that match. Yeah, you're going to have these beauty elements right at the front. That's why avatars being featured prominently is more popular, because it's easier to sell the beauty element. But you don't have to do that. If you take a picture with your avatar further away, as long as you still have a strong beauty element, you can still get 4K. Like this got rank 2. And it's a very beautiful forest. So you don't always have to be up close. It just comes down to beauty. Beauty and theme. And it makes sense, Like if two pictures pop up and they both did the theme, I'm going to vote for the one that looks better. It just makes sense to do that. Now, what looks better for each person is a little bit different. So sometimes a photo that would win is going to lose, because art is in the eye of the beholder, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So it's also important to kind of gauge and understand what a majority of voters find beautiful. And I think that varies from theme to theme too. because there's certain concepts you can do with certain themes that sell the theme really well and look beautiful. And there's other ways where you can sell the theme that lack beauty. So you got to be very careful with that. I always want to do the male character because I don't see beautiful male pics. I do my male. I like the female most of the time. Not only does she have a really good beauty element, but the reason I prefer the female is because this game gives her way more options for clothing. And that's because a majority of the demographic for this game are female players. So it makes sense that the female would have so much better options. And in addition to that, the other angle there is that she's actually way shorter, and she has her shoulders are less broad. So when you use the female, you can see more of the scene. But I use my male quite often, if it works good for the concept I'm doing. So anytime we get a pirate snap or a cowboy snap, I pretty much exclusively use my male. You know, like I love using my male avatar for anything pirate related. I mean, not that you can't be a female pirate, but if I'm going to cosplay Captain Hook, I'm going to cosplay Captain Hook. You know what I mean? And then for Wild West Wonders, you know, like if it's cowboy inspired, I'm going to be a cowboy. So there's a lot of snaps out there where I've used my male avatar. I like using both. I just alternate between them. But I definitely use the female far more. You know, here's another fun one with the male, like the treasure robbing here, or the temple run. For the Getaway Winter Lodge, I use my male. Actually, the fact that he was taller made him better for this, because I wanted the skis to come up to the top. The female was too short for that. So the height and, you know, the theme will determine which avatar I use and exactly what I'm doing. But when it comes down to it, the female just has access to so many good-looking items, and her smaller frame makes her a lot easier to showcase up close without obstructing too much of the photo. So I really, really am fond of using the female avatar, but I use both. And I always completely alter the appearance, you know, when I do use either avatar, because I don't really want to be recognizable. Male is way bigger, and close up is managed differently, fills up the snap more. Yeah, it really does. I mean, I like the male size. It's good sometimes, like depending on what you're doing. But there's a pretty distinct size difference between the two of them if you look. You know, like, look at how much taller the male is. And his shoulders are very broad. So the male's got like a good, I'd say like maybe 8 inches on the female. He's a lot taller. And the female also has a much smaller frame. The male has very broad shoulders. Like, he's very big compared to the female. Sometimes that's what you need. Sometimes that's what you're going to go for. But on average, just so I can showcase my scene a bit better, I go with the female. But they're both good options. It just depends on the theme. I think the fairy stuff works better with the female. All right. I'm going to skedaddle. It's 10 o'clock. That was a long day. Another long day of Snap Reviews. We'll be back tomorrow to do your re-reviews. You got until 3 p.m. Eastern Time to get them in for a guaranteed review or re-review. And if you don't get them in by then, you know, if we get finished early, I'll take any latecomers that we may have. It's rare that I leave before you in the stream, but I gotta go to bed now. Good night, everyone. Spock. Yeah, it's almost 10 o'clock, dude. It's so late. It's so late. I'm surprised Horty's not screaming at me. My cat usually gets very impatient. All right, well, I'm gonna run. It's been real. It's been fun. It has been, dare I say, real fun. I will see you guys tomorrow as we finish up our Snap Reviews. Thank you for being here. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. We will catch you on the next one. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye.